Maintaining your beard isn't just style, it's self-respect. A well-groomed beard boosts confidence and leaves a lasting impression. Elevate your look. Embrace the importance of beard care today. Go time. What's going on, family? How y'all doing? Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. Got Mr. Fred Smooth, Sham Monet, got Miss Jasmine, and White, Tia, Root, Biz. Welcome back, Casey. So got Mr. Sweeney. Me, myself, I'm Lapeef J. What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing?
Excellent. Jasmine, you got the Halle Berry and boomerang going.
You got the Halle Berry and boomerang.
So cute.
It's good to see you guys, man, again. And Jasmine, the hairstyle looks nice.
All of the ladies look lovely. All of y'all look lovely. All of y'all.
Thank you. Love you. Thank you.
My audio is trash.
Audio is trash.
Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Something we can hear you fine. It was sounding suspect a little bit.
Freezing.
All right, we're going to get the housekeeping out the way. Shout out to the sponsor, Teej Henley. Make sure y'all go ahead and get that Teej, man. That link is in the description. I also come with this instruction card right here, man. This is very helpful for people that can't be creative enough to put together their own system, but they got the wash, man. They got the scrub, they got the PM moisturizer, AM moisturizer, and I also have the sunblock in there as well. Got the super serum. So if you guys got that roller, you roll on your face, it'll be excellent to go ahead and mix that all in, man. Teej is the way to go. Somebody told me my skin was looking amazing the other day, man. I had to thank Teej for that. So y'all make sure y'all click that link that's in the description. You get 40% off along with a free gift. And if you become a member, you get 20% off. So fill the Teej, as I always say. Also, I do got the beard care as well. Stuart Man King on top. This is for your beard. So if you're looking to get right in the beard department, and for those ladies that's a little bit fuzzy down there, you can moisturize your hairs too. It's an excellent product, man.
Fuzzy down well.
Wow, so y'all taking it there, man. I mean,
we just got to clarify for the people out there.
Okay, we'll put it this way: it's skin friendly and hair friendly. So whatever you don't use, feel free to rub it in all over your body. And whatever softens, just softens, right? Assure Man King on top, man.
Church, preach.
Yeah. This is for all those guys that be scratching their beard at night, man. It's dry. You gotta put some on it, man. Sounding real rough, man. You want it to be soft, man. So when she put her fingers through your beard, it just go right through, right? Amen.
My computer cut off. All I heard was you say it's dry, man. What are you talking about?
Let me just go ahead and catch it back on the replay, man. We got a little bit risky. Yeah, I don't want to run it back, man, because some people was frowning about it. We got some people there.
I'm definitely gonna have to rewatch that because I've all right.
What's going on? Miss Angela Swift is in the house, man. Dale Matthews, Daniel Berry. I don't know this Chinese scripture. Can't really read all that, man. But welcome to you. If you want to become part of Green Gang, click that link that's in the description and go green. Hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And if you are catching this on the replay, salute to you. And also hit that like button as well. Let's go ahead and get the show started. We got an excellent show. We're going to dive into a couple of trending topics, man. But I do really want to break down this video that I came across that highlighted the purpose of dating. So shout out to Casey for putting me on game with this. I did watch it. We're going to go ahead and break it down, man. I think it'll be an excellent dialogue with an excellent panel. Ruth, how you doing? I'm just trying to do a sound check with you. You good? Okay, let me go ahead and mute that. I don't know what's going on.
That's that good mama checking.
Yeah, I know.
I told you not to open the refrigerator. The ice cream is for after nap time. Sit your ass down.
I went to my son's. He had like an event. Actually, I was picking him up was picking him up last month because he out of school. And I seen a white father take his son in a disclosed area and popped his ass a few times. I was surprised to see that. He gave him some of that. He gave him some of that treatment. I'm like, man,
were you pleasantly surprised?
yeah, because I don't really see that too often, man. I've been, black folks, they be kind of like timid to even lay hands on their children in public, man. But I mean, he went off in a discreet area, like where the dumpsters was. He grabbed them. He gave him like about 3 or 4 of them. And I'm just sitting there looking like, well, I'll be damned.
Good
You
for
still
him.
that's how you're supposed to do it.
Assure women queen down bottom. Okay, let's go get the show started, man. Again, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. So I came across, was it Shaq's mother? Shaq's mother, come to find out she wasn't really too fond of Shaunie. If you guys know who Shaquille O'Neal is, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you guys know who Shaunie is, which is his ex-wife, which is married to the preacher. And so now Shaq has been hungry. He's been preying on all the women and saying he can bat them, basically. But anyhow, his mother she wasn't really too fond of Shaunie, which made me raise the question of us as parents, should we have a say-so as far as who our adult children are dating, or do we just let them be? Do we let them be, let them experience the hard way, or do we stay out of their business? Or if you notice something, do you speak up? I know it's probably different depending on if you're a man or a woman. So I'm going to go ahead and play this clip and we're going to dive into it.
Extremely unique. And at some point, those sons find other women.
Yes, sir.
They find wives. What was it like when you first met? Was it Shaunie, his first wife?
Yes.
Yes. What was that like, knowing that my son is about to be married and has this new person in their life?
Well, before then, I had already gotten to the place where my place is secure. I don't care who he marry or who he get with. I know my place, and I'm secure in it. But it's hard to see them go into a relationship and somehow you may feel maybe that might not be the right relationship.
Yeah.
But we have to step back and we have to let it happen. And I tell a lot of the mothers, we're going to remain their mothers as long as they live. We are not their girlfriends.
Yes.
So I'm safe in my place.
There you go. I like
Safe
that.
in my place.
All right. So she said she chose to stay out of it, even though she had a wonderful intuition about Shaunie O'Neal. She knows her son more than anybody probably knows him, but in her opinion, it just wasn't a good fit. Do you agree with her? I'm going to go ahead and start with you, Miss Jasmine. Yes, you, ma'am. I'm going to start with you. How do you feel about that?
Do I agree with her not thinking she's a good fit?
No.
Oh.
We don't know her, but just her parenting style, as far as, let's say you hypothetically you had a 23-year-old, right? It's hypothetical. And they were looking to get married. You had a son, he was looking to get married. And you wasn't really too fond of the woman, but you know your son. Like, you know your son is gonna do what he wanna do, regardless of what anybody tells them. So do you agree her stance, just go in there and let them experience it, stay out of it, because you don't 100% know her the way your son may know her? Or do you, if you have a gut feeling or you feel some type of way, would you prevent him from making a possible mistake?
I feel like you can express your opinion, just like let them know, like, hey, I know you're in love, but I have this, intuition about this person. Just be careful. Because my grandma did it to me all the time. She was like, I don't really like this person. She would just tell me straight up, like, I don't like this person. I'm not going to like this person. You can bring them around. It is what it is. But, you can live your life, but I don't like them. So it didn't sway my decision. I still would date that person and stuff like that. But then once it would end, I was like, okay, you was right. So, you can always plant that little bug in their ear, but you can't interfere, like pay them and be like, hey, I need you to leave my child alone. Unless you got that kind of bread, and that's fine. But no.
All right. I'm going to go to you, M. White. What are your thoughts about that, man? You being a father and your son trying to date this woman or your daughter. Is it different depending on if it's a daughter or your son, or you got the same stance with both of them?
I got completely different stances with my son and my daughter. So what I'm trying to cultivate right now is the relationship with my kids where I could present them with information and help them make the choice without forcing the choice on them. Because I think kids rebel, and when you force, like, I don't like this person at all, that's gonna push them closer to them. And I think that really happens more so with girls than anything. Like, you could push them real close to a dude that ain't shit because you said he wasn't. They argue with you, and now in order to prove you wrong, they stand with somebody they don't even like that no more because they just fighting you because they feel like you over protective and over abrasive. With my daughters, yeah, hopefully I could just foster a relationship where they feel comfortable bringing all their boyfriends or any guy they talking to as soon as they start talking to them around, as opposed to once they take them serious, bring them around. Because 9 times out of 10, it's too late to tell somebody that this person ain't shit once they start liking them and they like, oh, I'm taking them serious and I'm bringing them to you. You know what I'm saying? So now I'm just sitting here stuck. So yeah, I want to be fully involved as early as humanly possible and not in a non-obtrusive way so they feel comfortable like coming to me like, because like I'm telling you, I got the ism for them. They just gonna have to sit down and listen. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I want to be involved.
All right. Go ahead, Viz. What are your thoughts about it, sir? How you treating this situation, man, son and daughter?
Man, I agree with Marcus. Yeah, right off the bat, I definitely want to be involved. I mean, honestly, even siblings, close cousins, shit. If it's a red flag, I see a red flag on somebody. Hey, I don't know about Buddy. You know what I'm saying? Or I don't know about Shorty. You know, this might be something that's short term. Have your fun, whatever. You know, get it out the way, but don't get yourself caught and locked down into something that you're gonna regret. Because if it looked like that early on, then that's just what you signing yourself up for. So yeah, the children, no question, I definitely got to be involved. I am involved in every way, shape, and form. So
I was sitting here thinking that, and some people on the panel, you might not tell nobody, but y'all might not be shit. But y'all got some grace along the way, or you change within the relationship, and all of a sudden, not all of a sudden, all of a sudden to yourself, you're an excellent person, but you've always been an excellent person to them. So I don't think everybody operates in a sense of they just got it right, that they didn't go through some things. So
yeah, no, I mean, everybody goes through something. Everybody goes through some type of growth in life, right? I'm sure everybody on the panel can agree that that we went through a time where you know you was outside and it was what it was, and you know you was out doing your thing, whatever, but it was still a way that you carried yourself and presented yourself. You know what I'm saying? If you carried yourself in a manner that you just out here sludding, you know, and that's how you look and you carry yourself, and that's the immediate impression that people get, then hey, shit, call a spade a spade. But if you did that, but you still carried yourself in a way where it was presentable, okay, I can bring her home to my mama, you know what I'm saying, to meet my mama, then that's something completely different than something that you'll just keep out in the streets or don't even be seen in public with.
but
I was always a great boyfriend, JR.
Always. I was always the favorite.
Always. Oh, really? Always. I just had one flaw. It was a big flaw, but I just had one flaw. Outside of that, they'll tell you, oh yeah, you know what? I love him still to this day. It's just, you know. But like like Via said, some people personalities you can just pick up some stuff on, and they're things that are potential to change. Then there are things that like are just that's who that person is. So hopefully I'm pointing out things that shine a light on just who that person is. You know, like the woman could have waited for me to figure out what honesty was and not cheating. Then I'm the best boyfriend ever. But
what?
But once I figured it out, though, I got it together. Hey, hold you. Shan, did my auntie vouch for this?
She said
What
no
face
comment.
is she making? Oh, now you want to play these games? Okay.
I'm just
We gonna gangbang tonight.
listen. You thought you was a great boyfriend, but if she left you for a reason, she had a reason to leave you, something went right.
No. It only happened one time, and you know how much stuff I had. So look, my auntie told you already. You know this. She was like, "Yeah, he was a that's the face you gonna make." You know what? Don't even worry about it.
I just don't believe there's a such thing as a great boyfriend.
You say you don't think there is?
Unless you're a kid. If it don't lead to a marriage, that was just a waste of time.
No,
Okay,
it's
That was a waste of time. That's like a lottery ticket that you ain't win nothing. Like, what the hell?
Still was a lottery ticket that won.
Just sitting there. Like,
Shan, what? What are we talking about?
I'm joking. I'm joking.
I'm like, I'm lost.
You said there's no such thing as a great boyfriend?
No, what I'm saying is it's just practice. It's like, I'm not, obviously if you're a kid, yeah, but your adult age, if it doesn't lead to, what it's supposed to do, it's just a lesson.
Have you ever had a good boyfriend or a great boyfriend?
I had great people in my life.
So I was great people in somebody's life. All right.
Okay, yeah, I can believe that. You're a great person. You're a nice,
So Shan, was you a great girlfriend?
I'm a great woman.
No, he said was your great girlfriend, not woman.
I'm a great woman.
Okay. So she need to feel.
You see this bullshit?
I don't know what. So you're saying what's a great girlfriend? Maybe I should ask that question. What is your definition? Are you saying somebody who
What's a
acts
bad
like a
boyfriend?
wife?
What's
the definition of a great girlfriend?
You said there ain't no such thing as a great boyfriend, so I just had to ask. Well, were you ever a great
I'm just
girlfriend?
so tired of the girl because, and the reason why I think I'm just sick of it because people just live in it. They never progress to anything else. It was great, but now it's just one of those situations just keep on.
I don't.
I just really want to get rid of it.
I don't understand.
Because you're married, you did what you were supposed to do.
No, I'm talking about. I don't understand. You talking about some. There ain't no such thing as a great boyfriend. Somebody asks you for a great girlfriend, then you clam up.
Well, if you're a young boyfriend, but I think that if you're a man and you're calling yourself a boyfriend, that's kind of.
So when you was young, you was a great girlfriend, but now you just
a great woman.
Wait, so how you're supposed to date somebody? You're supposed to be a boyfriend before you become a husband, right? When you're dating, are you not a girlfriend? I would assume that you would have to be a good girl, a great girlfriend in order to become a wife.
Okay.
Yes, I think you're tapping in a little bit to that, the purpose of dating, man. I think you might want to.
All right.
Man. Yeah. We're going to come back to you on that one. Go ahead, Shan. Shaq's mother opens up about her previous thoughts from when she first met his ex, Shaunie Henderson. You as a parent, what are you telling your daughter, your son when it comes to that? I know you have children, right? Yeah. So when they were dating, how did you handle that?
I can give my opinion. Obviously, if you're younger, you have more of an opinion because you control who your kids hang around. If it's a good group of people, if it's not. But when they get older, like my son, it can be a little bit more serious. And so obviously I give my opinion, but at the end of the day, it really is his decision because it's his family to be, he's the one who has to make the decision for what he wants for his family, not me. I can support him. I can give him my opinion, but at the end of the day, I can't force him to do anything because he's an adult. So, and I think Marcus was the person who said it. You got to be careful with that because a lot of times when you do that, you end up, pushing yourself out of this situation. If he chooses this woman knows you don't like her. There goes your relationship with your grandkids. Women can be a little like that. So I would just, of course, like I said, I would definitely have a conversation with him. The best time.
Look at God. Look at
Won't he do it? Won't he do it?
he said, shut that shit up.
Hold on. Can't hear you, Shan. Go ahead and talk again.
You can't hear me?
I hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. So I think that I agree with Marcus that the time to do it is before, the person catches feelings, especially for females, because once those feelings are involved, the logic just goes a lot of times for a lot of females, not all, but for many. And the same for guys. Once she has him wrapped around, can you not hear me?
Say that again.
You can't hear me?
Yeah.
No, that last part. What you just say?
No, I said that once the feelings are involved, or once that woman has him wrapped around her fingers, there's really not much that can really be said. The best thing is to get in there at the beginning and help vet the situation.
Okay.
When he brings a young woman home and a young man, and as an adult, if you're a child, yes, you can have a boyfriend or girlfriend, sweetheart. But when you're an adult,
Shan, have you ever told your son you can't date her, or this one ain't the one?
no, he's not really attracted to Ratchet all so much.
So he ain't never had one Ratchet come home where you was like, this is a Ratchet.
If he liked her, he didn't bring her home.
What about a white woman?
He hasn't had one of those either.
Come on.
Now the woman the young lady that he dates now is Afro-Latina, but she's like a darker skin.
What?
Not like a
You said she's dark skin? A dark skin, Afro-Latina.
You may tell me your son ain't never brought no girl home.
like a
You was
brown
like,
skin.
hell nah.
Bronzy looking skin.
Brown skin.
Huh?
You telling me your son ain't never brought no girl home and told you about some girl. You was like, oh, hell no.
I could have sworn, but you know what? My memory bad, so I can't even.
Listen.
Oh, shit, we got inside information. We got inside information.
But that is done. No need to talk about it.
You ain't got to say, look at that. Lying to the lie detector test. Look at it.
No, I know it was one person I was concerned about, but it was just that he was accompanying her to somewhere, and I assumed, but it ended up being nothing more than that. So.
Okay. All right, Miss T, I'm gonna go to you next, ma'am. Let's say you got some children. How you parenting them when it comes to them dating preferences?
So I agree with Marcus. I would hope that I kind of build a relationship with my son where he can just be open and honest about, just everything, even besides dating, the group of friends that he's hanging around with, the choices and circles of people that he wants to involve himself with before those feelings get involved. But I mean, I would definitely give my opinion and my perspective if I see red flags or if I notice anything. I'll definitely share my opinion. I won't try to be too pushy about it. I would just hope that he would kind of, continue to bring information or, just be open, real open with me. What I am confused about, and I maybe have to watch the whole clip. I'm not sure why Shaq's mother made that comment about her position being solidified. That was kind of weird to me. And it had nothing to do with like the question. So it kind of seems like, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Some mothers, I pray that I don't become that mother, but it seems like women overall are kind of competitive. So it seems like she's kind of wants to be his woman at the same time. That's what it sounded like to me.
No, you know why he did that?
Situation though with Shaq, Shaq is he was 7 foot, in college or whatever. So it was like already ordained that he was gonna be somebody special, right? So,
but her position being his mother, I mean, that has nothing to do with the question.
Yeah. No, I did peep that too. And the only other thing that I can think of is simply that she attempted to challenge her. She either mom attempted to challenge Shaq's ex-wife or vice versa. You know, there
Yeah.
has been some type of clash where it's like, oh well, no, I'm here now, so you know, what I say got an influence, and it's like, bitch, no, I'm the mama.
But I mean, just because you're the mama, I mean, at the end of the day, once people start dating, like is it Shauna? Like she said, you kind of get a little loopy in the head. Like even if you feel like you know, or you kind of solidified in your position as a
But
girlfriend
hey,
or something, or a
Tia, say that one
boyfriend.
more time. What you say?
I said people get kind of loopy in the head when they get in relationships. So even I just lost my train of thought. I'm not even gonna lie.
I was gonna say, Tia, to answer your question earlier, there's 500 million reasons why that woman made that comment.
And what's one of them?
$500 million.
I don't know. That's still strange.
She said, look, she said, I'm top dog in this mug. If anybody got anything to say over this here money right here, it's gonna be me. I'm gonna be the one that tells y'all what to do. She's basically solidifying herself on the money scale.
Yeah, as a manager.
Yeah, my son gonna take care of me. My son gonna take care of me first, and then the rest of you bitches. That's what she was saying.
Right. So yeah, that's weird to me.
Shaq, he like choosing, like, I think he was messing with Superhead. He was paying for her condo for some years or something. He like getting them one types.
Yeah,
so I can see how his mom would be a little like iffy with him.
Yeah, she stepped in and say, "Hey, look, don't play around with this boy money. I'll come first. If you really want to know how y'all motherfuckers get cut off, it's because my son come to me and ask me, hey, what's going on with this? Hey, don't spend no money on that hoe." That's what she's saying. And I know I'm being a little vulgar.
Definitely in an interview, I forgot who it was with. He said that he regretted everything that he did with Shaunie, and he wished he would have never like cheated and did all of that, or been more involved in the home. He said he lost a good one with Shaunie. So it's a different perspective. You dating this woman, but then your mom or your father has an outside opinion, and they don't really know what's going on in the situation, if that makes sense, in the relationship.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna play this clip of, because during that same interview, Steph Curry's mother, she also gave her opinion.
On that,
I pray for my children's significant others from the day they're born. I literally every night pray that God will bring a godly woman and a man into their lives, and he has not failed me yet. And I have two beautiful daughter-in-laws and a son-in-law that I actually consider them daughters now, and a son. And I don't worry 1 ounce.
That's two different perspectives. With a marriage that lasted and a marriage that didn't.
Hey, but no, I don't think she was keeping it a buck though.
Hell no, she wasn't.
I think she was.
You know,
Is that the Curry's?
Yeah,
that's the Curry's mama.
Yeah, I've seen them in videos. Like they seem to be very tight knit. You know, I seen like a little candid video, just random somewhere, and they were like playing games in the house and stuff. And I could just tell by their interaction, because it was a lot of them. I don't know who's who. I just know Steph, but it was a lot of them. And they seem to have a pretty decent. Has anybody else seen that video? They seem to have a pretty decent relationship with each other. You know,
I'm sure they have.
They tell me she ain't had nothing to say about Aisha. Ain't no way in hell. She's had words.
I can't believe in Jesus. I can't believe in Jesus.
Yeah, especially if she went to the internet talking about she, want attention and shit like that, like
from other men.
Out of respect for her son, she's not gonna put that on display.
Right.
And that's the difference between Shaquille's mom and Steph's mom.
The difference is that Shaunie isn't married to Shaq anymore, and Steph and his wife are still together. So you gotta keep it clean.
And Shaunie just said that she never loved him.
Yeah, you couple that in too. Yeah.
Did she? We need
Yeah.
to get that clip.
Yeah, she was in the, she recently got married. She was in an interview
She
talking
said
about
she did it was not in love with him, not love him, but in love.
Who
what's
said
the
that?
difference? What's the
Right.
difference, man?
All
Nobody
right,
trying to
so
do that.
this one, I think I
Like
know what
now
she
or
meant.
within the
Ruth never
She
marriage?
Ruth
wrote
got her
it.
hand
She
in
wrote
let
it. There
Ruth
was no
talk.
video clip.
Like when you
Steph,
really
Yeah.
find
Steph's wife
somebody
said
that you
that.
love.
It was in our book, I think, right?
Steph's
Yeah,
wife
Shaunie wrote
said.
about it in her book.
Yeah, I don't have the actual
No,
state.
Shaunie said that. Shaunie said that
Oh,
about
okay,
Shaq.
okay.
All right, can I ask the men, like you love your wife now, but do you feel like you loved the women before her? Because I feel like once you find that right person, then you like, was I really in love with that person or no? That's where I felt like she was coming from.
I think so.
Yeah, I love
I would argue I love the women before the woman that I was serious with before my wife. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
for
think
sure.
we experience love differently than y'all. So
Yeah, we might not have
Yeah.
that girl.
yeah.
Man, she didn't have to.
But
Even if,
or be in love back. You know what I mean? If somebody doesn't love you back, then you don't feel like you're in love because of the give and take. And if you're not, if you're just giving and you're not getting back, then you're gonna feel like, well, maybe I wasn't in love. So she might probably just stopping it.
I would say, but the only way I would ever say that is that I would have had to have a little animosity towards the person that I said. If I was to go back and be like, man, I was never in love with this girl before, like it would have to be something there that made me feel some type of way to say that about it. Because you know what I mean? Like I genuinely would have to. I love the one that was before my wife. So for me to come out behind that and be like, yeah, I was never in love with her. That's kind of
Sweeney, did that woman cheat on you repeatedly after you had children with her?
Wouldn't it changed if I ever loved her or not? That
Yeah.
changed how I felt about her.
No. Answer the question though, because
No, but
after
that was
somebody treat you a certain kind of way, you don't feel the same way that you did before in the beginning.
no. There's a difference between saying I lost love for someone and I never loved someone. If
She
she
didn't say she never loved him. She said she was never in love with him.
I have the quote right here.
It's not the same.
Yeah,
She said,
You can read
quote,
the quote.
looking back,
word.
I don't know that I was ever really in love with the man, but I was in love with the idea of being married to the man I had a family with. I was in love with the idea of building a life together. I truly did enjoy spending time with him. Road trips allowed me to be with my husband and experience the NBA life for a little while. So it seems like she loved the lifestyle.
She loved the lifestyle. She never loved that dude.
That shit is terrifying.
Yeah,
like when you really sit back and especially from a male's perspective. And I just had this conversation with my old lady. She was talking about one of her acquaintances that was damn near in the same position. They ended up getting divorced. But that shit has to be terrifying. You know what I'm saying? To be put in a position for a man to get on one knee, make these vows, all to a woman that's not even in love with you.
I mean, but he did all of that and he was still cheating on her. So what does that
He was
mean?
cheating on her.
Those two things don't got nothing to do with each other. Nothing to do with each other.
Okay, if you cheated on a man and he came back and told you I was never in love with you, are you gonna say, oh well, you're gonna still feel some type of way about that, right? That don't change the fact that he said that.
I mean, if we're not together no more, I don't feel no type of way about it. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It changes.
Moving
You
on.
just
So let
get
me
all
ask you a
blurred up.
question, Sweeney.
What's up?
Often we hear men who say, oh, I'm going to date this girl who's young, who's 15, 20 years younger than. Do you think that's love?
It
Or do
can
you
be.
think
Why couldn't it be?
Why couldn't it be? Who said that it wouldn't be?
Why couldn't it be?
Yeah, possibly.
Okay. So do y'all think, if I can say this, the Drea situation, I don't know the young player's name, but they got like a 20-year difference between them. Do you think that's love? And what do you think his mother is telling him?
It could be love. I think
His mother saying that he didn't lost his damn mind and he wasn't raised that way to pick a wife like her or have a child with a woman like her. They're not married. So yeah.
So
I don't know how that changes the fact that somebody would feel some type of way if somebody said that I was never in love with you. I don't see
to say that is absolutely ridiculous.
You
That don't have.
can't.
I don't think that has anything to do with Shaq cheating. To be honest, I really think he probably cheated because they had no, because she wasn't in love with
She
him,
wasn't
and
in
he
love
felt
with
that
him.
way, right?
Like,
So
like,
that Shaq's behavior has nothing to do with her behavior. She still has to be accountable for the fact that she married a man that she wasn't in love with, for the fact
Thank
of having a certain lifestyle, to live a lifestyle that she desired, and it is what it is. But to say that publicly is absolutely insane. To actually
Yeah.
come and to have
That's
her
the vote
kid
bill.
college age listening to that, processing that, like, damn, you had a whole family with my dad, and you're actually saying publicly that you were never in love with my father, and
you.
my father has said that he made a mistake with you, that he regrets messing over you. I'm a ride with my daddy at this point, because you faking a fraud. I'm a ride with my father. If a woman said that, and my mother said that about my father, that you right, Biz. That is the definition of cold-blooded, heartless. Like, you in it for the check, you in it for the look, as they say, you in it for the lifestyle. She probably didn't care that Shaq was cheating all them years because she was out buying bags. She
Until
didn't
she
care.
was ready to go.
So I have a question.
She turned her head on the whole situation until she got tired of it. He probably got loosey-goosey with it, and she was like, oh, you know what? I'm out at some point. But Shaq is a ladies' man. I'm from Baton Rouge. His daughter was at LSU. Like, he has a house in Baton Rouge. I know a lot about his situation and how he moved. Shaq takes care, and he deals with a lot of women. He has a lot of history of women and taking care of women. And so that's really who he is. And if she really was in it to see who he was, she didn't care about none of that. He always been that way. She was in it for the lifestyle, period.
Man, so even with that being said,
Casey with the slam dunk.
Even with that being said, she very much could have been sabotaging the marriage the entire time. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. That's crazy.
She's very hard to
A
defend.
man that you were never in love with. That's
Give
some
me a
sick
better
shit.
character woman.
Y'all remember when we went over this about a couple months ago, and I said, when she said that shit, I said she deserved everything Shaq did to her. If you come to me and tell me you never
When we
loved
had the
me,
conversation, you
did
did
say that, sweetie. You did say that.
In love all
You
the
did.
time. People are in marriage for duty. So then, are you saying that they should cheat on each other?
No,
because they're
no.
not married.
But guess what, Ruth? Guess what? Let me give my opinion on the video. His mom probably met Shaunie before they got married and saw how inauthentic she was of a woman. Regardless of, take Shaq's behavior out of it, y'all. Y'all gotta remove that. If your parent is coming to you, I mean, you're coming to your parent about this mate, whatever, regardless of what their behavior is, you're looking at this person coming into the fold of our family, the situation. My son is a superstar, X, Y, and Z, right? She probably saw straight through the fact that Shaunie was in it for his paycheck, that Shaunie really did. First of all, regardless, women have discernment, regardless if you're a mother or not. Parents, men and women, mother and father, have discernment over their children, and they also can see people coming around for different reasons. On top of age and wisdom, right, and being older than your child, I don't care how old your child is, they can be adult level. Your parents have been on this earth longer than you, right? So they've had lived experiences, and they've been in contact with people. So she probably met Shaunie, saw how Shaunie moved, and was like, this chick don't like you. You can see when a woman don't like a man. She just there. She just in it for the situation. You don't see no catering to, no love, no desire
to make the
to be
plate
a
for you and
part.
shit.
Yeah, she probably didn't have no energy at getting to know the family. She was probably just there. Y'all see them girlfriends on NFL draft day? Y'all see some of the interaction on NBA draft day with some of those moms and those daughters? Those girlfriends, because some of it is for the opportunity to become a wife, a girlfriend, a baby mama. That's all it is, and it's surface level. Now, back to the video for me. I feel completely different. I come from a family where my parents are They don't care how old they are or how old we are, right? I have 3 brothers. We're all adults. My parents are going to always have an opinion over what we have going on. It is what it is. A lot of people have compared my family to like an Indian family or a white family. Whatever society is doing, we don't give a damn. We're very close knit. We walk together in lockstep, and I don't believe, Marcus, the way you raise your daughters, you don't have to fear your daughters running away further from you if they have a different opinion. I had boyfriends before my husband. My mom was like, nah, this ain't it. And I really, really cared about them. And I was like, oh, for real? Okay, tell me like why y'all, because I value my parents' opinion. And if I was maybe too young at the time to process why, or some things that I did not see, but I never ran in the opposite direction of what my parents saw or my older brother at the time would see in a guy that I was dating or a guy that I was interested in, right? Granted, they raised me to have a certain opinion and to look, because I was dating, I knew I wanted to be married one day, right? Every guy that I ever dated is successful to this day. Either married or single with no kids. And I'm very proud of that, because I listened to my father and my brother, my older brother and my mom, as far as the type of guys that I chose to attach myself to. So if I value their opinion, regardless if their opinion is different than mine, I can be humble enough at that time in my young age to be like, okay, I may not like it. I may be like, oh man, like for real. And even some friendships, there were some friendships that I had. My mom was like, nope, I don't want you hanging with her. And I was like, why? I mean, she's great. We have so much fun together. What's wrong with her? And it came to fruition of everything that my mom was saying, why I didn't need to be around this chick. So as a parent, if you have the relationship with your child and you actually value listening to your child and talking to them and being really, really open with them, your child as a parent is going to value your opinion, y'all. Your child is going to value your opinion 100%. And you got to be steadfast in that, because I know me and my brothers would not be where we are with our mates if it didn't come to that.
Can I answer the question?
Are you Ruth?
Yeah. I just wanted to answer the question.
Go ahead.
I cannot. That's what we waving at. I cannot defend somebody
Boy,
like Shaunie.
you just follow the trend, huh? Everybody start waving, you just start waving too. You don't know which way.
Like an experiment. Like
everybody start running.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We were talking
Everybody
about
starts shit. I'm smoking too. Now go ahead.
we talking about Shaunie. I can't, like, if it was anybody else, I could probably try to defend her, but I'm not defending her. I think you guys are right on with her. A regular woman, I would, but not her. Not that, like, and then the fact, like you said, your character says, like, why do you come out? You got to have this whole production. Like, are you trying to prove your loyalty to your new husband? Right. Like, what's the point of that? Like, I don't get that. So she just, like, once you watch the show, and I'm like, you put this together? I'm like, yeah, that's not. She doesn't have like good discernment and decision making to me. So yeah, I think Shaq apologizing now. She was a solid woman and all of that stuff. It's to make him look better too, kind of, because like, why? We all can see that she ain't it. But anyway, to answer the question, as far as the kids and stuff like that, I'm not really gonna say what I'm telling my kids, because I found out myself that you just can't bring any old body home to me. See, what had happened was, I went and brought my person to my parents, and I was like expecting. I literally was like, no, my parents are not gonna accept you. They was like, sure, just take her, whatever. Like, and not really telling me their reservations. And boy, did I mess up, So
They was trying to get rid of your ass.
they was. They really was. I was like, dang, I can't go to campus and I got to get married to this guy. I felt like it was almost arranged, but I picked him. So I was like, oh, well, I got to do what I got to do. That's what happened with your girl, Ruth. 3 daughters later. Anyway, so they was like, wait, you going to keep having babies? Wait, this is backfiring. I was like, well, should have told me before. But later on, they were telling me, we didn't like him for this or that reason. And I was like, dang, y'all should have told me. I was waiting. So for me, I have a great relationship with my kids. Some of them listen, some of them take my advice, some of them don't. But I do give my opinion. Is it going to be, and I think you should start them early. See, if you're teaching them the ABCs, but you're not teaching them, hey, like the other day, I had to tell my son, we don't like girls that throw our popsicles in the trash. Stop liking mean girls. He's only 4 years old. He crying about a girl, and he like girls that's mean to him. So I'm starting early to let him know, like, this is, you don't wait till they're 16 years old to start trying to dictate who they're dating. So, and then there's certain people, I'm like, listen, I believe in black love. Now, if they bring somebody else, I will always embrace it, but my preference would be to build a solid black unit. So that's what I think. I think that you can come up and raise your family whatever way you want. You just let them know what you like. If it's a good person, okay. But I'm giving them the reasons why. The reasons why. Before you bring me anybody I don't like, this is the reasons why. These are the issues that can happen. If you feel like you can deal with that, then go ahead, have at it. But if not, this is the right route we go.
Hey, you got to let that young warrior go through that stage of that heartbreak, man. Because if he don't do it now, then you know what I'm saying, he gonna be looking for it once he get older. That go ahead and let him experience them girls throwing away.
I broke his heart. I told him he can't see her. Yeah, his heart is broken. Yep, heart broke. Check.
Hey, but I to your first point about Shaq, I think that Shaq is genuinely hurt by the decision that he made with breaking up his marriage, essentially, or at least what we can assume on the surface. Of course, now that we know that she was never in love with him, we can absolutely say that she was definitely sabotaging the marriage itself. But one of the interviews that I saw of Shaq that I'll never ever forget was where he said he was in this 6,000 square foot mansion, and he came home and that motherfucker was empty. No man wants to experience or feel that, especially to achieve that level of success, and to essentially have it all and then to lose it all. No man in his right mind is going to want to accept that and not feel genuinely some way about it. So I do
Can I
think
push
that.
back?
Go ahead.
Do we feel bad for a woman that decides not to have kids or have a career, or she has 5 children by different fathers? You're like, no, she spent her youth, she did what she did in her 20s, and we don't feel bad for her. So why all of a sudden we got to feel bad for these guys that got to deal with their career? They got to deal with every
No,
woman.
I didn't say that we got to feel bad for him. That wasn't what I said. I said that I think that Shaq genuinely felt bad for the decision that he's made. That's what I said. I didn't say that we have to feel bad for him. Everybody make their own decisions. You make your bed, you got to lay in that motherfucker.
All right, let's go to get the Trev. Your thoughts about this, man? You parenting?
So I'll say this. We just got to kind of look at the type of dude that Shaq is. Like Marcus said, he swung around with Superhead. He was with remember Hoops? Y'all remember Hoops from like Flavor of Love? We even saw him running around with Brittany Renner recently. All of these women who were deemed
that boy got a type
undesirables as far as women are. But even with that, you've never heard him use any disparaging remarks towards women, even with the quality of women that he dealt with. That's just not something that he is in the business of. Mm-hmm. So he's never going to say anything horrible about Shaunie, particularly that was the mother of his children, and he considers that right.
part
So he's
too.
going to keep it. He's just going to keep it playing. I think there was probably a lot going on in the background. Remember when he got with her, he was pretty young. He realized likely later on what type of female she really was, and there's going to be some things that are just missing. A lot of females just think that men are these horned dogs with an insatiable thirst for sex, but that's not really the case. It was likely something missing from his relationship. He was missing that attention, that affection. And when you don't get that, sometimes you go out and play. He's chasing something. And I mean, we could think of what we want about it, but in all honesty, he was likely missing something from home. And he realized he was in a situation that he knew would go bad, and he didn't want to leave his family because he didn't want to come home to that big ass empty house. So he said, all right, I'm gonna rough it out. My opinion, of course, but I really do think he just tried to rough it out for as long as he could, because and I think he really was in love with her as well. But there was just certain things that he probably didn't feel he should be deprived of, and he was, in my opinion, chasing them with the other women. And I think he's probably not going to get himself in a situation where he's married again. He had his children, he had his family, and that might be it. Now, as far as the children are concerned, everybody made some really good points. It definitely does have to start early, but the main thing is you have to build that trust for your children to be able to listen to you. They have to understand that you're always right. It is what it is. I tell my children all the time. I give them every simple example of, damn it, I'm always right. Look at this. Look at this. I'll point it out. I'm always right. It is what it is. And once they build that type of trust, and of course the openness, they have to also trust you in that sense, where they know you can talk to them without judgment and you'll have some sort of understanding. So I'm making my business to be hip to a lot of things that are going on, modern trends, what children are dealing with, just understanding the differences between generations. I try to make myself relatable. So I introduce them to a lot of the new artists and stuff that's coming out. They understand I'm more hip than them. I'll just say that. But I make an effort to be. I try to be into pop culture. I try to be into everything just so they could understand, okay, he knows what he's talking about. Because they have to believe you. If they don't believe you, they're just going to do their own thing. And once you plant seeds very early in life, then you kind of trust them. If they ask for my influence, then I'm open for it. But I don't think that I'm going to have too much. I think that the qualities that I've instilled in them early are going to help them later on in life to make those types of decisions. I'm not afraid to talk to them about sex, relationships, birds and the bees, whatever you want to call it. They need to know. I tell them about different types of personalities, about things that you should be able to notice right away, red flags, and just understanding the dynamics of a relationship. So as long as you put the work in early, you should be able to trust that they'll make a good decision, right? They're not going to be perfect, but I don't think they're going to end up with no bums either. And another main thing is they have to understand their worth. If you ain't telling your daughter she's beautiful on a regular basis, and you ain't telling your son he a guy on a regular basis, they won't believe it. They won't understand. They have to understand their worth. So they are more selective when they go out to pick a partner.
All right. I'll go ahead and put a bow tie on this one, man. Guys, just tune in. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Let's make sure we hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to Dale Matthew, man, to get the 5 Lapeef Network memberships. Appreciate you, sir. First side, good to see you, brother. 5 Lapeef Network faithful. Chi-Town finest. Thank you, sir. Salute to you as well. And Big at 11, $10 says, can we just once in life just be honest? Shaunie was in it for the money and lifestyle, just like Jasmine was in it for the snacks. Tell the truth. As soon as he asks for a date, you got snacks? As soon as you get in the car, what you looking for? I thought you got some snacks up in here.
You got some Pringles.
Leave my snacks alone.
Hey, Tia, you gotta fix your iPad.
Y'all don't do Jasmine like that.
Yeah, you kind of hurt her.
I didn't
Yeah,
even do nothing. I don't even know how it turned. I did nothing.
yeah. And I'm probably, yeah. Hit the like button, man. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the chat, man. Here, the likes are down. Make sure we get the likes done, man. See if we can get 50 more likes, man. Everyone hit the like button.
Hey,
Right.
hey, real quick too. Shout out to Sway, man. That nigga Sway look amazing for his age, and he's still running.
Yeah. Shout out to the Sway, man.
What you sipping on, Viz?
Some scotch,
Scotch, okay.
some Scotty.
All right then.
Hey,
Club going up on a Thursday.
hey, you know Viz here too. You heard me?
You said what?
I said, you know Viz is in Dallas too.
Word?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. Hey.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, hey,
back chat.
I'm in Fort Worth though.
Yeah, got this. Hold on, I'm about to put it in the back chat, Viz.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go ahead and get it started, man. We're gonna talk about Sexyy Red, man. We're gonna talk about Sexyy Red. I just have to ask this question. Are the men and ladies vibing to these songs on the panel?
Hell no.
Hell no.
On the song. It depends on the song.
No. This new song she got is catchy. I think she just do a lot of catchy stuff. Her beats be nice, so it's kind of something you could bop to. But I don't really rock with her music like that. No shade to you, Sexy, but just a little.
I ain't going for it. She got a couple bangers.
No, somebody being honest.
Yeah, no, she got a couple bangers. I ain't going for it.
So being a choreographer and ex-professional dancer, like her music, so it's some of the beats are very catchy, right? She has a whole Soulja Boy type of lane that she's trying to with her beats. Even though she's not from Atlanta, she's riding that early 2000 Atlanta lane of club music as far as her style. So that is why it's catching on. Now everything else that comes with it, the persona, what she says, what she stands for, all of that is completely trash.
Agreed.
So like nobody. So
man, but the
thing, nobody on the panel is saying anything along the lines of "let that coochie breathe."
I mean, like walking around just saying it out loud.
Wait, what? What you said, Jam? What you said?
But we're
not doing that. Now we're taking it to another level. You gotta
actually, that song is pretty catchy. I like Rich Baby Daddy.
Oh, the Drake song. Oh, that was huge. That was on the radio. That was viral. Yeah, that was everywhere.
You know, when the gospel girl came out and did it, she was like, "Been that asshole," like, you know,
she blew it up. She added another 2 months, another 8 weeks of radio plays for it. It
was too.
And I love the video for it. The video was really nice.
This is the thing, though. Like these artists nowadays, a lot of artists nowadays aren't actually creating good music. They're literally riding off of the production of it. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Like they're not talking about nothing. You can turn on a hard ass beat and you could just, you know what I'm saying? Like there was one cat that was on Sway's freestyle joint, and my man was just making noises. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. Designer.
You know what I'm saying?
That was Designer.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like man, if the beat is catchy, you can say anything, you know what I'm saying, over and it's gonna sound good.
I think it's a little more than that.
Well, no, I agree. It is more to that. You know what I'm saying? You definitely gotta be able to you have to be able to push the limits, of course. But at the end of the day, when we really look at it, because even Future is a great example of that. You know what I'm saying? Future don't be talking about shit, but the fact that he got Metro behind him, you know what I'm saying, and he got some hard ass production behind him, it sound good. You know what I'm saying? Even with Keith, Finego, you know what I'm saying? the beat hard as fuck. Bro, not talking about nothing. But let that come on in
Riding
the
through
club.
New York.
Nah,
Club
see, here's the part of it, right? First, I mean, if you understand like how an earworm works, that's one thing. If people are not saying your hook the second time it plays, you failed. That's the main thing, is the hook. You have to understand hooks. I used to help people write hooks, and what I'm telling you is that once you got a hook in there, it's over, right? The simpler the song, the more people could repeat it, the more people could recite it. That's how you get your joint to be catchy. So in a lot of cases, less is more. And then you have to understand, in the club scene and all this, dudes be high as hell. If you start coming out with lyrics and stuff like that, we can't bop to that. We're not familiar with it. So less is more sometimes. The newer generations just don't require much, because there's some good artists that are out here, but they're not going to burn because it's the thing that we used to call just dumbing it down. We had a lot of good people. I unfortunately told people, I did it myself. I told people like, yo, you got to dumb it down a little bit, and they've had success with it, and they had more people really being able, that like a perfect example of that would be like Cannabis. He came out at the wrong era. If he would have came out 10 years earlier, he would have been probably one of the nicest rappers, but he came in right as that started happening, and he was just too much. So if you are giving them that type of lyrics,
there's a difference.
Tough.
There's a difference between dumbing it down and just making noises.
Yeah.
Like, we got to be able to delineate the difference between the two. Like hell, even Soulja Boy had good hooks, and he could actually understand what the motherfucker
understand it.
Like what they doing today, niggas just
can understand designer. You could understand designer.
Hell no, I can't understand designer.
Well, see, that means you ain't hip. I could
on there making a bunch of
it's a lot of mumble rap going on.
Like,
that ain't got nothing to do with being hip. I really
like Lil Baby is trash to me. I don't understand how he even got
hot. Be on the track talking about
Lil Baby. You said Lil Baby.
I can't stand him.
She like Lil Baby.
I can't stand him.
He don't mumble rap.
Lil Baby is probably one of the more lyrical artists of today.
Yeah.
But I'm saying,
that's what I'm saying. You got to be. You're not with the language then.
Let's compare today's music to the 2000s.
Girl, shake that Laffy Taffy. We knew exactly what that nigga was saying. It was
even just using Nelly as an example, right? Nelly was never a lyrical artist.
What?
But Hot in Here, you know what I'm saying?
It's getting hot.
And he was talking say hot in here. Your parents say about hot in here.
I had Air Force Ones playing in my story today. I love that song.
You know what I'm saying? They
you got to think about it. Our parents didn't like our generation of music, right?
No, my parents loved our generation of music.
Yeah, my parents did too. They still.
My parents definitely didn't like my shit. They used to tell me to turn my shit off all the time. Turn
I
that
remember
shit
going
off.
on road trips. My mama had the CDs, and we would be bumping and riding. It'd be a lot of profanity. She'll turn it down. She knew the parts was coming on, but we was jamming.
You can't run me off that easy now. You can't run me off that easy now. I guess we gotta shred that dick. We sharing these niggas. You know what I'm saying? You can't run me off that easy, baby. We gonna have to shred that dick, okay? Okay, sister.
Okay.
What the hell?
Come on, man. It's terrible, bro.
So she fighting with Kayla B. Oh, y'all know who King Von is?
Yeah.
So his sister is Kayla B. So her and Sexyy Red is fighting over Chief Keef right now. Chicago niggas.
I honestly think this is.
Well, from what I heard, hold on.
They doing this for promo.
Yeah, right.
Even you can understand what Chief Keef said.
Yeah,
all these bitches love so all and they know. Like you knew what the motherfucker was saying.
Period.
All right, so the reason why I brought this Sexyy Red influence on the culture, that was just a little snippet of what she said, kind of give you an idea of the type of person she is, if you haven't listened to the music. But this one lady spoke about it, and this is why we're having this discussion.
I hate that girl. I hate her. I wish somebody would make a diss record against her ass. I think I'm about to write a diss. I don't like that bitch. I don't like her at all. Like, she be single-handedly playing in y'all face.
And I said to myself, who the fuck is her fan base? This is why I hate when y'all listen to her music. Like, y'all keep saying, like, yeah, man, but the beat hit. I don't give a fuck how much the motherfucking hit. Let me tell you something. Every time I hear that bitch in my motherfucking car, I turn her shit off because I know she detrimental to the black community. I know she motherfucking influencing young girls to pop they pussy open for a baby. I know that's what that bitch doing. And in the same breath, she's influencing these young girls to be ratchet, nasty, and trifling. And then she's telling y'all that y'all got carpet hair. So not only is she's influencing y'all to do that, but she's also insulting y'all at the same time. I hate that bitch. I promise you. I hate the fact that social media make everybody famous. I hate this. That's why every time I see one of my sisters going in on that bitch, I repost, share, like, comment as much as I motherfucking can. As much as I can. If y'all women up here got younger girls, okay, and within their teenage years, please talk to your girls. Please talk to your teenagers about this bitch. Make sure you tell them that this is not the way to go, because that's her fan base. Because everybody that I talk to don't really like her. So I be trying to figure out who is her fan base. It's these younger girls. It's these younger girls with fan. She is going to tear y'all daughter's self-esteem down. Keep fucking letting your daughter listen to this. I'm finna say some crazy shit. Keep letting your daughter listen to this bitch and see what happens. She gonna tear your daughter's self-esteem down piece by piece. Sexyy Red is making a mockery out of black girls' hair and saying it looks like carpet and saying that it's unattractive, along with turning your daughter into whores. I hate this bitch with everything in me.
Hey, for the culture, man.
Bro, she went in so hard. I
culture.
watched her like 3-4 times. I love the way I love her delivery in this post. Like, I literally watched it so many times because I love the fact that it was just raw and uncut. And people in the comments love to say Sexyy Red is just the same thing as Trina and Little Kim and all the others that we had in our generation. Lies.
No,
Those women were
no.
not rapping about chlamydia and having lip gloss named after STDs. That is all lies. Our generation's ratchets of women and women who are sexually provocative did not go to the degeneracy of the level, the highest level that Sexyy Red is. It's all lies. They didn't do it. Nobody, you cannot compare Trina to her. You can't compare Little Kim to her. You can't compare Nicki Minaj to her. It doesn't stick. Y'all gotta stop that.
Even with Trina was pushing the 5-star chick, you know what I'm saying, where it was like an empowerment for women, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh no, we ain't fucking with no 3 stars, no 4 stars. We a 5-star, you know what I'm saying? And here we have Sexyy Red saying, oh no, we gonna share that dick, you know what I'm saying? Like come on, man. Like the part that blows me, like we can invest as black people, we can invest so much energy into all this other shit that just be insignificant, don't even fucking matter damn near, but yet we allow for Sexyy Red to go out, be on the airwaves, be on the radio, and nobody says nothing, nobody protests. We don't do none of this shit. You know what I'm saying? How detrimental it is, what it is that she's doing, and what's going to come after her. You know what I'm saying? Like there was a video on Facebook of this chick. You know what I'm saying? She got the eggplant joint on her shirt, and she rapping like in a courtroom or something. Shit ratchet as hell. And what's going to happen is we're going to see an evolution of it getting worse. You know what I'm saying? And if we don't stop it, but we need more. Honestly, we just simply need more black women to stand up and say exactly what she's saying and go the extreme of where we cancel her. You know what I'm saying? We can cancel everybody else, but for whatever reason, we won't cancel Sexyy Red.
So
So y'all
y'all,
don't
today
y'all don't like a little bit of ratchet at all?
I mean, of course, but
A
it's
little bit of
levels to
ratchet.
it. It's
She's
levels to it.
ratchet.
We
So
can't
Hell.
afford.
I'm
We
on
as a
Instagram
culture,
today.
as
I'm
a
on
culture,
Instagram.
we cannot afford ratchet. That's
I'm on Instagram, like just going off the deep end, and I end up on this guy's page, which is kind of exactly like I don't know y'all. I don't know if y'all follow that. There's people, photographers, and also journalists that are like doing highlighting street culture, kind of like the white underbelly page on YouTube, where they talk to like prostitutes, pimps, drug addicts, that type of thing. So I end up on this page that I've never seen on this guy who has a Detroit version of that. And he's highlighting Detroit drug users and prostitutes. I kid you not. I kid you not. A lot of the women, the prostitutes, crackheads, heroin addicts, were literally acting the exact same way of Sexyy Red. Like this guy was driving on the street, the woman bending over, popping her butt, twerking to as the light turned, the random people, she was like gone out of her mind, high as a kite, like half naked, missing teeth, all of that. But the behavior was exactly the same. It's exactly the same as a Sweetie, a Lotto, a Sexyy Red, all of these artists that are being pushed into the forefront in 2024 as what's hot, what's cool. It's cool to just twerk to no music in the middle of the street for no reason. Crackheads are doing that. Drug addicts are doing that. Prostitutes are doing that to
we
get
used
Johns
to we
and
used to
dates.
laugh at people that did that shit.
Right.
You was a
They're
joke.
doing that. So
I'm gonna keep it a bang.
I had chills, y'all. This was today. This was this morning. I shared it with my husband. I was like, I just kept looking at the different clips because I'm like, this is what's being pushed as what's hot. This type of behavior. And it's crazy. These people are not in their right mind, but people in their right mind are doing it to make money.
I'm gonna keep it a bang. If Trina and fucking Lil Kim was 30 years younger, they'd be doing the same shit Sexyy Red doing. They would be doing the exact same thing. Hell, if social media existed back then, you would probably see some of the most ratchet because a lot of this shit is for attention. A lot of it. So, like, come on, like, you mean to tell me the same woman that said you don't know nan ho that been the places I've been, that spent the grants that I spent, fucked about 5 or 6 best friends, wouldn't
But she
come out
not telling the people saying bend that ass over, let that coochie breathe.
She would have said all that shit. She would have told the
know.
whole. She would have done. She would have been just as ratchet and nasty as every other chick that's right on the day.
But I feel like you said they just do it for attention though, because a lot of these artists that put out a lot of these songs, if they get asked in an interview, like, would you let your kids listen to your music, or do you want your daughter to be a city girl? Would you want your daughter to be a city girl? All of them through the door, like, no, absolutely not. They making this music just for $1.
And then on top of that, you got to think. And then on top of that, you got to think about it. They music really ain't selling. They social media is selling. None of their music is selling. Ain't nobody going to their concerts unless it's a group effort. They got to bring in like 17, 30, 18 artists to come in. Ain't nobody buying their music. So all they got is their social media. They not selling.
Oh, you talking about Sexyy?
selling shows.
Bro. No.
Yeah,
Sexyy Red selling out shows, bro.
Sexyy
Red
Red
selling
selling
out.
shows because she came to Baton Rouge. She came to Baton Rouge and people went to go see Sexyy Red. I'm not even gonna lie.
Nah, bro.
And New Orleans. She came to New Orleans and Baton Rouge and they came to see.
Yeah, no, I feel you had me for a second, bro, but then it was like, no, nigga, no.
Yeah, no, Sweeney, I'm with you on that, Sweeney.
And is she selling out arenas or is she selling out little venues? But that's
it ain't no little
arenas.
venue.
She's not doing little venues. She's doing arenas.
We had this conversation.
Lotto just headlined Birthday Bash in Atlanta. Like all of this, they not little time, small town artists, Sweeney. Like they're blowing up. People are buying tickets.
Yeah, no, she's getting pushed by Drake. You know what I'm saying? And Drake is arguably one of the biggest artists in the world, not the country, the world. So Shorty at this point, she's worldwide. You know what I'm saying? But again, the fact that we, for whatever reason, you know, we control, and I'll forever stand on this. Down this.
Sweeney not listening no more. He trying to look up something.
Yeah, he trying to look up numbers, and he trying to see what venues. I already know what he did.
Yeah, you know.
But the fact that we control the culture, we control who is being actually received and who is being pushed. If we want to cancel somebody, we as a whole, as black people, is black culture. Fuck what white people doing. I know y'all love to say, oh, white people is the biggest consumers of rap and all this. So the fuck what? Who cares? The fact is that we as black people, we control the culture worldwide. And the fact that we are not standing up as one. Some people complain about Sexyy Red. Some people play the shit low key in their house when ain't nobody looking in their car, whatever. The fact that we're not standing up as one against something that we can all acknowledge as being detrimental to our future, I think that's a humongous problem.
I feel like we have a lot of positive black females in the culture, but you don't see a lot of kids emulating to try to be like them. Like, you don't see them rushing to try to dress like Michelle Obama or want to be like a Aisha Curry or something like that. Like, you see them
Rhapsody.
Yeah, Rhapsody, like these, positive rappers and positive musicians and stuff. Like, but it's just I mean, even you can't say it's not selling because they're everywhere. Like, we know who they are just because
her album went double wood.
But you just don't see them. You said what?
Her album went double wood, man.
She wins Grammys. What are you talking about? Anyways, I'm just saying, like, you don't see the kids, which is horrible because it's entertainment sells. It's just annoying, but it is what it is. Like, it's not even just our culture, it's every culture. It's just like, it's a thing. So we can cancel Sexyy, but then we have to cancel half of the rest of the artists too, because
so be it.
Shooting, killing, everything, selling drugs. I want to to my son about selling drugs too. It's not about just smacking your pussy on the floor. Like, I want you to not be selling drugs either, or killing people over nothing and stuff. And a lot of the rappers that we're losing right now are rapping these type of things and getting shot over them. I ain't seen no women getting stabbed up or smacking their pussy on the floor, but it's just like, it's still annoying though. It's just an annoying thing that you just have to monitor in your own household to make sure your kids aren't listening to it. And that's pretty much all you can do. But when they go outside, it's unfortunate. But I mean, I saw my niece doing a TikTok one day to that R. Kelly song, that what? Leg shaking thing. Remember when that trend was going on TikTok and everybody was doing that little leg shake thing? And I was just like, oh my God, like, you can't stop it because it just pops up on their feed. It pops up on their little TikToks and YouTubes. Like, it's so almost unavoidable unless you just block them from society, which is impossible.
I don't think we have enough.
Yeah, but you know what? I think
role models as women. Because everybody always going back to Michelle Obama. Like, she don't got no hot beat either, by the way. So you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no real women that we can just be like, yo, I like the way she dressed. I like the way she is. Mary J. Blige back in the day. That's the last time I remember looking up to a woman. Every other woman has disappointed me. So yeah, we need a lot more positive role models, and we have to be intentional about pushing them out, regardless whether the music accepts someone to or not.
About like her and Coco Jones and Victoria Monet, like, there's a lot of like R&B people, maybe not so much rap people, but rap has always been kind of a little bit of a vulgar genre.
And that's exactly it. This is the evolution of what hip hop is. We saw it. We were supposed to nip this in the bud way back in the day, right? We had people who was doing a thing. Queen Latifah, Lauryn Hill. We had people doing a thing, but then once we started letting in the Lil Kims, once we start letting in, we supposed to nip in the bud. She talking about sharing D right now, but all of them sisters that I just mentioned, they was talking about it in their raps too, about taking your
want to
man
ask
and all of
you,
that. That is pretty much share and D. That's the same thing. The only thing that's different is now it's just evolving, right? So you have to be more shocking, more shocking. The social media absolutely changed it. We know that because now it's not just your music, it's your brand now. And sometimes that will get you more shows, that will get you more attention, that will get you more money. So you just have to be more and more shocking. She represents to me what feminism has kind of done, just a perversion of what it originally was. And they allowed women to do this because it was liberating, and you should be able to express yourself sexually and everything else. You watched it happen because Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion are almost that bad, and then Foxy Brown and Lil Kim were almost that bad. It's just an evolution of it. We allowed this to happen. It progressed into this. We told women it was okay to be comfortable with your sexuality and put it out there. This is what it looks like. We should have stopped this way back then. The only way to dead it, I don't even know if you could, because we don't control the market. We not the dudes. We don't control the market. The kids do. They control the social media market. So that's the only way we can stop it is by parenting. We have to like not let them listen to it all together, right? Or definitely not emulate that. Definitely don't send them to a show. I would never send my kids to a show ever. They're not going to no concert like that. That's out. But young women are looking like, oh, I can do anything. I could do whatever I want. I could say whatever I want, and it's okay. Sexyy Red is literally releasing a video uncensored. You could actually see like private parts in the video. That's what's dropping. She got a collaboration with somebody where they're like literally their legs are open. You can see spread open. You can see everything. So it's pretty much evolved into pornography right now. That's what a music video. Yes. Yes. That's what they're doing right now. That's what it's evolved. That's what it's evolved into. Huh?
Can I ask you a question? Sometimes I feel like parents don't actually feel like they have control or power over their kids. You see that, like people not telling them you can't wear this, you can't listen to that, you can't I feel like we more hands off nowadays in our generation. Maybe our parents were a little too controlling, so we kind of back off. Do you see that as well?
No, there's a balance. There's a balance, right? And this goes to back what we were talking about just now when I was talking about parenting. We have to have that balance. We have to have that trust. You have to have that open communication. If you don't do that, if you try to lead with an iron fist, that's going to suck. They're not going to listen. They're going to rebel. And then you'll see people like Sexyy Red too. People rebel against that. Like I said, they have to be comfortable talking to you. You have to have that trust. If you don't have that trust and open communication, you dead. That's the main thing in parenting is trust and open communication. Any type of relationship, it's the same thing. Universal trust, open communication. If you can't talk to them and they can't trust to listen to you and that your advice is sound, you failed already. That's the main problem. And for some people, it might be too late because you didn't put in that work in the beginning. That's the foundational years. If you miss that, you're likely going to have issues all the way through. So all I can tell is new parents, listen, y'all want to shut it down. You need to communicate with your children and have that trust, and you need to show them what's right. I've exposed my children to all that, and I say it all the time. I've exposed them to this type of music. They know what it is, but I'll give it to them before the school give it to them, before their friends give it to them, and I'll give it to them with context so they know exactly what that means and why this isn't good for you and why we don't do this and why we rock this way instead. So, because they're going to be exposed to it one way or the other, because they're friends, you could try to hide it from them and shield them. But guess what? When you shelter them, they're going to rebel too. All that tension that is just going to snap like a rubber band when they turn 18 and they can do what they want to do. So you have to give them this to see, and you give it to them with context. And you be like, yo, you know what? This is what I think about it. And this is what it leads to. And you just got to give them that explanation. You have to sit down and talk to them sometimes.
I agree with
I definitely believe, Ruth. Can I just say this part, JR? I definitely believe, Ruth, that it's not necessarily putting light on the music, but it's about putting light on what the music represents and the people that the music is actually talking about and the lifestyle that the music is promoting. That's what you have to talk to your children about. And I feel like they'll be able to decipher the difference in what they hear and what should be promoted for themselves and what they should subscribe to, right? Also, like their environments, like you can hear music. I mean, most of the people buying hip hop are not Black. Like, let's be real. And it's cosplay for other cultures. It's cosplay. They don't subscribe to those cultures. They don't subscribe to that lifestyle. They listen to it for entertainment, and they go back to their lives in the suburb and what their parents say, and they go make their straight A's at the private school, and they live the life that their parents and their family designed for them to live. And so I think that you have to draw that strict line between, okay, this is entertainment, this is what this music is promoting. We don't stand for that. That's not what we promote. That's not what we live by. But they're gonna hear it, like you said. Once they leave the house, they're gonna hear it at school. They're gonna hear it at some point in high school. They're gonna hear it with their friends having their phones and AirPods and all of that stuff. You have to lay down and have those open conversations, like Travis is saying. You can't shield them from it. You have to inform them, advise them, and make sure they're informed on how to shield what they like their lives and what exactly they should want for their own particular lifestyle.
I agree with you, but I would say that you said that other people are designing their life for their children, and we can do that as well. I feel like we so hands off and letting the kids decide. We need to design it. You don't have to force them or anything, but just kind of set it up for them to go a certain kind of way. You get to
completely
decide
agree. Completely
Yeah.
agree. A
So we
child
start
doesn't know what they
designing it
want.
more, the kids are not going to be in the driver's seat. You are until it's their time.
Lead up a
Correct.
child in the way that he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart.
Right.
We need to instill the values of life into our young Black boys and girls. There's no the value of life, the value of self is damn near obsolete in our culture, and we see it often. There was just a coward that unalived 3 of his family members. I think I forgot what state it was. And there were people in the comment section asking to see the videos of him doing it. Black people, this is where we are in our culture, to where we have devalued our own selves so much that we want to see a coward unalive 3 members of his family. There was even a post where this broad, and I will call her a broad, there was a post where a broad made a comment sharing the post to the topic, saying that, calling him John Wick Jr. You are a grown-ass woman, a grown-ass Black woman at that, where most Black women complain about not being protected,
Yep.
about not feeling comforted and all this other shit by Black men. But here you are, for some likes, for some goddamn likes, here you are making a post about 3 Black women losing their lives to a coward, and you jokingly say that he is John Wick Jr. This is where we are in our culture. And this is why when people say, oh, social media isn't real, no, fuck that. It is real. This is real life, because this is how people are thinking. That was the whole purpose of social media. That's why it's called social media. This is what people are thinking socially. So it's ridiculous that we have gotten to this point, and for whatever reason we ignore it. But the only time that we do pay attention to it is when a white police officer kill a Black person or whatever the case may be. Then it's Black Lives Matter.
Hello.
But when we're doing it to ourselves, and a grown ass Black woman is calling a coward John Wick Jr., and people are laughing at it, this is a fucking problem, bro. So at what point do we take the time out to start canceling these people that are literally sending our culture into the dump? You know what I'm saying? And start calling these motherfuckers out and saying, hey, no, this shit ain't cool. You know what I'm saying? Hey, no, we see you. It's on site, fam. You joking about this shit? It's funny. Oh, it's on site. And motherfuckers put hands on them. But no, we ha ha, we caca at it. It's amusing and all this other shit, and we doing it to ourselves.
But
So
how do you
it's
really change it though? Are you really going to change it by shaming people into not doing it? Or are we going to solve
yes.
the real problems and say maybe if you had a real good job, you wouldn't be worried about what's going on the internet? Like,
It don't matter if you got a good job because we just saw. I don't know if you saw it. We just saw a fucking judge acting the ass while she was getting arrested. A black judge. You know what I'm saying? So it's no, the job, the
you get my
age.
point? My point is like I feel like people are hopeless, and I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying like what is the real way to solve the real problem of us not taking things seriously? If we have real lives and real responsibilities and real like we actually believe that we can make something out of ourselves. I feel like we hopeless, so we don't care if somebody live or die.
Well, like I've already given a solution that I think is a start. I don't think we're gonna be able to help everybody.
No, we ain't gonna be able
Yeah, so you got to start inside your house. Try to say to youth. So make sure that your family, your husband, your wife, your sister, your mother, well, not your mother, but and then your sister and brother may be grown, but them damn kids, make sure you get them under control so that they not out here repeating the same things that's been going on.
facts.
But it's going to take, in order to do that, it's going to take true sacrifice. I was having a conversation earlier with someone, and I don't think people truly understand what it means to be a parent. I'm always hearing the things that they're trying to do, things that they haven't had the opportunity to do. But once a child enters in there, then it becomes mostly about them. And if you're married, then it becomes mostly about your spouse. But I don't. It takes a lot in order to be able to raise children, like more than we think. It takes true sacrifice, which means we're going to probably have to be not doing a damn thing. I mean, that's like the reality of it. So, like, that's why they say they want maybe like the husbands to kind of work more or put themselves in a position to be able to have the wife stay at home, so that that child is getting a lot of training within the home and not necessarily from strangers. Because it's a lot of people that just do things for a paycheck. Police officers, podcasters. Who else we got? Teachers.
Preachers.
Yeah, preachers.
All of that, man.
So you really don't know what situation you putting your child in. And if they don't, if their upbringing was different, then they may be okay with certain things that may be against your religion or against your beliefs, but you have no control over that, because you want to know why? You're getting a break. You're getting a break. You get an opportunity to be able to work. Think about it. Even when you are off of work, you still sending your child to camp because you need a break, instead of taking that opportunity to be able to spend with them and seeing if you could pour a little bit more into them.
I don't know.
Hey,
We've always come from a working class group of people where motherfuckers was always at work, and there was a period in time where people knew how to act. Like, I don't know if the whole working or like there was a period of time where we knew what the hell to do. We had like 60
Queenie,
plus
I agree with that, but the world gonna always keep changing, and so either you got to change some things around. You can still keep some same principles. You can kind of control as much as you can, but when you send your child out there, the same principles that been holding all these years, they're not holding them out there. So then when you release your child to there, then it's like you don't know what your child is getting into now.
But
And
at
then
that
you
point,
do have to,
but at that point, whose fault is it? Is it our fault that we let our community slip so far down the drain
I don't think it's necessarily us controlling our community. You can only control what's within your house. So when you send your child out there, then they got to know how to battle. They got to know how to represent the family name the correct way. So that is your fault if your child is going out there and they're not representing the family name the proper way.
Facts.
But the only thing that I'm saying is that the world is shifting and changing, and if you're not aware of what's going on, then how can you properly prepare your child? If you keep saying we used to know how to do it, yeah, we did used to know how to do it. But
you know what's my bad. No, go ahead. I was just gonna say the difference is today people have realized the value of influence. That's what's different, Sweeney. People have realized that you can monetize influence, right? A lot when you talk about the people who are on social media, what are they called? Influencers, right? You got people marketing to you on a daily basis, so they weren't bombarded with that. You were kind of safe with, I guess, legacy media before. It wasn't crazy. You always had propaganda, but it wasn't to the level of right now, and they weren't trying to monetize it as bad. So it's incentivized now for people to say, I need you to be a damn zombie. I need you to watch this. People want your face in social media all day. So they show you the most shocking things that they possibly can. Like when we were kids, we didn't witness anything. When I was like, I guess, like late teens, that's when I first started getting exposed to like rotten.com, where you could see somebody, decapitated or whatever. You're like, oh, shoot. These cats can see that in their phone when they're like 10 years old. They're desensitized to everything. They're witnessing things that they should never witness. If they want to go onto a corn site, they can easily do that. All you have to do is say, yes, I'm 18. I'm in. Right? Whereas we would have had to struggle and find it if our parents didn't hide it well or whatever. And they can see any type. Like there's all types of violence and all different types of ideologies. Right? And they can be influenced into anything. And then now predators have easy access to them through online. You see to catch a predator all the time. So it's different. It's so much easier for people to be your children to be influenced and taken advantage of right now. There's so many different outlets for them. There's so much more access to them just because they got that smartphone or they got that tablet.
Now, I'm no expert, right? And I think I might be the youngest one up here, if not Jasmine. I think, what am I, 30? I'm 34. How old are you, Jasmine? 33? Tia, you 32? So we relatively close in age. So we come in on the ass end of the millennials.
31.
Like we probably about the youngest of the millennials, right? And I can honestly say I raised latchkey kids.
Right.
I had to work. My wife had to work the entire time our kids have existed. And I can honestly say that my kids came out the other side. They 14, 13, and 12 right now. And they coming out the other side of that as functioning members of society. This is, and like I said, I'm probably the closest to growing up with with kids that grew up in the generation of having to deal with technology and all of that, and they got iPads in their face left and right. And I used to have this running joke, right? Y'all remember the movie? What was it called? Shit. What was the name of that movie with Jim Carrey and he played God?
Bruce Almighty.
Bruce Almighty. So y'all remember in the movie, right? When Bruce Almighty, when he asked him about the prayers, right? And he opened up that damn file cabinet and it came like flying out. So there was a running meme that was on social media about 10 years ago where they used to say, like, this lady was holding this piece of paper and she said, the amount of people that I trust with my kids. And I used to make a running joke because I used to take that same picture of that Bruce Almighty and say, the amount of people I trust with my kids. Now, granted, I was joking, but like, you know what I mean? Because we were either raising latchkey kids or we were both working, we were a lot more liberal when it came to when it came to babysitters, and we were by ourselves. And I'm just being honest, our kids are relatively decent kids. I don't get how we in a society is so lost that we looking at the world and saying, damn, our kids can't even go outside no more.
But you probably have conversations with them. You probably reason with them. You probably make jokes with them. It's other stuff that goes on with that. Me personally, I was home with my kids for like good 10 years. So I got to be there with them. They just now the other month was like, Mom, this is weird that you're not home. So I shaped my entire life to be like, look, I'll be this career just so I can stay with my kids, or I'll be in this situation just so I can be around them. Yeah, there are times where there's like little moments where latchkey happens, but it wasn't that long. But my point is, when you having good conversations with them, like the point of being there when they come after school, if you could find a way as a parent out there, you could be there when they come home from school so you can hear their story. What happened? That's the only time you really have before they run back to their tablet, their TV, or whatever, their smartphone. And if you missed that moment, I was late to the show because I haven't seen them for a couple of days, and I had to see what was going on with them. And they have that connection. That's all we have. So then I can see what's going on with your life. Or we have family dinners. There's so many things you can implement to make sure you talk to your kids. Highs and lows. What happened this week? Every week before I drop them off at their dad's. What happened in your week? I want to know what your lows are. What's your highs? So we can talk about these things. Who was you talking to? Then one of my daughters got real close with me. So the other little daughter that wasn't supposed to have a little boyfriend, she finally admitted to it. So it's like once you set that model up, then the other kids will follow suit. So you have to make it an environment that they are willing to talk to you, because it's all this kind of stuff. So now you can go ahead and straighten out all the stuff. Oh, I know your teacher said this, but this how we're going to move. This how we're going to do that. And you got to kind of rewash their brains from the negativity that's out there.
Hey,
hold on, y'all, because I gotta shift it. I gotta shift it to the purpose of dating, just for the time reasons.
Oh, JL, let me say this real quick, and then
it ain't gonna be real quick, man.
real quick.
120 seconds, y'all be going over it.
Real quick. So I agree with what everyone is saying, but I think that it all boils back down to the values, right? I did not live the best life growing up, but one of the things that kept me from making some really bad decisions was me not wanting to let my mother down, me not wanting to make her look bad with her raising me, my family. You know what I'm saying? My family name meant something, that it was like, oh, if I'm gonna get caught in something, it's gonna be this, but it ain't gonna be this though. I might linger on this line here, but I ain't gonna cross that motherfucker. When we do that, when we instill that back into our children, back into our generations to come, then that's when it'll change. Everything else will be irrelevant, even if you don't make it there to have those conversations with your kids. You know what I'm saying? Even if you aren't there to watch them or be home at every hour, that'll be irrelevant, because they understand the impact and the power that I am the namesake to come, and what I do is going to impact the name that I have for my family. So once we get back to that point, and every family get back to that point, then that's when the culture will change.
Appreciate that. All right, we got to move on. I'm not sure if everybody spoke. Marcus, I'm coming to you first on the next topic. And Tia, get ready to. Time to get active. Guys, just tuning in. Welcome to Lapeef. Let's talk. Make sure we hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. The Will member for 28 months. Salute to you, sir. And thank you for being green for 28 months. It's not going to lie. When You My Everything came out, it was stuck in my head for a week. We also have LD 499. As long as you got poverty, you're going to always have sexy reds. That's the product of the ghetto. I want to thank you for your contribution. I'm going to break down this video, man. It's an excellent video. Thanks again, Casey, for sending this video. I think it was a good dialogue, and it's going to make for a good discussion. They focused on the purpose of dating, and they also touched on, it's an old video. I thought it was recent, but they just posted. Yeah, I look back at the original one was like 7 months ago. So this may have been discussed, but it ain't been discussed by us, the professionals. So we're going to make sure we hash this on out and see if we can get some perspectives and opinions. I know Ruth is an all-star, you guys. Let's give it up for Ruth.
What I do?
Just being an all-star panelist.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, see. I was telling him I'm going to give you your flowers when I gave it to you today. We got to let Hank know what we did for you today.
I appreciate it.
Be proud. It's a proud moment for you.
Thank you.
Anyhow, the purpose of dating, and then it did talk about who we getting advice from on the internet. They talked about who's qualified to give us advice. Single folks, married folks. We also seen somebody standing on their principles, man, standing on who they are. So some people may get exposed on when it comes to this and may not, man. I'm gonna go ahead and play a little bit of this clip, and I have a couple people talk and then I'll play again because I do want to kind of get through it. So just after a couple of people talk, just allow me to be able to play the video a little bit more. I'm not trying to cut everybody off. I just want to make sure we have a full discussion on the whole entire video. All right. So here we go.
That I actually have on here the brother Ace Metaphor. The video right now. Obviously, you know, Tony has made the way he feels and his stance clear about making sure that people are able to get the best guidance possible from the coaches and the experts in the space. And your platform actually was one that was mentioned. So what's your take and what's your perspective on what was stated?
So
and first, did you hear what was stated?
Yeah, I'll rewatch it. You know, everybody, internet is funny. They tag you real fast. Here's the thing. I respectfully disagree with my brother there. And the reason why I disagree is because there are all sorts of people from all sorts of walks of life. While I understand your perspective as a married man, brother, and this is also tagged along to the Instagram post that you guys made a couple of weeks ago. While I do understand your perspective, there are so many people right now struggling with dating, getting in and out of situationships, relationships, getting their heart broken. And even then I can say to you, brother, that maybe you're out of touch there. You know what I'm saying? So there are people that I bring on my panel that have walked and touched all different parts of life. This woman may be able to speak to this particular experience. This man may be able to speak to that particular experience. And that might reach somebody in that audience a little bit differently than you can. It doesn't mean that it's better, worse, or indifferent. It just means there are different perspectives. To think that all human beings are monolithic, that our walks of life all take the same course and the same path, and that there's one set of advice to give to all different people, to me seems out of touch, and it disqualifies a lot of people's personal experiences. One of the things I want to correct real quick that I heard that was spoken, now that we know the name is on there, like, we do have married people on our panel. That was the most confusing part about the whole thing. There are married people and there are actual relationship coaches and professionals that we bring. We have had therapists, we have had life coaches, we have had mentors, we have had people that are actively in the community be regular parts of our discussions. And so I just felt like it was a little bit of misinformation, and it comes from not actually, observing what we got going on. I observe what you have going on, but let me ask you this: what is the purpose of dating? It depends on who you asking. My purpose, if you ask me specifically,
in the scope of society, in the scope of family, what is the purpose of dating?
For some people, for a large percentage of the people, the scope of dating, if you're being intentional, is to find a husband or wife.
Correct. So,
but let me ask you this question, a follow-up question. Is that the reason why everyone dates?
Is that the reason
why everybody dates? Is that the reason?
But what I'm saying is we shouldn't promote what the devil doing. We shouldn't promote what is disadvantageous.
Come on,
so
man.
If someone is dating for sex, if someone is dating for fun, us as people with a platform should be promoting what is going to benefit society, not what is going to confuse society. So Albert Einstein said you cannot solve a problem from the same level it was created. So having people who are dating, talking to people who are dating, someone who's dating can't help someone who's dating, because the goal of dating is marriage. So a married person can tell someone who is dating, this is what you need to look out for while you're dating. This is what you need to check off. This is what you need.
When the last time you've been actively dating multiple people? When the last time you actively been dating? Like, not your wife, but you've been in a dating market.
This is what you have to understand.
No, so it's the question. You asked me a very direct question. I gave you an answer.
I'm answering you. I'm answering.
Go ahead.
Dating is principle based. It doesn't matter if it's 2023 or 1903. A relationship is based on principles, not the culture, not the trend, not the fad. Love does not change. Love stays the same because God is love and God does not change.
love is not contingent upon strip clubs and pornography and Instagram and social media. So the same way that my wife and I dated is the same way that people who will have a healthy marriage date today. But what you're trying to say is that we should date differently today because it's 2023. And that's not true, because a relationship is based on principles. So
Now,
what I'm
is that
teaching,
before you go forward, let me say this. I want to be very clear here. Specifically, I said people are not monolithic. Right now, you're bringing in God, devil, the Bible, and those are your particular principles, and I respect that, brother. I grew up religious too. I respect what you're saying. Dating, the main purpose of dating, it should be to find a mate. People shouldn't have sex before marriage. From the biblical perspective, I understand your perspective, brother, but I'm not going to dismiss your perspective simply because it doesn't align with mine or this person's or that person. I think the particular problem isn't me saying that your take is wrong. I respect it. I enjoy listening to your content, but to say how things should work for all people and dismiss everyone else that doesn't speak your particular alignment, to me, it's irresponsible. And the reason I say that is because there are all sorts of people doing all sorts of things, loving all sorts of ways. And if you think that your way is the only way that works, brother, I commend you. I'm just saying there are people from all walks of life that need to hear other perspectives, either to solidify theirs or make them curious about another way that could work better for them. Brother, the one thing you said that was really interesting to me,
you're telling me
is
who you're working for.
You said what?
You're telling me who you're working for.
And that's why a lot of people look.
But meaning you telling
when you say that, when you say that, you go when you and what you're saying,
you're working to provide a platform for all of the voices, for all the different types of people, because people are not a monolith. So the voices that you are giving a platform to have no success if they are not in a healthy relationship.
I just told you that there are people on our panel that are married.
Exactly. That's not what's being posted.
Hey, I got a quick question here, Ace, because just to see if there's even any common ground. Do you feel?
All right, sorry to lift, man, but good context. Let's go to Marcus and then we'll go to Sweeney.
So I get both of their points, honestly. You want to set a framework in which everybody can fall in line and we can get everything on a specific track and it can move forward in this specific way so we can get this specific end desired result. I get that. Like that would be the easiest and quickest way to transition into having a homogenous society where we all had 2-parent homes and the kids were in the home and all of that. So he right in that regard. The issue, I think the guy Ace was trying to say, and shout out to Trill. He is the married person on that panel. I don't know if any of y'all know him, but except for JR. But yeah, Trill, he is a married man. So they do have somebody married on the panel. But his point about bringing up the different perspectives, it's true. We live in a world where it's people who already have single family homes and they need to have somebody to come talk to so they can figure out how to navigate through that situation to move towards the scenario that what's the guy on the left? What was his name?
What are you talking,
Tony, yeah.
Tony.
So the end goal would be to get to what Tony is trying to get everybody on the track of. But with anything, it's like training. You have to take steps towards it. So hopefully, I think that what tonight's conversation is doing is providing in the moment information in order for them to matriculate up the hill to get to the point where what Tony is talking about becomes more palpable in reality. Because it's some people who can get it right straight out the gate. They date, they marry, they have kids, and then they move forward with their life in that order. But it's some people whose lives are already at the kid portion, and they're trying to figure out what to do next. And in order to get them to from here to there, there's gonna have to be some sort of a process. And with training, if somebody can't walk, you got to break things down by just trying to help them stand up first. and then from standing up, you help them, you know, move their leg forward. It's just different points in the process. And I get his point, because you don't want to say, well, you didn't do it right, so you don't count. And these people are actually trying. I think that was more so what the dude Ace, the perspective he was coming from, because none of us is perfect. I know I ain't perfect, and I haven't met a perfect person, you know. So there has to be room to matriculate these people in order to get them to see the way that you see things. But it becomes real harmful to the conversation, and you push people off when you say, if you didn't do it the way I did it, you're wrong, and there's no coming back from that. People need to have some type of a bridge. That's what I took from that.
So this is the problem, because he asked a specific question. He said, what is the purpose of dating? And this is where I disagree with Marcus. When you give the purpose for something, that's supposed to be solidified across the board. What Ace was trying to say was, you're supposed to change the purpose depending on who you're talking to. And at that point, all y'all motherfuckers are just guessing then. Everybody in the room is just guessing. If you can't come up with a solid purpose for why you do the things you do, if you ask what's the purpose that we go to work, most people can say to make a living. You go to work to make a living. What's the purpose of bearing children? So you can raise the next generation. What's the purpose of, you know what I mean? You know what you're guided by. And that's all the guy was trying to say is that if you come up with the rules for what you're guided by, then it makes easier, even if your situation may be different from somebody else's, at least you're guided by something to get you back on track. But if you try to bend the rules and change things depending on who you're talking to, and the thing is that you're asking this man who's guided by a purpose to change and mold what his message should be based on who he's talking to. Y'all didn't bring him up on the panel to give a message to the people that you and bend and mold his message to the people that he's talking to. You brought him up to build his message. Now, if you want to tell people how they should date based off of some bullshit you came up with or the shit you're going through, fair enough. But you can't tell this man, hey, you need to change the way the purpose of why the purposes and the reasons why people should do stuff based on the people around you, because that's not even how God operates. And I ain't no damn, and I'm not even religious. And I know that ain't how the word operates. It tells you what you should do, how you should do it. This is how you do it. And if you falter, if you fall off track, this is how you get your ass back on track. But your purpose is always this. What Ace is trying to do is, well, let's change the purpose, because, you know, some people may want to date to just have sex, and some people may want to date to just because they want to try some new shit, and then this person is probably in it because they want to be polygamous. I can't change my message depending on every single person that I encounter. All I can do is give how I go about it and my purpose for why I do it, and either you can get with it or get going and do it however you want to do it. But the reality is, all these motherfuckers just guessing. Because once you start the conversation off, when somebody asks you a question and you say it depends, all you're saying is, I really don't have an answer for all of it. I could just give you my perspective.
Hold on, Casey. Let me play a little bit more video.
Feel like there are some people who should not be putting out relationship content. Do you also feel like there is a group of people who you would deem unqualified to speak on these topics?
Personally,
yes.
Man, you know, it's real interesting. I'm so busy with my play, brother, that I don't really look across the aisle. There are content creators that I don't particularly vibe with. I don't like their rhetoric. I don't like the way they speak to women in general.
Well,
but there are pockets.
I'm not being specific about any one person. I just mean, like, do you more so, because obviously Tony pretty much stands on, if you're not married, like, you should not necessarily be putting out this work.
I think that's probably, to respectfully, man, I think that is
or you just have to frame the conversation. You have to frame the conversation. You have to say, this is not relationship advice. This is my dating experience.
Brother, I don't really think that, to your point, and to answer the question before, do I feel like that there are people that are not qualified to give general advice or relationship advice to a large percentage of the population. Absolutely. I think that there's people that are not qualified to my metrics. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with somebody getting up here and saying, this is why I think this or I think that. But what I am saying is for us to not acknowledge the diversity in people and thought processes and ways in which relationships and love can work for many different people. That to me is hard to wrap my head around. That's the thing that I want to say. It's hard for me to wrap my around. It sounds elitist. It sounds like, you know what I'm saying? And then when you said something, Tony, respectfully, when you say you're working for the other side, brother, that's why a lot of people struggle. Because I think you're implying that the other side is the devil, right? Is that what you're implying?
Meaning you're working for the other side of providing confusion. Because if you have 6 voices on a stage and there's 6 different messages, people leave more confused than they came. And if the people who we are seeing by the millions are not saying anything worthwhile, but it's a meaningless back and forth conversation that does not bring a solution, that does not help us build families, that does not help us better raise children, that does not help us climb the ladder as a people, as a group who are struggling economically, struggling relationally, struggling in every way. When we provide conversations that only bring confusion and don't bring clarity,
it don't seem
that's what
like
I mean by you working
it
for
don't
the
seem
other side.
it don't seem like it really don't seem like, in my opinion, you actually pay much attention to what we got going on over here, brother. And that's respectfully. I'm respectfully saying that. I'm respectfully saying when you can use the adjectives you want to use, and then you don't empty messages. You can use all these adjectives, but just because you're making these blanket statements, that's why I said it's dangerous. It's dangerous when you making blanket statements without having all the factual information.
Statement. It's not a blanket.
It is a blanket statement. You're making blanket statements, and you're putting people's names in it. You're putting people's names in it.
I'm living this as a husband and a
your
father,
truth,
which is successful for
you
and for our community. It's not just for me. Principles are principles. So
but your principle, you're not the only person with principles.
You're promoting casual sex. You're promoting hookup culture. And then you say you bring it. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. You having a conversation? You watching me online, you say you appreciate my message. Why haven't you called me to your conversation?
You know what? Why he doing all that? Look, why you doing all that? Now listen.
You say you bringing all the
whoa. You doing all that. You doing all that.
How you not gonna call somebody who got 3.5 million people online and have been in the trenches since 2007, but you bringing all the sides? You ain't bringing all the sides. You bringing the side that you want to bring. And then you trying to take me to task for my words, and you trying to hold me for every word, but you didn't catch that you just call what you doing a play. I call what I do purpose.
I don't know what you mean about a play.
You just said I'm so focused on my play.
My plate, PLATE, plate. This is the last. I messaged you March 10th. Yo, would love to feature on my podcast. We're shooting April 28th, 29th. Any interest? And then it was like an automatic reply that said you don't receive messages, so I didn't attempt that way again. Brother, respect.
Yeah, bro, I got a website, man. You know how to get
him and Ace, by the way. That's enough. That's enough for the stage. Just him and Ace.
Because you know you can't put this, Ace. You know you can't put a brother like this on the stage with anybody that's even halfway single. Now, here's the thing. Here's what I want to ask about this.
I don't mind being single people. What I'm saying is frame the conversation. We can't let it go out as relationship advice. This is a single experience, or this is a hookup experience, or this is I'm divorced and I'm telling you what went wrong in my marriage. But this is going out to the millions as relationship advice. And so what I'm saying is, if you send the message of a single man who is having sex with women and dating, if you send that message viral, give the equal pressure and push of the therapist that you say you have on there, or the married person that you say you have on there who is happy and healthy, and do that split test of A and B so that it balances the conversation.
Okay.
It was me.
No, I said Casey in the back, and then we'll go to the roof.
My bad.
Yeah.
Um,
Crazy.
I think you can see a clear, distinct difference that Tony is about his business and he's about his community and he's about his people. Um, I'm not really that familiar with Ace metaphor and what he talks about. I do know he's a part of tonight's conversation. I have seen a lot of clips of the women from their panel and their shows, and it does give dating culture. It doesn't give I'm trying to be married. It doesn't give I'm trying to live a righteous life. It doesn't give um order and community. It just doesn't. From the clips that I've seen, and I've never watched their podcast ever, but I've seen their clips. So, with that being said, I think they're saying two different things. Tony is really focused on the community and what his purpose is for doing his podcast. He was one of the pioneers for relationship talk. He's been on social media since 2007 or 8, he said. And tonight's conversation is a newer situation, a newer podcast to YouTube and social media. So I do feel like he was kind of what you call it. He was kind of drowning in the conversation, fighting for what he believes. And I know that I feel that people truly believe what they believe, but social media, it is, he said plate, but it is a play, right? Money's involved. It's a lot of it's a lot of caricatures involved. It's a lot of people that are saying things because they know people want to hear certain things, not necessarily that they stand by it or that it's principled. But this whole conversation of, oh, you married, what you know what's going on in the dating, I feel it's disrespectful. I feel it's disregarding to people who are married. That, like they keep saying on different shows, there is nothing new under the sun, right? Mm-hmm. You have a girlfriend, you have a boyfriend. The same principles apply today, like Tony said, that it did apply to. It's 2024. It applied. The same thing applied in 1904. Mm-hmm. You have to treat people with respect. Mm-hmm. You have to listen and have communication. The foundation of a relationship is exactly the same today as it was 100 years ago, right? There's different perspectives. There's different nuances with social media and our society, our economy, feminism, women working. You can throw all of that stuff in there. But at the end of the day, when you strip a relationship down to what it is, it's two individuals that need to work together, that need to build a life together, that need to communicate, that need to be in tune, that need to be in lockstep with their beliefs, how they want to move forward with each other, children, a family, their life, where they live, how they work. All of that stuff is exactly the same. So to say that he's out of step or out of tune with what's going on, Tony had a major point in what he was trying to prove. Yeah, have your conversation, but don't label it as relationship advice. Because if these people are looking for advice to being married or to having a mate or having a long-term relationship or having a family, what you're doing, I don't want to say he's putting a damper on it. It is putting a damper on his money bag. And I think that's why he felt so offended by Tony. He felt offended and he felt that he needed to protect his brand and he needed to protect his nest egg of what he has going on. I understand that. But Tony had a major point in every single thing that he said. So I'll end it there. Yeah, Marcus.
We got to go to Roof and then I'll come back to you, Marcus. Go ahead, Roof.
I would shout out to Ace Metaphor. He got me out of a bad situation. Like, he's literally good for, like, when he's talking about men, he's talking about them F boys. And I was dealing with one, and he got me out. I went to one of the shows. It was some ratchet behavior going on. I was personally there. I was kind of like a fish out of water. But it was a good vibe. And yeah, it is more so like, I think they're both right. One is on a dating level, but not serious. And that's what Ace is all about. You're dating and you just messing with people, you just can't find your mate, blah, blah, blah. Then it stops to a certain level. But when I got serious, well, I was trying to be serious, but I was playing myself. So when I got out of that situation, I was listening to Tony, and that prepared me for a better mindset of how men think and things like that. So shout out to Tony for that. I think that he was being very respectful. If you watch the rest of the conversation, Tony, he was like, take that bass out of your voice, young man. You know, he was getting real, like he got some pride to him. You know, he Christian, but God's still working on him. But he has some pride to him. So sometimes he say things that's so extreme, like you're working on the devil's side. And I mean, yes, Christians will think that way, but at the same time, Ace is trying because he has Kitty on the platform. He has you said Trill. These people are married. They're serious about relationships. So even if he was at a certain level, maybe he was grown and developing and said, I want to add people that can add to my platform and I can give even better and deeper advice. So shout out to both of them. I hope they can work it out.
Well, Marcus.
You muted.
So that was the point I was making from the very beginning, that it's levels to this. And Tony, the message he's preaching, if you can get people from 16 to 24 with no relationships or no kids, no additional anything, then you could drive that message home with them and correct and make that the proper process to get them from point A to point Z. But we're not in that world. We, like I say again, it's blended families, and it's people who, when you invalidate them, you discard them. Those discarded people will become worse if we don't have some type of formula to get them back on track. So I'm glad Ruth explained. She said she was in a relationship that wasn't the best suited for her, and now she's moving to the process. You said what?
It wasn't a relationship. It was a situationship, technically.
But Marcus,
it helps her. But Marcus, I don't think Tony is not discarding. He's not discarding what Ace is doing. He's just saying don't label it as relationship advice. Tony's not saying that whatever they're talking about doesn't need to be talked about. I think you got to see the whole clip to really understand what.
Yeah, I didn't watch the whole thing.
Tony's not saying, "Oh, what you're doing is just the worst thing ever." He's just saying you're labeling it as relationship advice, and you're being pushed to millions of people and basically promoting a lifestyle that should not be promoted and pushed to the forefront within our community. Basically saying that labeling it as relationship advice and the conversations that you do promote should not be pushed to the forefront. He's not saying that he shouldn't do what he's doing at all.
This situation.
I do want to get through some more of the clip and get some of the people that haven't been speaking. I know we got the Sham on there, haven't spoke forever. Jazz, Trev been patiently waiting as well, and Tia. Let's make sure we get some of these folks in.
Hey, but can I ask Marcus a question real quick?
No, we just gotta wait, Biz. Give me a second.
Anytime I see something from tonight's conversation, it's on the same side of the line. And it is very confusing. I don't know what I just heard, what the purpose of it was. It's a man arguing at a woman arguing at a man, and there's no solution. There's no takeaway. It's all sensationalism. And one thing that I know is happening is money is being made, but there's no progress being made. And then a lot of times, if it's progress, we're going to feel it. And so my thing is, I'm not with the confusion and the games. I'm very direct in what I say. I'm very real about what I stand on. And at this stage in our life, especially in the Black race, we need results. We need solutions. We need progression. We need we need healthy families and we need marriage.
Hold on. I want to respond to that because again,
are you married?
No, I'm not. Again.
So how
hey brother, I done let you get your long little monologues out, and I just want to respond. What I'm saying to you is, I wish you would say "I" more when you speak. This is how I feel. This is what I think. This is the path. Because my only issue with what you're saying is you're not including that. Brother, if that works for you, great. But you have to understand that people that come ask questions that are at our shows, they're asking about them having casual sex. They're asking about this heartbreak that they didn't experience. They're asking about how do they find themselves again, how to have self-forgiveness, how to do this, that, and other. They're asking about a host of different things, brother. And sometimes I'm the most qualified person to speak to their experience or to give them advice on it. Sometimes it's Kitty. Sometimes it's Trip, the person you said, oddly, never been that guy, but I've known Trip since we were kids and he's always been that guy. My point I'm trying to make is it would probably benefit to do a little bit more homework here. You know what I'm saying? And that's me being respectful. And then when you speak to every clip that you've seen, every 60-second clip that you've seen may speak more about your algorithm than you think. Brother, we post a host of different clips. If you go down our page right now, you'll see 4 or 5 clips on forgiveness. You'll see 4 or 5 clips on motherhood. You'll see 4 or 5 clips on us progressing as Black people in this country. And my point is, even further, if you want to actually watch the episodes, you'll get a further context. Brother, I can't speak for your algorithm, brother. Yes, we post a whole lot of different.
You're not on my algorithm. I'm just correcting you. You're not on my algorithm.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I let you finish your monologues.
No, I just don't want you to put out false things because we do grab.
Like you are.
I'm just letting you know that it's not from my algorithm.
Right. So if you haven't, so what I'm saying is, if you haven't properly, this is my thing, and I respect your work, and I would love to have you on the panel. I think even coming to a show, you would see how different of an experience than what you think it actually is, how it would be. But what I would say is this: whether it's your algorithm or not, whether it's people sending it to you or not, yes, we post we host and field a whole bunch of different questions from people from different walks of life and experiences. And so, yes, one question may be quote unquote sensationalized, but that was a real question from an audience member. This question may be like, man, how do I find my confidence again after postpartum depression? And that's a clip that got just as many viral views. This question might be about somebody having casual sex and being flown out. But this question was about a woman saying, you know what, I feel like a single mother, even though I'm married. What do I do? And that clip got 10, 15 million views too. I can't speak to just a few clips that you've seen. And so when you're using that to frame, when you're using that to frame and say,
hey, calm down though, bro. Because you getting a little too much bass in your voice. So
Mr. Gaskins. Mr. Gaskins. Let's keep Mr. Gaskins, first of all, here's the thing. Anybody has watched my videos know I talk that way. Brother, when you say some stuff like that, you know what you're saying, dog. What I'm saying is you got on a platform and you're spreading misinformation. You're spreading misinformation. You say don't spread misinformation about an algorithm, but you got on this platform and you've already admitted that you ain't really deep dived in our content and you speaking as if you know what we are doing. And so when you want to take your bait,
listen, I got a question.
That's what he's doing.
Let's 1 second.
Hey, so let me ask you this question because we got the super chats coming in, and I think this is a question that the chat really wants to know. And shout out to Beautified by Lorraine. She says, if the goal is marriage, how can someone give relationship advice that leads to a successful marriage if they are not married?
So the answer to the question is, if that person's individual goal is marriage. I want to first say that. If that person's individual goal is marriage, that's one thing. And for that being said, there are people, to Tony's point, that have navigated that course and can give better insight if the goal is to be married. And you can look to their track history. This is why we have married people on our panel.
Okay.
But not everybody's goal in dating is marriage. Brothers, for every one person that's dating to try to find marriage, there's 3 or 4 people dating just to find themselves. There's 4 or 5 people dating in an experimental way. There's 6 or 7 people dating just to distract themselves from a heartbreak. So not everybody that's out here dating is dating to be married.
And
some people are dating just for fun. They're dating from a recreational sense. We can up here on this podcast say, oh, in a perfect world, everybody would be dating for marriage, but this world ain't perfect. Most of your listeners have been led on or misled or time has been wasted on somebody they thought was intentionally dating, but that person was just recreational or experimental dating. So my point is, yes, if the goal is marriage and two people link and both of their goals are united as marriage, yes, a spiritual path for that is and spiritual advice is a good place to start. Somebody like Tony will be a great place to start, but getting to a person and finding a person and avoiding people that are not there to get you there is also a path too. And there are people that have been in this dating situation so long that they know how to recognize red flags a little bit better than people that haven't. And so those people have a voice too, and those people reach people too. So for us to act like we live in this idealistic world where everything is how it should be, and we're not dealing with a whole bunch of BS in this dating situation, I just think is out of touch for real.
Now let me say this, because it's some people in the chat now that's a little worried. The thing is, both of you.
This is nuts. This is nuts.
All right, let's get to go ahead, Tia. You go to Fan.
This is crazy.
I understand what they're both saying. It's definitely is Tony older? Is he older?
I think Tony is like 38 or 37, something like that.
They only like 4 years apart. 35 is Ace and 39 is Tony.
Okay. I think Tony gives off a judgmental personality, if that makes sense. It seems like, I mean, to Ace's defense, and I have attended his shows, they talk about relationship. They give relationship advice. There's more than one person on the panel that's married. So to give, like Ace said, a blanket statement when you haven't even done the proper research, you're definitely spreading misinformation. The shows are ratchet, not Sexy Red ratchet, but the DJs be lit. They definitely get the crowd going, but they definitely answer and give out feedback from their audience members. And dating, before you start dating, you should be able to date yourself. You should be able to love yourself first. So if you're asking questions about heartbreak or how to move on or how to deal with certain things just for your own personal experience, I feel like that's dating advice. Now, I do believe it is, you can get better insight from a married person if you like, or if you're seeking advice as far as like marriage, if your intentions are to be married. But I don't feel like if you're single, I don't feel like an opinion should be dismissed. You have your own experiences, you can speak on your own experiences. And like Ace said, you may be able to see more red flags than not. But I don't believe that one person's opinion is better than.
Hey Tia, I'm interested in what exactly is ratchet about it.
No, it's just lit.
What does that mean?
Like it's just turned up.
It's a vibe. It's definitely a vibe.
Yeah,
When you go in there,
it's a vibe.
whatever city you in, they find the old school music for your city specifically. They cater it to that audience. The whole thing is set up in a way where it feel like a lounge for adults, where they come up, and you have to go to the show to understand the clips don't represent what that show really shows. The sensational clips be somebody asking them a crazy question and they try their best to get them a qualified answer.
Yeah,
of course.
And the answers aren't even ratchet though. Like they give out great responses.
I only ask that because you use the term ratchet twice. So ratchet, for me to hear ratchet, that has a
I
very
was just
specific thing.
referring back to what Ruth said. She said she attended the show and it was ratchet. So I was just saying it was ratchet, but going back to the Sexyy Red topic, it's not Sexyy Red ratchet. That's all I was just trying to say.
Was there a stripper there or no?
No, not at the show that I attended in Chicago.
I think the problem here is it's almost as if
It was a stripper at that show?
At
It was a
mine, it was
strip.
like they was in the dark and it was a stripper. I seen.
Oh no, they didn't bring that to Chicago.
Yeah, I was in Chicago, so I didn't see no stripper.
I think the problem here is like because the first thing that he did was he criticized Tony on his advice, right? That was the first thing he said. You over here
When?
giving blank in the clip, he said you're giving blanket advice for a bunch of people who may have different experiences or have different reasons for why they want to do the things that they do. That's like going to a Christian and asking a Christian how to sin. How do I commit this sin, or how do I do this, or how do I operate when I'm doing this? Like it's the same exact thing. You don't go to somebody who's operating on a specific purpose on how they do things and then tell them to mold or bend a message to fit or to create a pathway for other people to do things that you don't necessarily align with. And now I don't agree with him denigrating the person's show by saying all y'all is a bunch of ratchets over there doing whatever. But if you ask this man how to go about something, he gives you a principled way of going about it. That's his principal way of going about it. And if he has just as much right to criticize your show and say, hey, look, from the things that I've recognized regarding the things that y'all say on the show, there is no real, like, you're not really giving any real dating advice because there's no purpose to it.
But he's never even seen the show to even give that statement. Like that's.
But he clarified it though. He literally got on there and said that most people that's going to his show, they're going on the show and they're dating just because they're not dating with any intention.
He didn't say that.
No, he didn't say that. That's not even what I was basing it off of. What I was basing it off of was what Ace said. He said over here.
No, that's what I'm saying. Ace said
people date for this reason.
He said that most people.
He said that there are a wide variety of reasons.
Is that not the truth though? Everybody isn't dating for marriage.
You know what I'm saying? Like you can't be in the date. You can't be dating, and then you're in the dating pool, and then say that it's shit in the dating pool, and you're one of the people that's not dating to get married. That's the whole point of dating.
That's the whole.
You know I'm not sure who said that. I'm not
Ace
sure
said that. That's literally what he just said. He literally just said
that he's not. He said that he's dating with no intentions of getting married.
Yeah.
So y'all.
No, that's not what he said.
So y'all,
he said
I have
verbatim.
the way.
Let me finish.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. We're gonna let Viz finish. Casey, we got to get Jazz and Shan and Trev in there because they have not spoken, y'all.
Yeah, my bad.
We're waiting.
I'm gonna just say this because I did write this down, but he did say verbatim that there are people that are dating with no intention of getting married. They're dating because of heartbreak. They're dating because of all of these reasons that you should not be dating for. Like if you're not dating for marriage, get the fuck out the street. You know, it's that simple. So that platform should not even exist if that's not what you're there for. That's a very simple analogy.
This is the world that we in, though.
But that's the problem. Like I
so
don't
having a platform like this to help bridge the gap.
There is no gap to bridge. There's no gap to bridge. Life is made up of choices.
Something when we were talking about parenting, and it's like you have to open up that relationship and build that trust by having your children come to you with any problem without you having any judgment, anything, but y'all giving judgment to these people that are experiencing issues within their own dating world, but then you say we don't give them a platform to ask these questions to bring clarity to their own lives.
As a culture,
it sounds like judgment.
It is judgment. It is judgment, and we should be judging. the reasoning why we're in the position that we're in now, our culture that we're in now. We just had this whole conversation about Sexyy Red. Is
Only
because
God
there
can
is
judge.
no judgment, right?
Only God can
The
judge. We
question,
can only,
no, fuck all that.
we
Fuck all
can
that.
only, all we can do is
I
try to
was
come up with resolution.
the question that I was going to ask Marcus before the second video, well, this previous video was just played. The question that I was going to ask is that in that situation, if you were married and divorced, if you had a bad breakup and you're looking to date again, if you single, whatever the case may be, those values of marriage does not change. You're still looking for the same exact thing. You're still looking for a man that's going to provide and protect you and all the other shit. And you're still going to be looking for a woman that is going to nurture and birth and bring into more life. And it's still the same shit. To be there to support you, it's going to be the same. None of that changes.
Do you think Shaq is looking for the same thing he was looking for when he originally met Shaunie?
Shaq is in a completely different situation than 95% of the world. Shaq is a multi-millionaire.
You can't give exceptions to the rule. Love is
We
love.
can give
Didn't someone
exceptions
say
to the
that
rule.
earlier? Love is love.
The reason I asked that was this.
We can give exceptions to
The
the rule.
reason I asked that was this. If you, which is why I said the beginning from the ages of 16 to 26, and you were single and you going into a perfect situation for the relationship, then that advice perfectly works. But there are people who have been divorced who aren't trying to get remarried for whatever reason. It could be they don't want to lose their pension. It's people who have all type of reasons for why they won't redo something or why they don't want to. And those people have to get information is from people who have some type of understanding of what it is like to date that market. Everybody want to be married.
That's contradictory.
Yeah, we got to get Jasmine, Shannon, and Trev in there. Go ahead, Jasmine.
I mean, I'm gonna keep mine short, but yeah, everybody's not trying to get married. Some people don't believe in the the institution of marriage, but I mean, I personally do. I do date to be married, but I like that they do have shows like that where you can just talk about things where it's like other than just, oh, I'm dating to be married. So there's podcasts specifically for those people that want to only get advice on how can I be a better wife, how can I be a better husband, or nurture myself into that space. Then you watch that, but don't bash, the people that are just talking about, casual interactions or even just dating in college, helping them navigate that better to understand like red flags, do's and don'ts and things like that. These could help people just become better people in general, like just for the dating world, like once they get there or once they do decide maybe later, oh, I do want to be married one day, but they can at least help navigate them better in the dating world. Or I think, just the purpose of dating in general is just for companionship. Like, so it's just everyone's looking for some type of companionship, some type of partner to just share some time with, share life with. Now, if you decide it's going to be your life partner, you get married. If you don't decide to marry this person, this could be your best friend forever or something like that. But it's still just the situation of nobody wants to be alone. So you don't have to technically be married to not be alone. But, it's just, I don't know. It's just really judgmental to, be like, no, it has to be this way. Or that's how we're going to end up in the Handmaid's Tale situation very soon.
Jasmine, what are your thoughts on pickup artists?
Pickup artists?
Yep.
Like, elaborate.
What are your thoughts on the advice that pickup artists
to have sex with them?
Oh, I mean, they're trash. But I mean, if you get picked up by one, then I mean, maybe you just open.
What makes them trash though?
Wait, what is a pickup artist?
That's why I asked him to elaborate, but he said
Marcus answered it.
What did he say?
They give men advice on how to pick up women for sex, how to use their mouthpiece to get sex.
It's kind of like in that you watched Hitch when he thought he was giving that guy advice because he genuinely wanted to date someone, like, but then he really was just like, oh, I just got laid, that's all I wanted, thank you, or whatever. Like, it's not fair because some women really be going into the situation thinking like, oh, like he really likes me and stuff like that.
And that's exactly the problem with tonight's conversation show, is because you got different people answering different questions on how to move in the marketplace, and people like you wind up getting hurt because your ass ran into a pickup artist, but he got his dating advice from a pickup artist who taught him how to deal with women like you and get in your pants. Meanwhile, you may be dealing with somebody and they give you totally different advice. This is the point that Tony was saying, is that all of y'all are out here giving out all this different crazy advice for all these different scenarios instead of being guided by a purpose. And then this is how all y'all wind up getting hurt. Every last one of y'all get hurt in the end because y'all all come in with different intentions, different situations, different reasons for why you want to do it. And then y'all run into each other and then you got a shitstorm.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll rest right there.
All right, hold tight, y'all. Let's get Shannon. Now, go ahead, Shannon.
I mean, Sweetie just summed it up. I think that that's exactly what is going on. I've had the opportunity to watch both. It's like Jerry Springer, you know, Sodom and Gomorrah. It's the conversation, right? They sit there and they're like, you know what? In 2024, people ain't dating for marriage. So we're gonna show you how to maneuver through all the foolery out there, right? Then you have Tony, who was like, you shouldn't even be dealing with foolery because dating should even be about that. It should be about this, right? We've turned dating into something that it was never meant to be. It's turned into this, okay, I'm a help you do this, da 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 da, you know, and it's turned into this big mess. And so I think that what Tony wants them to do is, hey, cut out all that. We should be, if you're gonna say that your relationship, you know, show, should be focused on getting people in relationships to go towards what relationships were meant to do, and that's marriage or a life partnership, something you could be proud of. But what's happening is this whole Jerry Springer thing we got going on here, talking about situationships and all this, leaving us with single parents, you know, kids being raised without both of their parents, people jump from one relationship into the high body counts, everything that has torn our community up is just leading to more of that. Nothing prosperous is coming out of the situation. So, just like the music, dating is just as detrimental to our community as that music is, okay? We gotta stop using each other just for I. If you don't like the chick, don't you like, oh, but she fine. Just let her go. Let it be, right? You gotta, everybody is so selfish. It's ridiculous. It's all about what is about me. It's never about anybody else but being. You don't care who you hurt in the process. That's the crazy thing about it. Because these shows wouldn't even have a platform if you focus on just being right as a person, morally just walking earth and just doing right by other people. If you don't want it done to you, don't do it to other people, right? So that's pretty much what it is. I get it. It's like wholesome against, you know.
Man, I'm gonna say this and go so I can go refill my cup up. Casual dating. And I know Trev got something cooking behind them glasses. Casual dating has literally led to single mothers at a rampant pace. So if we are validating people dating just because, then you can't say shit about a single mother. You can't. There's nothing that can be said about it because you're literally okaying it. There's no reason for you to be in the dating pool if you are not there for marriage. Period. Ace was simply continuing to pander to his platform. If I tell people that you have to date for marriage, then a lot of these women that are 9 out of 10 upset and bitter and hurt and going to these shows to validate it. And just especially if two women on here just so happen to use the same term of it being ratchet. You know what I'm saying? Like that's for me, that's an immediate red flag.
They was talking about the environment. It's a party.
Exactly.
It ain't
ratchet, bro.
You have to go to the show yourself and experience it yourself before you can.
I've gone to a show.
Like
I know.
That's cool. That's
and
cool.
I'm not
but
saying
I'm not
saying I don't believe that they're giving out irrational information. And this is again coming from the perspective of somebody that's attended the show. And I believe in dating with intentions. So I don't want that to ever be confused. I just don't think that there's anything wrong with the platform that they have. And I'm gonna stand on that.
I think it's a lot wrong with the platform. But I'm gonna go get my drink.
Have y'all ever everybody that's vehemently against them? Have y'all ever watched the full episode or been to the
I'm
show?
not against them.
I'm
I'm
not
just
vehemently against them. I
what
just
it
don't.
is.
I'm just against how the messages. I'm
But have
against
you seen this
how.
show?
No, it's not. I've seen one show, but I'm not necessarily against the show. All I'm simply saying is that you have one person that's given a purpose to something, a singular purpose, and another person that's saying that, hey, look, you gotta figure out a way to dip and dive into the way that everybody, you gotta answer the question for everybody. And when you have a show like that, that really does cause confusion, because on one half of the audience, they thinking, okay, well, my advice is I'm trying to date for this, but now I have to deal with the person that's getting advice over there on how to deal with me in this particular situation, because they may have advice of saying, man, I'm dealing with this woman that really ain't trying to give it up. How do I give it up, or how do I get her to give up the draws? And somebody on that stage will give them the advice on how to do it. And then meanwhile, you got this woman over here in the corner, like, damn, you teaching that nigga how to teach.
But that's not a platform, though. They not giving out advice like that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
So then would you guys say that? Would you guys say that we're doing the same exact thing?
Yes,
absolutely.
That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
That's exactly what I was about to say. Because if by that logic, when we get to the relationship part, half of us need to shut up. By that logic,
every time.
So no, but you know what?
And that's why I stay consistent.
By that logic,
with
it's
a lot of
pretty
the
much
stuff
the
that I
Well,
say.
I don't think that that's. I don't. No. I don't think that that's true. I think that the difference is if there were a single person going through the dating process and their goal was to teach you how to date so you can get to where Tony is, and they were on point, like, do it this way, go in with intent. Because there's a right way to do things, there's a wrong way to do things. You can't never make anything wrong right? So you go in knowing you're standing on yours, and you know that this is like the wholesome way to do it, right? I think that those two people can work together. I think the problem with the Ace show is so many wrongs in there, and wrong is up to them, because some people just don't have, they don't know wrong. I mean, some people think it's okay to bounce shit. People got different standards, but for the most part,
The point.
it works.
That is the point.
Huh?
People have different standards. That is the point.
Right. So, but if they have different standards than that, then we can't say anything about Sexyy Red. They got different standards on that too. Like,
Yeah.
there's no point in us having these conversations, because if she want to be on OnlyFans, let her be there. Teach her how to be a good OnlyFans. We can do that on every level. You know what I'm saying? So if you're gonna say something is wrong, stick with the fact that it's wrong. You can't be wishy-washy.
So I didn't speak on Sexyy Red.
I've been
that's
waiting. Everybody been going back
All right,
and
hold
forth.
on, y'all, hold on. Because Trev has not spoken yet. Let me just play a little bit more clip, Trev, and I'm coming right to you. Don't nobody else speak. Let Trev respectfully, only because he's been patiently quiet and has not complained about it.
Y'all are leaders in the space, regardless of who likes what. Both of y'all got millions of
that man told me to take some bass out of my voice, and that crossed the line to me.
Listen, Ace,
that was crossing the line.
Crossing the line when you got the bass in your voice, bro. You hear what I'm saying?
Bro, I always got bass in my voice.
Listen, I really don't want to have to end this conversation.
Keep the love,
because I do got just one more question. Because, like I was saying,
I feel like that was unprofessional. It really was.
Hey, stop with the gaslighting. It was unprofessional with you yelling. So we having a conversation.
Fellas.
And what you got to realize is what I'm telling you is I understand.
Yo, have you seen any of my videos, bro?
Yes, I've seen your videos.
How do I do my videos?
What did I say?
Wait, fellas, I don't want to get too caught up in the conversation about this, because
that's what I try to tell y'all though. This is what I try to tell y'all. If y'all want to bring Ace on here, let Ace come on here and talk. If you bring me on here, let me talk. Because I don't where God bring clarity, the devil bring confusion. All this is
there you go again, bro.
More people. And so I stand on what I stand on, bro. I draw a line in the sand. You trying to placate to everybody and their mama. I don't care about what this lifestyle, that lifestyle. I'm focused on what's better for the people. And one thing that I see is that a two-parent household with healthy love is always going to be a child's choice if they have a choice. If they forced to be with one parent, then they will accept that. But if they get to choose, they're going to say, I want two parents in the home, exemplifying love, supporting me. I could talk to this parent about this. I could talk to that parent about this. life is not about doing what makes us feel good and what we want. Life is about purpose, and it's about doing what hurts sometimes. Life is about doing what we have to do, not what we want to do. Do you think as a man that I just want? It's not that I just want to be with one woman. I have to die out to myself. I have to crucify my flesh for the good of my family, for the good of society, for the betterment of the world. So yes, somebody may want to just hook up. Somebody may be dating to heal. But when they want to do that, we need to be there to say, hey, you should not be dating to heal. You need to heal before you deal. You should not be dating to just hook up, because you are having sexually transmitted diseases, and you can catch a physically transmitted disease that alters your life. So it's not about just giving a platform. Not everybody want to live life legally, but we don't need to give a platform to people who want to live illegally. Not everybody want to do half of the things right, but we don't need to give them a platform for the sake of let's let everybody speak when they speaking from their mess, when they speaking from their brokenness, when they speaking from their pain. So it's a time and a place for everything. And you give a space to people who are doing what is good for society as a whole. It's not just about making money. It's not just about touring and being famous. And the thing about it is if you're having these conversations every night on tonight's conversation, and the conversation is productive, then you should be able to see one of the multiple millions of women who are qualified to be your wife. So if your own conversations can't help you find your wife and settle down and be married and have a family with your wife, then what is the point of these conversations if the creator can't even benefit from it? So that's my point.
Ace,
brother, hold on. Let me respond to them. See, hold on. No, let me respond to my man.
No, I got you. I want you to give a closing statement here, because we're gonna wrap this one up. And Ace, if you really want to have another conversation continued, we're gonna talk outside of this. But please go ahead and give your closing statement here so we can continue the show.
What I'm saying is my man right there just throwing a whole bunch of he don't know what he's talking about around. I'm in a committed relationship.
You sure?
I'm working. Brother, I let you every time I start to talk, you want to interrupt. I didn't interrupt you. I let you get your stuff off, bro. I even let you say you got too much bass in your voice. I let you get the whole little rah-rah out. What I'm trying to tell you is what my particular issue here is when you speak, brother, you're dismissing a whole bunch of other voices just because it doesn't sound like yours. What I said in the beginning of this conversation is I respect your voice, brother. It resonates with me because that's the way I grew up. So I've been a fan of yours for a while. I was disappointed in your clip though, because what you are saying is I have the only way to make this work. I and voices like me is how this can be more successful. No one is disagreeing about two-parent households. This is something we talk about routinely on tonight's conversation. No one is disagreeing with safe sex. We talk about that routinely, brother. We talk about routinely heal before you start dating. Find who you are before you link yourself with somebody. Identify your identity before you merge yours with another person. These are things we consistently talk about. My ending thought to you, man, is I would suggest before name dropping, maybe you do a little bit more research. And if you don't want to do more research, then maybe don't name drop. That's all I'm simply saying to you, brother, because I felt like even through talking to you now, I feel like you even admitted that you're not even tapped in. And if you're not tapped in, why are you giving opinions about things you ain't tapped in on? You the one that brought my name up, brother. You the one that keep bringing up money and fame and all this different stuff when you don't even know why my purpose is this. You ain't sat and had one conversation with me, but you insinuating on the internet. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. And I feel like that's disrespectful man to man, brother, because I ain't never spoke ill on your name online. I respect what you doing. Show some respect for other people that's doing similar things just for different people, brother. That's all I'm saying. And if you want to speak like that, cool. But you got to understand people might have a problem with it. And I have a problem because I feel like you're misinformed.
Well, Ace, listen, first of all,
JR, I was just about to ask you.
Hold on. We gotta go to trash, Sweeney.
Yeah, I know. I was just gonna make a real quick. I was just about to ask you, how did this conversation wind up happening? And then he explained that apparently Tony reacted to one of his and
Yeah.
dropped the thing. So now I understand it.
Yeah. Go ahead, Trey.
Yeah, so I dig a lot of what Tony is saying, right? Because ideally, this is where we should be headed, right? As a society, it's going to help us, right? For us, the 2-parent household thing makes sense and all, but I think that him in particular would miss a lot of people, right? Because the most of us aren't ready for that. And I dig the advice about getting married. If you want to get married, and listen to people who are married, but at the same time, if half of the marriages are failing, it's a coin toss whether they even know what to tell you as a married person. So you have to consider that as well. And then even within those marriages that didn't fail on paper, they probably failed in real life because there's still a lot of unhappy people out here, right? And I understand it's way bigger than us. It's not, we shouldn't just be thinking of ourselves. We should be thinking about legacy. That's my opinion, though. And I understand that. And I dig that not everybody's going to feel like that. So I've listened to tonight's conversation. I've watched the show a few times, and I listened to a lot of what people say, right? As far as the responses. Some people are off the wall, but for the most part, when they ask a question, it's thought out. These guys do study enough of it. They're into the statistics. A lot of them are still in the dating world. Marriage and dating are different, right? And we may not see it like that, but if you are out here, I talk to a lot of people who are still in the dating process. It's different. Some people are going to it with nefarious intentions. You run into one of these pickup artists or something, and you might be dating very seriously, but you may not know how to recognize a person who's not very serious. And I've seen many occasions where they've given sound advice as to how to at least recognize it or how to get out of a bad situation so you can get on the path to getting into a serious long-term relationship, including marriage, right? And that's a lot of people's purpose. But being married is scary as hell. There's a lot of people who are looking for answers and they don't know where to go for these answers. So it's almost like, you know how we came up with the Barney era where people just said, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and put the pill in the cake or whatever. So I don't think everybody could receive Tony. A lot of the younger people, they're probably gonna have a hard time because he's kind of harsh. And I could take a message like that, but I don't think everybody can. Sometimes, like all the entertainment, the sensationalizing, I don't appreciate it, but I get it. I understand why people would attend it and get something good out of it. Like at least you could go into that situation and be like, okay, I was able to get my question answered. This gave me clarity. Now I can remove myself from them situation, or I could realize that, damn, I wasn't being considerate to my mate. I never even thought of it like that. There's a lot of instances where they give some good advice, and I don't want to discredit the people who are working hard towards giving that advice, because I've watched it. If they had some real busters up there, just were saying a bunch of nonsense that never made sense, and I'm like, you know what, man, they need to trash this joint. But even for the clips that are like go viral, it's like, okay, no, I could get that. That makes sense. That was logical. That's probably what you should do in that situation. Now, I don't think that people are going to just go to the show and then now just recognize that tonight's conversation as the gospel. And now that's going to be how they lead their life and decide that, okay, because they say I probably shouldn't get married, I'm probably not going to get married. I think these are preconceived ideas that people have, and they're coming into this looking for answers to particular situations, specific situations. And I think that a lot of times they have some good answers for specific scenarios. You had your hand raised?
So
hey,
I was just,
though, those people, there are some people that do take that as gospel.
Let's go to Shannon and Casey.
I wouldn't necessarily think that they take it as gospel, but I will say that there's a thing where people feel like, oh, if everybody's doing it, it must be okay. You know, like I'm comfortable with doing it because I know that I see that everybody's doing it. Other people are in the same situation as I am. So, you know, it's like they sit in it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I sit in my classroom. Oh, if everybody's feeling, it's not me. You know, it's because it's something about the human brain that works that way. And I think that that's the part that I'm a little nervous about. And I've been to the shows. I think they're very entertaining and all of that stuff. But I do think that what we've done is this whole situationship, this whole dating without a purpose, whatever your purpose is. I think we made it such a norm, and we're not thinking about what it's doing to our community, what it is doing to us, our children, right? Because
Well, shit, I got this for you.
let me finish. Because everything that you do wrong does have a consequence. When you look at the consequence, you'll see that we're not headed in the right direction. And right now, like I said before, the consequence is we're having more and more kids who are born out of wedlock. We're having more, you know, I don't know about STDs, but I can only assume if y'all have sex like that. Women and men, more body counts. That means you can't form great relationships because you haven't even disciplined yourself to be in a relationship. I mean, it's just so many different things, and our marriage rate is low. You can't deny that the marriage rates are low for whatever reason. You know, and we can sit here and say it's because of divorce, but guess what? It's not bothering anybody else's race. They get divorced too. So we have to look at ourselves and say, is this hurting us? Is something about what we're doing that is really toxic? And we gotta, if we're gonna sit here, like I said before, we're gonna sit here and talk about the music, we're gonna sit here and talk about every week about getting stuff straight. We have to get this straight as well. We cannot, you know, sleep on this. That's all.
So, Shan, you've been to the
And then I
shows. Could
want
you
to
call
say,
out any particular content creator who is promoting premarital sex or casual sex or just
No.
promiscuity
So
in general?
I don't think they're promoting it. What I'm saying is it's not a push for anything better. It's like a sit in it. Like, okay, you're in this. Well, let me tell you how you maneuver while you in this. Or how you look, you know, it's not a
Right,
hey,
but they're
let's
still
do
okay
this.
in it
Let's
though.
try this. Let's be better at this. We should be you've been in, I have seen them say, oh, you've been with that girl for like so many years. When you gonna make, you know, they joke around like that maybe once or twice, but most of it is just like how you maneuver in the situation. Not necessarily, okay, how do we get from here? You shouldn't be doing that. You should be here, you know, kind of situation.
I think a
I need
lot
more
of people
judgment.
don't want to get married nowadays because
Selfish.
a lot of people in marriages are cheating. Let's just put that on the table. So they might be dealing with somebody that's married and they now like, no, I'm scared to get married because this man married and he don't even care. Or this woman married and she don't even care. So, I mean, it's messed up either way.
And
But how, my
imagine
question
if
is,
we
but my,
promoted the people that are married and not cheating. Is how many people are on the panel that's married? Got what,
Most of the
4 or
guys.
5, right? I can only assume that out of everyone on the panel that's married, they're not cheating. So just imagine if we promoted and said, oh no, the 5 out of 5 people that's on this panel right now, they not cheating on their spouse.
You should
Just
have asked
imagine.
them why they
People,
cheating.
I'm
hold on,
just
but
saying
Viz,
what
hold on, wait,
real life experiences
no,
are
How
for
many of
most
y'all
people.
hold on, wait, but Viz, to a greater point, just because you know people cheat in marriage doesn't mean that the guiding principles for how a marriage should operate should change. You shouldn't say, "Oh, well, I know that a lot of people are cheating in their marriage, so let me tell you how to get away with it or how
Well,
to
that's
cheat on
not
your
what I
spouse."
said.
I
I
know,
just said, okay.
yeah, I know that's not what you're saying. What I'm saying is that to Tony's point, he's just giving you the guiding principles on how you should operate you should operate in dating leading up to marriage. That what happens in the negative aspects of relationships shouldn't change the guiding principles, because if you follow the guiding principles, there should be no cheat.
Period.
I think Tia was trying to.
Agreed. But
Tia, was you
I'm
trying to
just
say
saying,
something?
who, me?
Yeah, you trying to say something?
I pretty much said what I had to say. I just I can't really speak on Tony's platform. I don't really know any of his content, so I can't say anything. But based on what you all are saying, I don't think there's anything wrong with either platform. More than one person can speak on a topic. And I believe that they do give solutions. It may not be something that another person may agree with, but I don't think that they give solutions based on how to maneuver within the issue. I think they do provide solutions to help people get out of their or to solve their problems. That's the experience that I've had seeing the show, watching the clips. I don't see them dumping BS out and providing information to lead our community in a negative way. I believe that their purpose is to uplift the community. And I believe that's what Tony's platform is for too. I don't think there's anything wrong for either one. So I don't think that either one should judge either one. And I think that's the issue. One person is judging another without even knowing the full content of the show. And I think that's the real problem.
Okay.
We can't go anywhere with judgment. We can't all align if it's judgment. That's you already going into it with a closed mind, and that's not gonna get us anywhere.
All
I've
right.
heard the single man say this before.
We gotta go Casey. You gotta go to Casey and then Sweeney Marcus. I know Casey had a hand up.
So, it's two things. I know Biz stands by this a lot on King Talk and different shows. You have to stand on what you stand for and what it is that you are promoting and what you want to promote and how you live and your principles for yourself, right? My husband used to have a baseball organization, and my husband played professional baseball, college baseball, high school baseball. He played baseball his entire life. It was conflicting ideologies from the parents because my husband coached the children on the team as if they were all playing baseball for the point of either college scholarships or to play professional baseball. 60-70% of those parents understood what my husband's ideology was with his point of coaching, right? Because he had the experience as a professional baseball player, and he knew what it took for a child 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 to either get a full scholarship for college or become a professional baseball player. When some parents could not understand, they would feel like, oh, well, all of the kids aren't playing baseball to get full scholarships, or some of us are here to play for recreation or to play for physical sport or just to be active. Well, at that point, my husband had to make it clear, this is how I'm coaching, this is what I stand for, and if you don't align with what I'm promoting here and what I'm pouring into my children, then this isn't the team for you. It's very simple. A lot of people in this day and age are choosing to bend and mold to what feels good to certain individuals and certain groups of people. You have to stand on what you stand on, promote on what you promote, regardless of where people are in their lives. People can navigate through anything, y'all. Human beings are able to, I always believe a person can turn around and change their situation no matter where they are. Their outcomes can always change and always be different depending on their mindset and what they take in. So in 2024, we're in a society where people are talking about churches are eroding. Why are churches eroding? Why don't people go to church as they did when we were growing up? You know why? Because pastors are bending and molding into feminism and women and all these different lifestyles because they feel, oh, well, we gotta think about these people and we gotta think about that people. But what is the principle? What should be said? What should be preached? What should be taught? Period, point blank. If you have a principle and you stand on it, your outcomes will continue to be the same. That's why you have programs like Alabama who were successful 30 years ago and they're still successful 30 years from now because they stand on the same principles. We are a community that believes in let's do everything for everybody. Let's not talk or let's not judge. Y'all, if you don't stand on what you stand on, this is why we are as a community today. This is why we're standing in all the foolishness from Sexyy Red to everything else that we have going on. Lack of marriage, lack of high divorce rates, because we are promoting things that are not based on what should be and what is for the betterment, not for just ourselves, but as community as a whole. What my parents stood on, I can look at my mom and dad being married this year, they'll make 49 years. High school sweethearts. I'm married to my college sweetheart. After tons of bumps and bruises, my marriage is so different than my parents' marriage. But guess what? The principles that they have being successful, even though they got married 49 years ago, are the same principles that are helping me and my husband stay in our marriage in 2024. It doesn't change. It won't change based on whatever the day's date is today. So whatever you are about what you say you're about, it doesn't change. And that's why Tony stands very 10 toes down on what he believes in. He can be accepting of all and loving of all, but you can still stand on what you believe in works and what doesn't work. And you can guide people and promote certain things that are going to help people be successful in their life, regardless if they can see the full picture of what they're currently sitting in.
So I got two things I wanted to say real quick. Shout out to Casey first and foremost. But it's called peer review. He's a relationship, whatever Tony got going on, and then you got tonight's conversation. If he has a guiding principle that he goes by, and there's somebody out there that gives advice that goes against his guiding principle, he has every right to criticize that person and their principles. If it goes to his audience, he's talking to his audience saying, hey, look, what's going on over here? You shouldn't be, I don't get what's going on over there. This doesn't make any sense. He has every right to criticize it because that's what you do when you peer review something. Secondly, to Tia's point, we all know the vows of marriage, for richer or for poor, in sickness and in health, to death do you part. Just because we know people violate those vows doesn't mean you change the vows. As a matter of fact, when we watched a couple do that, y'all remember the couple that we seen and they was reading the vows to each other, and then she was like, oh no, maybe not that vow. I don't know about that one. We all sat there and looked at that woman like she was crazy. Why? Because you don't change the vows based on how you feel in that moment. You're supposed to you're guided by these vows. This is what's supposed to get you where you're supposed to get to. You don't change the vows. And that's what's happening. I know. I was just speaking to the overall point. So when you have somebody that has a guiding principle, all he's saying is, I don't believe in somebody. I don't believe that you should be molded and bending your values or your principles depending on who you're talking to. You can meet somebody where they're at. You can see where they're at in their situation, and you can look within your principles to find a way to guide them back on the right path, but you don't bend the principle to accommodate them.
Is everyone a Christian?
Doesn't matter.
No, because the basis of what he's saying is based off of his belief as a Christian, right?
Right, but it doesn't matter if everybody's a Christian or not. I'm going by off of what I'm going by, and if you're in a secular society or you may be doing things opposite of what I'm doing, I have every right to speak against that to my flock, because my flock is exposed to that information as well. And also, I'm trying to recruit others into my flock. So if somebody is saying some things that goes against what I'm saying, you have every right to criticize their position.
So not if you don't got the full picture. I agree with that, but if you haven't even gotten a full picture, then that's not a peer review. You can't review something off a 30-second clip. We're assuming
that he doesn't, though. I'm saying that it's safe to assume that he does have a pretty decent understanding.
No, he said it in the clip that he never. Yeah, he said he never watched the show. He's never attended the show. He's never watched the show. He's only seen clips. That's not a good peer review. That's not good research.
Tia, I understand what you're saying about Ace. I understand what you're saying about Tony against Ace, but what Sweeney is more addressing the things that Ace is saying against Tony. Ace is saying that you're out of touch. You don't know what you're talking about. When was the last time you dated? You don't speak to the masses. People are not where you are. So those are the things that Sweeney is more addressing. Yep. That he's trying to discredit Tony's point of view and Tony's principle that he speaks with towards his audience.
I don't necessarily think that he was trying to discredit him. I think he was
exactly
solely. No, I think
Tony was trying to discredit him.
That he was one-sided.
Yeah.
His view is one-sided and he's closed-minded. I think that's what Ace was trying to get across to Tony. I mean, even looking at Tony's body language, it was just very dismissive. The man tried to debunk him when he said he was in a successful relationship. It's like that energy, that attitude, you're looking at it from your way. And there's more than one way to get to 10.
Did Ace not confirm what Tony's suspicions were to begin with? When Ace said, I give advice based on, because certain people may want to start relationships because of this. Some people.
What's wrong with that?
What's
wrong with people coming on? If they have a platform that is open to the masses and not just a one straight train, you're gonna have different people with different issues, different problems, and different experiences. And you have a panel of people that come from different experiences, different relationships. These are different individuals. So what is wrong about having? What is so wrong about having an open platform and not a platform that is just one side minded? And again, I don't know Tony's platform, so I can't speak on that. But based on what y'all saying, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But what is so wrong with tonight's conversation?
If you have a set of principles that you go by, and you look at somebody and somebody's describing to you, because Ace literally described to him what kind of platform he has. I don't even have to watch an entire show or entire season to know what he's doing on his show, because he just told her what he does on his show. He says, I give advice based on what they do over here. If they want to do this.
He said he gives advice based off the questions they ask him.
Yes,
people come there asking questions.
Personal experience.
Right, but that's still giving advice based off of different ways in which people date. He even said it. You don't know why these people are dating. All Tony is saying is, based off of that, I am against that. You don't bend and mold the message depending on who you're talking to.
Who's bending and molding the message? Though? I think they're giving out the same message.
But they're
giving out the same message. It's nothing that's harmful.
He literally said that. He said, I give a person advice. If they said that their purpose for dating is because they want companionship, then I give advice on how to get them dating.
Like Trev kind of said in the beginning, he makes himself hip to things, and he's able to bring things to his children based on the society that we in right now. This is literally the society that we're in right now.
So
it's a lot of what y'all call them.
So Taya, do you believe that men can have babies? Do you believe that men can carry babies?
No.
So what's the difference?
With what? I'm confused now.
So
what are we talking about?
So if someone is saying that we won't conform, that this standard of dating in marriage should be this, right? And you're saying that, oh well, we should be hip to what's new and what's happening now, then why have you not conformed to believing that men can have babies?
I mean, that's really off the ledge.
That's not off the ledge.
No, it's
literally if you this, if you okay this, then you have to okay that.
No, we're talking about
it's the same
biology versus theology is what's going on.
Biology. That actually cannot ever happen. But this is the world that we're living in.
But if you call a woman
and
who transitions to a man,
that's gonna come behind any of this. There's no science behind this. There's no biology behind this. This is the world that we're living in. And
there
people date for different reasons. Again, I think it was either Casey or Sweeney. Someone mentioned like people shouldn't be dating to heal. And I stand for that. I don't believe that people should date to heal. Be by yourself, be
So
alone,
how would
get to
you
know
feel if you
you,
ran
get to
into
love
somebody that
you.
was dating to heal and you was dating seriously?
Hopefully they would be honest and it wouldn't become
I
a huge
mean,
issue.
right. I mean, but the problem is nowadays in the dating world, people aren't honest. It's not just, oh,
But
this
that's
man is
because
looking
of
for
these
a wife, this
platforms.
woman is looking for a husband. No, this is before social media even became a thing. This was going on. Men and women were dating for different reasons. This is not something that
But
just happened yesterday.
that's the problem though, is because if you allow everybody to be right when it comes to giving dating advice, nobody can be wrong. Everybody is wrong.
No one
So,
said that
so,
everyone is right. That's up
so
to
for instance, hold on, wait, let me
what
give
you
you an
get
example.
from.
Let me give you an example. If somebody tells you, hey, look, you don't have to actually be upfront with your dating preferences or the reason why you're dating somebody, and they run into you. Somebody just gave them that advice based off of how they feel. They saying, I don't feel like I should be up. I don't feel like I should be disclosing why I'm dating every single person that I encounter. Somebody gives them that advice and says, yeah, you're absolutely right. I understand where you're coming from. You can hold off on something like that. Then they run into a person like you who's dating for whatever reason that you're dating for. And then one day you find out they're dating for a completely different reason. That's the reason why
And that's why we have tonight's conversation, to get advice.
But tonight's
about
conversation is
situations
giving
like that.
everybody advice based off of their
They're
own
not
personal.
giving advice on how. They're not telling people to not disclose reasons.
I think I get where y'all is missing it at. They're not giving any advice as far as why blanket advice. They're answering questions that people ask them, and those questions go viral. It's not, hey, this is how you navigate as a pickup artist, and they don't have a prescription for anything. They're literally just answering the questions they get asked from the perspective of the knowledge that they have.
Yeah, they give a prescription to the person that's experiencing whatever they're experiencing. That's a prescription.
Right.
But it's not blanketed for everybody.
It doesn't have to be
And
blanketed
just
because they're molding it for each and every individual. They're given a different prescription based off of that individual
Do
story.
you take all of the advice that's given to you?
You're not supposed
Do you take every exactly?
I think Shan trying to get in there. Let's make sure we share the mic. Go ahead, Shan.
I think the problem is like the fun of it all. Like I think it's just the I'm so tired.
The entertainment aspect of it.
You say what? It's the high.
The entertainment aspect of it.
The entertainment aspect of it all. It's associated with your fun life. It's associated with, oh, this is how, and people gravitate towards it. And I think that's where the threat is. It's like people feel like, oh, this is fun. Oh, even when it comes to, it's like a whole stuff, the whole DJ. It's a vibe. It really is. I've been there. I've seen it. Right. And it's easy to get caught up in that. And again, it goes like, it's like the music. You hear the beat. You don't like the lyrics, but the beat is so you feed into it. It's the same. It's almost the same thing. It's just different.
So Shan, do you feel like you was worse off after going there?
I think that I have, my mindset is a little different, but I can say this. I can say, so this is the thing. Some of us are very impressionable people, right? So people, not everybody was raised like me, solid household foundation. And then a lot of people are not raised that way. And so when you have people who don't come from a solid foundation, they're very impressionable. Because I would even argue, why would you even want to do somebody like that? Why would I want to carry somebody for 3 years knowing I have no intent for them? I'm just using them. That also is not my character. But it's people who do it. And they do it, and they will fight and say, and they're right in doing it. Like, so that's where the issue comes in. When you have so many people, they live, it's hype, like we doing this. It's like a big evil party together, and they just chilling. They're just, and don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. When I hear the panelists, when I hear them speak, I think that they're showing you how to navigate through it. If you're in this situation, I've never heard them say anything bad, like you should be in this situation. I think that they're saying things like, look, you find this, let me tell you how you can, these are the red flags. This is how you know you in that situation. That Negro don't mean you no good. He done had you in this relationship for 5 years, and they'll call you out in front, and that's the entertainment portion, right? But it's just I can't explain.
So do y'all want them to just come on stage and say, hey, there's no such thing as dating. Either you get married or y'all go home?
I think they can come up there and give whatever advice they want to give. Just don't get mad when somebody outside of you criticize you for it.
I think the part that we really need to pay attention to, and this may be off somewhere else, right? But we just heard a couple terms from this experience that people go to when they go to the Ace show or whatnot. So we've heard ratchet, we've heard that it's a vibe, right? These are two terms that we've heard multiple times, right? You can say those very exact things when you go to the club and they're playing Dreams and Nightmares, or I've even at weddings, I've filmed weddings, and I'll be at a wedding and they would, at the wedding, they will play gunshots during while they're in between the songs. You know, it do. You know what I'm saying? The DJ playing gunshots at a fucking wedding, but it's a vibe, it's entertaining. But what is that? What is that saying? What is that doing to us? The fact that we are at a wedding, and I've seen this multiple times. I've also bounced at a club I've bounced at bars and clubs for 8 years. Every single weekend, every single black wedding that I've done, that's primarily a younger crowd, they would be in the DJ booth, the DJ, while at a wedding, boom, 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 boom. Why are we doing this? But it's entertaining, it's a vibe. What is this doing to us subconsciously?
Well, I guess you got to ask the question is it is it wrong for them to do that?
Absolutely, it's wrong, bro. That shit detrimental, bro.
Well,
it's wrong for them to celebrate and
hold
celebrate in
on.
the way that they want to
We
celebrate.
celebrate with gunshots.
I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I'm just trying to put you in the mindset of how people do things, because people like to nitpick what they want to criticize, what they tolerate, what they accept, and typically when people get older, they threshold of tolerance, they just can't handle certain stuff. Where they look at it like, why are you doing that? Why? Right. But the thing you got to ask yourself is, when you're looking at that one thing, are you applying those same principles across your entire life? Because if you only doing certain things at certain times, then who are you to cast judgment on other folks? So if you're not living 100% by whatever principle, whatever book that you hold to your heart, then we are all being like judgmental. Like me personally, I understand that this is how the world is going to work. I can understand a little bit of both sides of it, right? But I think what Viz and I think Casey is basically saying is that they're having these circular conversations and it's not going to go nowhere. So they're just troubleshooting, answering questions, but it's not really leading nowhere, right? So it's going to be up to that individual person to take the information and apply it, but we're not hearing where it's going to go after that. Some people come to listen to certain people because it's soothing to them. Like they expect for this person to say something that's going to resonate with what they already feel, instead of listening to something that's on the opposing side. The only way you're going to be able to grow is if you're listening to something that you don't disagree, and then you're able to kind of look to see if you were ever wrong. Most people like to just keep hearing things that soothe them.
Oh, bro, you
So I got a question.
you only grow when you're challenged.
Right, that's what I said. Right, but that's what I'm saying. But you have to be willing to receive whatever message, whatever situation is. You got to challenge yourself. So some people don't want to hear. Like some people know what they're going to get when they hear certain people.
Right, and that's the problem though. That's at the end of the day, that's the problem. That's what pandering is, right? I'm only going to tell you this because I know that you're going to embrace it and come back and come to this ratchet and entertaining show, because you know that somebody is going to say something that's going to relate to what it is that you're experiencing and going through, much rather than someone saying, hey, This is wrong. You
So
shouldn't be.
I'm not disagreeing with you when you say that, but what I'm saying is it's going to take more than that. You got to have a deep discussion to really unpack. You got to get to the root of the problem. And you're not going to be able to get to the root of the problem in these discussions, even on this panel, right? We can help people, but we're not going to get to the root because a lot of times people are not even asking the right questions to even go deep.
And they have to want to. They have to want to do the self work.
I got a prime example.
Search it.
I got a prime example of this. Marcus, Viz, how many times have y'all criticized the MGTOW movement or the men going their own way or passport bros?
I've never really had a
but how many times? Like, because me and you even had a conversation in the King Talk, and I was just giving you that example. You was openly criticizing it, as you should, because you don't abide by those principles.
The only thing that I criticized was attacking other people. Like, if you want to go your own way, that's fine. You don't have to drag black women while doing that. Same thing with women. If you want to leave men alone, that's fine. You don't got to talk shit. Like, I don't get the purpose of denigrating somebody who doesn't want to live the lifestyle you want. That's my whole stance on this. Like, I've heard the single guys say the married guys seem so self-righteous, like they just look down on us and talk crazy. I never heard it until I just listened to that conversation. That's the first time where I actually was like, damn. You just shitted on everybody that wasn't married and said everybody that's not doing this exactly the way I'm doing it ain't shit and don't need to have a voice and shouldn't be talking about relationships as if relationships only exist in a marriage when there are all types of different relationships. Maybe he should say, hey, I'm a marriage counselor, or I'm a potential marriage veteran, or something that differentiates that, because a marriage is in all relationships. All relationships and have marriages in them, but all relationships aren't marriages. So he probably got the title more sound than the other guy, honestly.
Real
Go ahead.
But Marcus, this is the issue, because I do think that you're an advocate for women and you're an advocate for just not doing the other person wrong. But usually, even with these ACE conversations, the whole platform is because somebody in the situation is being done wrong, and that's usually the person with the question, right? If they were both on the same page, they wouldn't even have a question to ask. And that's the problem with these relationships, is usually they're not on the same page. Somebody's getting played in a situation. That usually the person who's getting played has a question to make sure they're not getting played. So somebody, just like you put a group of people and say you shouldn't treat women this way, that's technically what they're doing in these relationships. Somebody, whether it's the man or the woman, is being treated a certain type of way. And then we're sitting, it leads to this person now has boundaries. Now it's hard. If she comes that mad black woman that y'all talk about, I mean, it's a trickle, right? And so I think that's the entire issue with the whole ACE situation. And it was another question you asked. You said, well, are you guys all Christian? You don't have to be Christian to believe in marriage. There are Muslims who believe. There are all types of religious, or not even atheists get married.
Yeah.
No, the reason I asked that because is polygyny in the Quran?
You said what now?
Is polygyny in the Quran?
But they still get married to these people.
Yeah.
They're not just casually having sex, they get married. There's a uniform. So even if you're talking about polygamy or whatever, it's not like you just, nobody promotes just out here having sex. There's always some type of level
standard.
Standard, right?
Right. I could agree with
that. Let me answer Sweeney real quick. So 2 things, right? I'm a firm believer that you will attract what you are.
Fair.
If you don't know how to conversate, you don't know how to communicate, you don't know how to love yourself, there is no way that you're going to be able to do that to someone else.
Right.
It's just impossible. That's first off. Second, what my biggest thing is, I don't give a fuck what anybody does. Whatever it is that you decide to do, by all means, go for it.
I don't care.
But you cannot complain about it.
Yeah. That's what I was saying, was that
if you're gonna ignore all of the basic standards of relationships, of marriage, so on and so forth, then you have no reason or no standing, no ground whatsoever to even fix your mouth to complain about it, because you're not going by the traditions and the guidelines that we know for sure work. So that's my only gripe.
Yeah.
If with Sweeney, if you don't want to talk to women by all means, go for it. But don't you fix your mouth to say that women ain't shit or they all aggressive or whatever the case may be. You have no grounds to complain about it.
No, that's all I was really speaking of, was the fact that you had a criticism of that movement, even though you may not agree with it, you don't participate. And that's what I'm saying, is that if everybody has the ability to give a niche level of advice, then if everybody is right, then everybody's wrong. Because to Shan's point, somebody's getting done wrong on the other end of that stick. And the thing, and I think what Tony's real criticism is that you can't bend and mold your message. If you got a message, go by it. MGTOW movement, they at least have a message. They have a guiding principle that they go by. Tony, he has a guiding principle that he goes by. The women that want to date outside their race, they got a guiding principle. Passport Bros got a guiding principle. What he's basically saying is that, well, he's saying that you're going against my personal views on everything. But if I was to criticize, I would say that you can't bend and mold your message with to everybody, because it creates confusion. There's no guiding principle. You just it works over here, then I'm gonna give you advice over here, then I'm gonna give you advice over here, because all y'all are being seen as one panel giving advice.
I think the guiding principle is solution in the moment for whatever the thing you're facing is, and that has to by nature mold to answer the question effectively, because blanketed advice cannot work for a specific situation when you're trying to assist somebody who's asking about a specific situation. Once you resolve all those things and get to a spot where you're in a healthy place, I think maybe it should be a distinction made. Maybe people should say, hey, I am dating to marriage, and that's it, you know? But then the people who aren't doing that should also say, hey, I'm not dating to marriage. And I think some people do that. The issue is honesty.
I guess don't call it dating then. Call it something else. Like,
but how isn't it a blanket advice?
Like when we came on earlier, y'all said not y'all. You said there's no such thing as boyfriends and girlfriends, right?
Because the reason why I say that is because it's the exact situation.
So there's no distinction.
People having sex.
So there's no distinction between a one night stand, a relationship.
You just having one night stand over and over again. It ain't leading to nothing. A consistent.
Somebody's a single parent. They pretty much did. So they just had a one night stand. So they just
I think that so this is the prime example, right? And the reason why I said I think back in the day, yes, I think it has some ground. But in the 2024, it ain't doing nothing. Because guess what? The marriage rate still on halt. It's stagnant.
Let's not mold it. Let's not mold it. Let's keep it consistent from now to back then. So it didn't hold any ground then either, right?
It didn't. Did you get security from a boyfriend or girlfriend? Is there anything, a benefit that comes with that? Can you write that off on your taxes?
You cannot. So we're not making so any single parent is just a product of reckless sex.
You said what now?
Any single parent is a product of reckless sex, and they should be
single parent. That's exactly what it seemed like.
That is what it is.
It was reckless because I should have gotten in a marriage first before I had it. So it was definitely reckless. Now, will I say that he was a waste? No, I think he was a great man and we didn't work it out. We were reckless in what we were doing to figure out whether or not we're going to be together, right? Even though it was a long term, what you would call boyfriend and girlfriend.
No, there's no such thing as that.
Okay, so we don't have to call it that either. I don't call it that either. But even though we had a relationship with each other,
no such thing as that.
No, a boyfriend and girlfriend, a relationship are two different things. That could be your friendship. That's a relationship with somebody. So what I'm saying to you is me and him, I said boyfriend and girlfriend. That's Shaq. So me and him had a relationship with each other. You know, a friendship, and it involved.
What was the title of what were you in that relationship?
I was his woman. And he was my man. But he was not my husband.
Splitting here, but
no, Shan, I give you kudos.
I know what Mark is trying to do.
Let me tell you why.
Shan,
yes,
Shan, I've never heard somebody be so candid about decision making in their life outside of myself, because when I talk to young women, I tell them about decisions I've made and things I would have done differently, because that's how you gain wisdom and that's how you help somebody behind you. You don't sensationalize or put glory and grace over your life like you're so perfect in everything you did. To a younger person, you're supposed to help them navigate pitfalls and situations that you would have avoided so that they can be better. I want my daughter to be 100 times better than me. I'm not gonna sugarcoat anything to make it seem like I was perfect. Anything that I did that I feel that I could have done differently, I'm gonna tell her and admit those to her, to humanize myself and humble myself in her, to pour wisdom into her, right? And so I commend you 100,000% for saying this is a decision I made. I would have made it differently, and I stand on that, and I stand on this principle. And now in 2024, for my children and people around me and people on the internet watching me, I commend you wholeheartedly and have a new respect for you. I don't know you that well, but that was refreshing.
And I think that the reason why we have to do that, because people put, and it's not that I know that those words exist, and I know they mean something for somebody. The problem is some people take that so serious, and they start doing things in those relationships thinking that they have some type of
title,
it's
accolade.
like it's a real relationship, and then they find out they end up being like me. You know what I'm saying? You end up being a single mom, or you end up, there's a consequence out of it, right? Because at the end of the day, it's not a marriage.
Right.
You can walk away from that. It has no validity. You can't go to the government like, that was my boyfriend. Like, what's gonna happen? Nothing. They're gonna look at you like.
Actually can in some states, but I'm not even gonna go and split the hairs.
I know that it exists, Mark, and but the reason why I said that is because, like I said, this exact same play, I think it's taking it so far, and we live in it. And us living in it is causing all these issues around us, right? We like, oh, it should be good enough. He's my boyfriend. Well, what is that? You are 50 years old and you got a boyfriend? Girl, goodbye. And y'all been together. He been your boyfriend for 10 years? God, come up with something different, baby. That ain't gonna work. 10 kids later. What?
So if I ask her, just so I understand, if I ask a single person what their relationship status is, they just need to say single for the rest of until they get married.
I mean, that's technically what it is. Technically,
no, I'm asking Shan.
Yeah,
they are single. You're single. To what? If you put on an application, what are you gonna put down? Are you in? Are you not? Is there a category for boyfriend, girlfriend? Like, I don't think there is.
No, cohabitation is a thing, but it is single. But I'm gonna go with you. So I just want to make sure we got that clear.
So I do know that
So
Marcus, I do know that there are people who have life partners. Maybe they don't want to do whatever, right? I still don't look at that as so boyfriend and girlfriend, in my opinion, is we live in two separate. It ain't nothing we doing that's like, and the reason I say that, because even I believe you should be married, but I do know that there are people who, I have a cousin who is a life partner. They live together, they've been living together for years, and they know they're going to be together for the rest of their lives. They're serious about it. Let's just be real. Most people ain't rolling like that. Okay? So, and they ain't calling them each other boyfriend and girlfriend for sure.
You know what, Shan? Thank you. You know what you just did? You absolved me of ever having cheated on anybody. I've never cheated. From this point forward, I've never cheated on nobody.
I mean, technically, you have it.
You've not. Listen,
nigga just got a what's that thing called? A pardon? Thank you, Shan, for my pardon.
And nobody has cheated.
This is the thing.
As of today.
If you've probably never cheated as far as a relationship is concerned, but you've gone back. Listen what I'm saying.
Nope, I'm clean. I'm clean. I've never done a thing.
Can I talk?
Yeah. Go ahead.
You have been, so I can say you have not cheated. But if you make a pact with somebody and you have a conversation with somebody and you tell them you're doing one thing, you are a liar. You can look at somebody and say, okay, I'm trusting my body with you. In return, I need you to only trust your body with me. And if you step out of that, that's you lying to me. Your character.
Nope. I never had that conversation, because boyfriend and girlfriend don't exist. Then no other agreement, including that, existed. So I was single. I was single. So I ain't never cheated on you.
Now you out here bullshit.
I ain't never cheated. Shit, I ain't never that. I've been rinse clean of my sins.
Born again cheater.
Thank you.
So Shan, what makes you feel like the marriage would have made it a lot more secure?
For what? I think that so I think that when you are married to somebody, it's not an easy way out. It makes you work through things, right? You sit down, I think that when you're just out there, it's easy to part ways. You know what? I'm done with it. Block them. Block. You know, they love to block these days. I'm going about my business. You don't even try to work it out. And it could be just a simple miscommunication, something simple like that. Whereas if you live with somebody or you're married to somebody, you got to think about like.
Wait. No. We can't conflate those two though.
What do you mean?
You said live with somebody. You said whether you live with somebody or
married.
married.
Live with somebody, you have to make there's a harder process to it. You got to make arrangements. What I'm saying is there's another step to it, right? And sometimes that next step makes you think, like, dang, do I really want to do this? Like, is it really that serious? Let's talk about this. You know what I'm saying? And when you are just in separate households, people just leave. People would dip for any reason now. Everybody's replaceable. When you
feel like cohabitating is just as effective. You feel like cohabitating is it sounded. This is just how I'm interpreting it.
No.
It sounds like you're saying that cohabitating is just as effective as marriage to keep people together.
No. I think that it adds another layer. Now, I think marriage is the ultimate, right? But it does add another layer. Like, you have no place to go, you got to go home. You might need to talk. You know what I'm saying? Possibly. But if I'm going to my home, we don't have to talk again if we don't want to talk, right? So it just adds another layer. I'm not saying one is the same as the other one because I don't believe that. I do believe it's also easier if you live with somebody, you can just pick your shit up and move out. Now, if y'all got a house together, y'all actually went on in a house together, that may be a little different. But if you just live in an apartment together, you can be like, bump that, pack your stuff and leave. But even that is still an extra layer than y'all living in separate households. Because at least you got to come back home to get the stuff. And in between that, maybe there's a conversation that could be had, you know? So I'm looking at it in that.
Basically, she's saying there's different levels to skin in the game.
Absolutely.
Would that be called relationship / situation? Never mind.
Situationships ain't got no skin in the game. Situationships ain't got no skin in the game. All you got is
the only skin they got. Never mind.
As a matter of fact, y'all remember when I told y'all to understand why a woman feels secure within a marriage is to understand why men feel secure outside of one? Is because if you ever think about it, most men, have you ever, like, when I talk to a lot of men, before a man gets married, if there's no skin in the game, men have no problem breaking up with women. They would leave a chick high and dry. I've known a lot of guys that break up with chicks first, ain't give, you know what I mean? But when the more skin in the game he got, you have a baby, or y'all get a house together, or you know what I mean, or then he marries you. Now all of a sudden the pendulum swings to the woman's side where she feels more secure. So she may be able to she'll leave a marriage if she doesn't, but that's when you start to see that pendulum swing. So yeah.
So is that necessarily healthy for men though, Sweeney? If men are staying together because they got skin in the game, is that a good thing? Because I don't want to.
Theoretically speaking,
lose out.
Theoretically speaking, you're supposed to be in a fulfilling marriage where even when the peaks and valleys, you're more happy than you are not. Y'all work with each other. Theoretically speaking, that's the reason why you're supposed to be in it, for the purpose of it and all of that. Now, damn, I forgot the question that you asked.
But you can ask
I got lost in my answer, and I'm like, I don't think I answered this nigga question.
No, I was saying, is that healthy? Because it seems like men are staying in these relationships because they feel like they're trapped, maybe, right? They don't want to lose their assets and stuff like that. And is that necessarily healthy that men are staying in relationships that they're not necessarily happy in because they don't want to lose their assets? Or,
it depends on why. Hold on, wait, Shane.
Part of the investment.
Hold on, wait, Shane. It depends on why they're unhappy. If you unhappy because of you, then nigga figure that shit out. Now, your partner ain't supposed to make you unhappy. So there's another layer of things. You got counseling you got to go to. If you're religious, you got to go to your pastor or whoever's guiding y'all to help you through those problems. Because they did say in sickness and in health, till death do you part, for rich or for poor. So you're supposed to, if you pick this motherfucker.
Well, no, he's saying before you're married, though.
Yeah, but even with that, Sweeney, you just said that, women feel more secure after the marriage. Then you'd have to consider why is that, and knowing that, what type of behavior would they exhibit versus prior to getting married?
Well, and again, that's the thing, is that even though they feel secure within a marriage, doesn't mean that their duties within a marriage supposed to change. If y'all are both guided by the principles of marriage, there shouldn't be no problems. And that, as far as that aspect, and if there are, there's supposed to be a avenue of a way for y'all to address those problems and get them fixed. Now, you know what I mean? That's how, if you're guided by something, that's how it works. But if you're not guided by shit and you go the Ace Metaphor route, then, you know, different strokes for different folks. And you can go over here and do this over here. And if you figure it out over there, you can do what you want. And that's how you wind up in situations where people are walking away because nobody's guided by anything.
Can I say something real fast? And to answer your question, it is so funny because I thought about having this on a show tomorrow. 86% of men who were married and get divorced remarry. And if you add, so when a survey was taken, would they marry the same person again? More than that said they will marry that woman over again. So something took place in the relationship where he was happy, but she was not unhappy. It was where she was unhappy. So, and those are real stats. They asked guys, they looked at the stats and they said,
or she could have never loved him in the
Well,
first
yeah,
place.
we
Realized
just
she
found
had
out that
access to his
most-
assets and hauled
Yeah.
ass.
yeah, and it could be a numerous amount of, you know, it could have been assets. Most of these people are, y'all act like men be rich like that. Like less than 1% of women getting alimony. It's not like this crazy number.
What did you say? Did you say you said 1%, less than 1%?
Well,
of
for
women get
black
alimony?
women, less than that.
Well, no, Shan. I just had the conversation with some women, and where I literally heard that even though they in both those cases the women made more money than the man, right? The men were good. They you know, they was there. They was all of the whole shebang, but you know, it was at some point where they felt that, oh, okay, I can't communicate with them, whatever, and now I'm not happy in this marriage. You know, so we already know that women do get into marriages where they're already unhappy. You know what I'm saying? And then something else spikes it.
Well,
So
I think that what they do is they get in marriages. So women have this thing where they lead with love, right? And love don't have no pockets. It's just love. But then when y'all gets and you realize love ain't all, love ain't gonna pay these bills, you know, or love ain't, you know,
if
it's
you're getting married to this person, love should be all of that.
listen, I'm not telling you it's right or wrong. I'm just telling you what's happening, right? And so I think that you have a point right there. I don't think it should be as easy for women to leave relationships, right? All I'm saying is I think that Trev, when it came to the situation and when he was talking about the marriages, and just wanted to make it very clear, I don't think men are unhappy in these marriages because they jump right back in them, and many say that they will marry the same woman again. Now, when we talk about why she's unhappy, it's a woman. It could be 1,001. Women are complicated creatures. So we'll be here all night, and I don't think we want to be here all night. Trying to figure out how women do things they do. Okay.
But that's the thing.
So if with all that you just said, how is it that they leave with love? Because that don't sound love. That don't sound like love to me.
Because I can love somebody and not want to live with them, right? Love. What? Yeah, I could. I could love you.
Oh Lord, you sound like Ace Metaphor.
We're talking about marriage here. We're talking about marriage, not living with somebody.
Right.
We're talking about marriage.
Right, Viz. So this is the problem. It's the due diligence in the middle, right? Some people should have never been married in the first place. They had red flags. They were never, but it was just like, oh, but I want him. We just talked about how, you know, would you go to your mom for advice? She probably knew Shaq shouldn't marry Shaunie, but guess what? He ignored that red flag. He married her anyway, and they should have never got married in the first place. And a lot of people do that, especially in our community, because we don't be vetting. We just be jetting to the altar and not doing what we supposed to do.
Oh hell, Shane, come on, man. You just
or that situationship stayed too long. And you like, well, damn, she here. She done stayed all this time. Might as well marry her. So you know, we don't be doing stuff right, y'all. Y'all know we don't be doing stuff.
Shane,
wait, hold on, sweetie. So why is it when men say that is such a humongous problem. Like it's the end of the world when men say that. But y'all can laugh. You can say it and laugh it off and all this other shit. And men could go through this traumatic process. But when men say, "Oh man, women are doing X, Y, and Z," it's well,
So
that's wrong. But like,
yeah. So
wait, say what you're saying, Biz. I'm lost.
Sorry, go ahead.
So she basically just said that. What'd you say?
Says the stats.
She basically just said women dumb as hell out here jumping into marriages they ain't got no business being in, making stupid ass decisions. And Viz is trying to figure out how the hell can you sit here and say that?
And Shan not lying. Some women do just want a wedding. They want that fairy tale show. She's not lying about that.
But when men acknowledge that, it's a problem.
It's like it's all in our imagination. Like we ain't like this shit ain't real.
It is though. It is though. Like,
for example,
let's tackle this. Okay, so this is the issue, right? I'm gonna take a little small part of it, right? I ain't never been married, but I have had kids. Kids will listen. Ain't nothing more that will put a damper in that relationship like a child, a baby. You feel me? That it's like that hurdle. And you got to it's a temporary hurdle, right? But some people like to divorce in the middle of that hurdle. Like you know, and kids can damper your relationship. They can put a big ass wedge in between you and your mate, right? And so we're not prepared to know this is a temporary issue. The kids
because it changes the focus. A child changes the focus of what a relationship has already been established.
Because they're cock blockers. Children are cock blockers.
I got a perfect example.
A newborn has to be the focus. We trying to keep this baby alive, right? So we not having date nights every week. We not staying up.
Anymore.
Yeah, we not staying up having some drinks and wings while we watch the NBA finals. Like I was married 8 years before we had a kid. So our relationship took a bat. Like our relationship was like we were like, oh my God. Like I was just like, oh my God, this is so different. Like this is very different, right? So yeah, she's not lying.
No, y'all hold on, wait. Y'all taking this, y'all let Viz, you let them take this shit down that road. No. Let's stick to what Shan was talking about. The goofy ass reasons that women step into marriage. And I got a prime example. Hold on, wait. I got a prime example of how we addressed how this may be a fucked up situation for a man and how this may have transpired. And a lot of and there was some people on this panel that was like, we was just talking about Shaq baby wife earlier today. And we talked about how her ass jumped in that marriage all for the bag and she wasn't in there for a real reason. And everybody was sitting there like, but maybe she was.
No, I told you.
No, Sweeney, that is not what I said.
Well, I know Casey didn't. I'm talking about.
Sweeney, yeah, I told y'all, you're a dummy if you believe that you 50. I said them 55-year-olds who think they getting a 21-year-old who love them, you know.
Shaq didn't get married at 55. He got married at 20-something.
Come on, brother.
Shaq didn't get married at 55.
Y'all already said
her phone, but she playing.
You moving the goalpost with that one.
Was a special case.
Shaq didn't get married at 55. No, Shaq didn't get married at 55. He got married at 20-something. And the woman he thought he loved, who thought he thought loved him, came out later and said, I never loved this man. And everybody was trying to figure out what kind of roundabout way that she may have fallen out of love when in reality she was never there for the love to begin with.
Never even know. She probably told the man, I love you. This
right.
All that. She was telling the man all that.
This is where men go wrong. This is where men go wrong who have money. They always get women they wouldn't have got if they had not had whatever talent it is that they had, right?
How do you know he couldn't pull Shauna?
Let me finish saying what I'm saying, right? I'm not talking about him. I'm just talking about it, not necessarily just his case. I'm talking about people, period, right? Y'all preaching all the time. Get your money up. You're gonna get them chicks. What chicks are you getting? The ones that don't want you right now? Well, them the ones that don't want you. They just want you for money. So why are we promoting this? Like it's people out here actually promoting this is the way to go. You get up there, you have access to these types of women, And it's like, but those women don't want you right now. Like, so why do you want those women? Because
Now, how many of those men
Those,
promote? Now,
those
how many of
women,
those men
those
promote
same women
marriage?
don't want those men, though.
You said what
Like,
now?
those same women don't want those men, though. Like
That's what I said.
that's contradictive.
No. What I'm saying to you is what they do is they promote, get your money up because you have a higher access, you have access to more women. But my question is why
true.
is it so right? So why is it that you'll have access to more women? That means they didn't like you before, right? So if you need the money to get these women, it's the money. It's not you, boo. It's not you. It's your money.
You saying it like they care.
But that's literally what most
They don't
women.
care, Sweeney.
Exactly. Now here's the kicker though. Now here's the kicker though. How many of them now when men give that advice to other men about getting your bread up because it gives you access to other women, they talk about becoming a millionaire. How many of them promote these men to get married?
But so listen. That's the thing, okay?
You gotta marinate on that for a second.
No, you don't have to marinate on it because one, she's wrong for marrying you, knowing that she doesn't want you for money, but you're also wrong for playing people just because you got money. You keep promoting bad stuff. The whole point, we just had a whole conversation.
I mean, according to Ace Metaphor, it doesn't matter.
Tonight we talk about what's right.
Holy Spirit, love and war.
You was right down here below me the whole night talking about principles and what's right, and now you sitting here saying he should be playing.
I'm just describing. I didn't say anything. I described. You asked the question, and I described what those men get.
Do those principles like leave at 12 or something?
Hold on, wait. No, I didn't give any principle. You asked a question about why men do that, and then I asked you a question, describe to further explain to you, like, while you may hear those men tell men to get their money up, they also never recommend these men to get married because they understand once you got your money up, you might not want to tie yourself to a woman because you might lose your shit.
Or you may date the wrong one because now you have access to women who are out there for you.
What if you never?
Marcus talks about it all the time.
What if you didn't have access to no women? What if you did? If you was a man and you didn't have access to no women, and somebody tells you get your money up if you want to have access to women, does it really matter? Does it really matter? Because all the women are only there for the money. Because you ain't had women before that. All of them only there for the money.
Everybody got one.
One of the key points that you always touch on, literally every single week. You say this every single week, that whatever percentage of men don't have money, right? And that's a big reason as to why most relationships don't last, right? That's something that's something that you damn near say every single weekend.
No, that's not what I say.
You'll use the point of every single a lot of the majority of men not having money and essentially justifying the failure of that relationship.
But take it off mute. I've never said that.
Yeah, no, she be saying that we need to level up as black men and black people.
It's a community.
We need to, yeah, she don't I never heard her base being in a relationship on somebody having money. It sounds like that, but she never done.
I'm almost quite sure that I've heard
never have I ever not that women like
say when men have an issue about a money, whenever there's a money issue, I've always heard Shan mention that, most men that's in relationships or marriage, they don't make X amount of dollars.
Yeah, she said that. What he's saying is, what he's saying is when men bring up money as an issue for why they don't want to get married. So they like, oh, I don't want to get married because she might take me for this. Your response to that is most of these niggas ain't got money anyway.
That's true.
Yeah, but hold on, wait. But here's the thing though, for the average man.
Okay.
For the average man. You still lose a lot of money when you get a divorce, especially if you got kids involved.
So that's not so. Divorce and kids have nothing to do with each other. Because guess what? If you had kids outside of marriage, you still gonna be paying for them kids, right?
Fair. So that's the reason why these men don't want to have kids either.
Okay, so then don't.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same logic. They
That's not
understand.
happening.
No, yeah, I think y'all are kind of conflating. Which I think Shan is more saying that that's a fear that shouldn't be placed and preached on men because most men aren't making this large sum of money that they're going to be placed in fear to lose because of divorce. I think that's what. Where you like, why are you
And I think it's worse when you have less.
When most men are.
Here's the part though. Here's the part.
That's what I take from it.
Here's the part that I don't understand. Right. If you can admittedly say that most men don't have money to lose in the first place, and men are saying that that's one of the things that they're concerned about, like that should be a really big issue. You know what I'm saying? That we should be acknowledging. Because if the man doesn't have the money to lose in the first place, then him saying that this is a concern of mine should be a legitimate issue.
So I think that the issue is this, right? The issue is people are saying they don't have money, but they still having sex, still having babies, right? So I'm saying if you're gonna be single, okay? But if you're going to be out here, you're gonna be making babies. The best way to make those babies is in a union, husband and wife, or under with each other. Okay,
I agree. I agree.
So, and then you ain't got to worry about child support because the support is going into the household. So that's all I'm saying. You're not gonna be sitting here me counting your money. But if you ask me a question specific, that's why I said, well, what was the context of the question? So if you sit here and if you tell me that, and I'm telling you, you say, oh, I'm fearful because she's gonna take half of what? If you guys buy a house together and she's paying half and you paying half, it's gonna be divided in half. Y'all both put into the household for half. Like I'm not seeing how this.
I got this.
That's the part I don't understand though. If you can't say half of what, if it is half of something, like that doesn't make sense.
So what I'm saying is, if you're both, because if you're making average, more than likely you're both are contributing to the household, right? So if we both bought a house together, I'm paying half the rent, mortgage, and you're paying half the mortgage. Why wouldn't it be divided into half when we're both contributing half to the mortgage?
Because that's not what happens in court.
Yes, even though you're saying it's not a lot in the cases, it's like it's 90% of alimony goes to women.
I hear what you're saying, and it all sounds good on paper.
She talk about division of assets. Alimony, most people don't get alimony.
Most people don't get alimony. Less than 1% of black women have received alimony.
But just because a man has a concern about money doesn't mean he's only talking about alimony. He's talking about if we did, if me and my wife, we got our house together, we both work, right? Mm-hmm. It would still fuck me up if we got a divorce because now we got to sell the house. Then we got to bust that shit down the middle. Now I got to go get another apartment paying more than I paid when I had the damn house. Then I got to probably pay her child support because she's
capital gains taxes.
So, Sweeney, I'm saying they don't have a legitimate concern, right?
That's a legitimate concern.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is, okay, if that is really your concern, then don't make no kids. Like,
most of them ain't making no damn kids.
What?
Most of them ain't making no damn kids.
That's not true. That's not true.
They even backs that up. Come on now.
And I got something to support you. Stop looking at the 12 to 17-year-old stat.
Ain't nobody looking at no damn 12 to 17.
Y'all always quote the little kid stat, and y'all don't be looking at the steps, right? Because I was going to drop it last week to hush somebody else up, and I should have kept it, but I'll find it today and I'll drop it for you. It has the age group of each when they start having kids. Now, we'll say men don't have them as much in their 20s, but they be popping them out in their 30s, popping them out 40, and they ain't married. Okay, so out of wedlock is out of wedlock. It don't matter when it's out of wedlock; it's just out of wedlock, right?
And most of them men still ain't got no damn kids.
So get 20-year-olds. Okay, so listen, what I'm saying to you. I'm not saying men don't have a legit concern about finances, but we have things you can put in place. You can if you're that concerned about it, get a prenup. All I'm saying is, if you're out here and you're spreading your seed, you cannot control what she does. She's gonna if she has that baby, right? So it is best to be in a union, and stats show that when you're having children, it's best to have your mom and dad there to raise the kid. You can't deny that. We're better together than we are apart.
Do you hear most men? Do you hear most men complain about child support?
Huh? Do
you hear most men complain about child support? The one is specifically the ones that are active fathers in their children's life. Do you hear them complain about child support?
No.
That should tell you something. They don't care about paying the child support. They paying for their kid.
Exactly.
But they don't want to lose their house and lose their 401k and lose their and all of that because they don't want to build up all of that only for somebody to say, I'm not happy and I'm ready to walk away tomorrow.
And so if that's the case, Sweeney, then why do 86% of men who get a divorce go and try to get married again?
It's not 86%. I think
it's 86%. And I'm gonna tomorrow.
Yeah, you got to pull that up because I just looked that up too. Not most men, most men don't remarry after divorce. It's up there, y'all. I will agree, it is up there. A lot of men do remarry, but I don't think it's up to 80%.
You don't think, or you know?
I believe because I just looked the stat up like 3 weeks ago. I believe that it's hovering around like 50
Would
or
you
60.
like to be on our show tomorrow night?
Nah, that's too many shows in a week.
I can pull it off.
That's too many shows in a week, but you can't send it to me.
Gotcha.
I will concede. I'll be there on Sunday. I will concede if it's up.
It's a very high number.
I think it's around 50 or 60%.
It's 64%.
I believe it's around 50 or 60%.
64%.
And then the motherfuckers wind up.
And that's not adjusted for black men. That's just all men. So if the black men number is different, it's different.
Well, black men are only 48%. You know.
But then again, if you think about it, black men are still only marrying at a 34% clips. So you saying that 34%, then you bust that down 60%. So you're really technically only looking at less than maybe 20%, less than 15 to 20% of the male population.
20 in your calculation, 34% of people get married, right? How many percent having kids?
Most of them have kids by the end of their lifespan.
Right. But we do know that kids fare better when they have both parents in the household.
Yes.
Okay.
No, I completely agree with that. I'm just saying you was asking about the concern about money for men, and I was like, have you ever heard?
Money should never be more important than your kids.
Most of them don't complain about the kids.
What I'm saying is, so if your fear is going into a marriage, but you know that your kids are going to be better off in a marriage, you're putting money before your kids. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but if you think about it, though, most men ain't walking away from their marriages, and most of them ain't walking away from their relationships, especially when kids are involved.
Prenup.
Especially when kids are involved. When kids are involved or marriage is involved, men stay. Women leave. When there ain't none of that shit involved, men will walk away if they unhappy. But if there's some kids there or if there's a marriage there, them motherfuckers will stick around even through their own unhappiness.
And that's why I will always preach prenup. I'm gonna tell my son, my daughter too, prenup. You just never know. Men are simply concerned about women leaving them. That's their concern. They're like, I don't want to marry this woman, commit to this woman, and then she bounce on me and leave me with holding the bag and basically saying, look, I got to lose my house. I got to lose the kids that I just made with your ass, who was in the house with me. We was all good and dandy. So just get a
and just for them to get married and don't even be in love with you.
Exactly. You only married to me because I had a good job at the plant, and you was working at McDonald's, but you get to only work 20 hours a week because I got a good job at the plant, and then.
So Sweeney, you just said every good reason for a person not to get married, right? And what I'm saying,
Shane, yes.
So what I'm saying to you is, what about your kids? So everything that you have mentioned above, and you were standing on these principles, you have debunked after a certain hour. It seems like it's a different Sweeney.
You know what I want you to know? No. You know what I want you to know?
I think Tony Gaskins wouldn't appreciate this.
Y'all are misunderstanding my position. You want to know what? You want to know what I want you to do, Shane? I want you to hear men's concerns and go to the women and say, hey, these are the things that men are concerned with in marriages. Can we try not to do some of that bullshit so our men can be happy within the marriage? Just like when y'all come to us about y'all concerns about the shit that men do, we go back to the male community and say, hey, look, the women saying we fucking up in this area. We should probably not do that shit. That's what I was telling you these concerns for.
So what happens when I say to women, this is what men are saying, and they say, well, he don't got a right to cheat on me. But men say, well, that's a part of my biology. You understand? So
I don't agree with that
what
shit.
would be the right way
No,
to
that's
answer
nonsense.
How did you
I
still
don't
make
agree
it
with
about
that.
men though,
that
Chan?
Right.
Black men don't cheat.
Sweeney,
Black
what
men
would be
don't
the
cheat.
right way to answer that
How
question?
did you still make it about men? Like, if he's
Mike,
saying
Mike,
that,
I was talking to Sweeney. Thank you for
no, but it's self improvement.
Like, what does that have to do
no
with
joking.
if a woman come to you and say, if a woman come to you and say, if you go to women and say, by the way, if you go to women and tell them, hey, men saying that they don't like that y'all are leaving them in marriages and relationships because of unforeseen reason. The thing that they respond with is, but what if that nigga cheat?
Well, I do believe that. So this is what I do talk about. We talked about this in the show before. Women who get in marriages and then they have sexless marriages. I think it's wrong. You should not. You can't show up one way before a marriage, and then when you get in a marriage,
That's another man's concern.
You show up a different way just because you think you got them. Like I talk about that not only in chat on Facebook, but I've talked about that on the show as well because I don't agree with that.
And you know what you should do? Hold on, wait. I got the perfect answer for you, Shane. When a woman responds back to you and say, man, but what about these niggas that's be cheating? You'll tell them, I understand your concerns. However, we're talking about you right now. And then what you do is you trot your ass back over here and you tell the men, hey, look, the women are saying that they okay with they say they're gonna try on the whole not leaving the marriage thing, but they don't like the fact that y'all are justifying y'all cheating. Then we go back to the fellas and say, hey, y'all, we got to stop this justifying cheating shit, man. This shit ain't working. That's how we all come together and make this shit work. But
I'm okay with that.
that's the whole reason why we telling you our concerns. So you can take your ass back to the women and tell them, hey, the men got some concerns about this. And then you tell the women give you their concerns, and you come back to us and you tell us, hey, but the ladies got some concerns on their end. And we come to the goddamn table and make a fucking deal.
I do. Okay, we can do that.
Hey, BZ did make a good point too. Just throwing out there and saying that to get a prenup to women, to men, not saying to get a prenup to combat what women are doing is definitely dismissive than a mob.
Well, I would say this. So I think that women have a lot of work to do, right? I will not deny that. So you just gotta know your woman, and if you gotta know yourself. So if you know money means a lot to you, and you want to protect yourself, because nobody can make that decision except for you. I would suggest that you go get a prenup, and I will also suggest that you vet your woman very well. And I will also suggest that you let the women in your household, your family members, also vet that woman very well. Okay, so that you can have as minimal. Hopefully, you will skate right past all of those issues. I can't guarantee.
For a fee, I could vet any woman for anybody.
Yeah, and man. Let Marcus do it because he can vet any.
Shane, can I tell you why I'm against prenuptial agreements now? I'm actually against them.
Who's saying that?
I'm against them. Me.
From?
I've been thinking about that a lot. Like, why is it that we rush to? I think because we don't do marriage well in this country at all.
We don't.
Everything we do isn't even in the solution. Anything that anybody says is the solution. If you ain't even doing the institution right, why would you be responsible for the fix or think you had the right answer for the fix? So what men and women alike say is get a prenup. That's not a fix. It's not even a Band-Aid or whatever. It's not a fix. We don't do marriage well. So why are you trying to? It's a institution of honor and duty. So why are you trying to protect yourself with a document so even the prenup in principle is dishonorable? Oh, yeah. It's like protection against dishonor. So we need to go find honorable people to be a part of this institution. I never in my life would have considered a prenup. Not now, not later, not whatever, because it is in principle. Hey, look, I don't trust your ass. I'm trying to keep what I got at the end. That's not the way I would interact with anyone I'm expecting to do an honorable service to me. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, when we do that.
So what do you say to people? So what do you say to the man that Sweeney brought up that's saying that men have a concern as it relates to their money?
They do. I was going off on you in the chat because I really don't like that
men don't have anything. Let me tell you something. Men actually do.
No. So don't take that as a. Obviously, you have something. You're. Don't be trying to blow my words up.
Well,
like
no, Shan, you say it every single week, man. You say it every week.
Just please just answer her question. We ain't gotta go down that rabbit hole. Just
Now, let me hear the question.
So do you think that as a people we can do better? Do you think that? And all I be saying is I feel like as a people we can do better. That's what's wrong with saying.
What do you think the solution? How should she adjust? How should she address the concerns that men have when regards to money? Like, how do we solve for that? How do you address
the concerns that men have?
Yeah, that's what she's asking. Like, what should she do knowing that men have these concerns?
Who has concerns about money? Is it women or
men? Like she's saying, I hear that y'all men are saying that one of y'all main concerns about marriage is the whole money aspect of it. What should I go back to the women and tell them about these concerns? Like, what do you want me to do?
You know what? Here's the answer, bro. Finally, after a year of searching, don't do anything. It isn't a discussion that's no longer to be had. I was just talking to my wife about this. Tia Mowry, something crazy like that, right? And I realized like we made the mistake by thinking like what we did was we married a lot of men, not me, but a lot of men married the wrong women for the wrong reasons.
Absolutely.
And because they did that, they think we have a situation we need to fix, not realizing your choices were what led us down this path in the first place. What's the thing? We were talking about what we really have here. Why you see black men and black women fighting on YouTube all the time is because it's really related to our lack of spirituality and
no values.
Nobody knows what's right and what's wrong anymore. We can't agree on that. That's why we always argue. So that's why there's always gray. It's always nuanced, right? So when we say something like, "Hey, you got a whole committed man at home," it's not good for you to be going out with a male friend and coming home at 12 a.m. Now they'll say he's insecure. Well, everybody in a certain culture knows women don't go out, don't have male friends. One, they don't go out with male friends if they're married, and you go out as family friends, shit like that, right? Because we can't agree on what's right, what's appropriate, and what's inappropriate, right? So what I realize is don't be out here trying to change anybody. Find people that agree with what you agree with. So men should not be telling women anything anymore. Go find a woman that believes what you believe. That would never go out with another male friend.
So Mike, how could you guarantee? How can you guarantee that a woman's going to be honorable?
So they have to come. Like, remember, this work used to be done for us. Here in the West, we like spontaneity and uncertainty. It's exciting to us, right? Like dating is exciting when really marrying a chick from 5th grade was what people used to do. This is the only person I can speak to, their character. I've seen this woman do everything. Like, that's what we were really supposed to do. We took ourselves away from familiarity. Familiarity is boring. And we take people for granted because it's like, oh, they always going to be there when I'm ready to fuck with them again. This chick over here, she exciting, but I don't know what she go. So you see what I'm saying? So we should never be sitting here trying to figure things out. We should be pouring into the situations where we're absolutely sure.
Well, I think the only problem with what you're saying, Trig, is the fact that when you notice that a group of people are only operating at a 30% clips, right? So, like, if all of us, I'm gonna just assume all of us are fucked up. I'm gonna go off here. If 30% of the group of people are operating and guided by those principles, that's a failure as a group.
Yep.
So this is what I meant when I said that you need to start going and telling people the concerns, because you need to elevate the principles of the entire group so that we can at least get back to a 60 to 70% clips so that we can succeed as a society. Because if you don't have that, we gonna fail as a group across the board.
Let me, because I don't even disagree. Let me just say this to him. You're actually right. So you're right, but the way we go about it is why we can't improve. Right. Something as a black community, we think that everybody's supposed to be on one accord, and we're always promoting unity when tribalism and division is what we need to be promoting. Let me tell you why. Your tribe are the only people that listen, so they're the only people that can progress with you. It is better for you to seal off your group and knowing and be open to taking people than to try to reach out. It's the fact that we keep trying to have the conversation and what we're doing is better makes people resist. Hey, don't you know your kids will have better opportunities if you get married? They'll just resist and give you all the reasons why marriage is fucked up. So what I'm gonna tell you, what I'm gonna do is tell you, you can't be a part of this club. You're not really made for this. Do your thing over there. Nah. So what remains true when we do that? Our kids will have better outcomes. We will be more economically advanced than those people. We will have more college graduates than those people. Our kids will go on to be homeowners. Those people will naturally have better outcomes, and everybody gonna be like, all right, I think they're doing some shit over there. And
I agree,
because of the exclusivity of our club, everybody gonna want to be a part of it. It's gonna become cool again. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah. Can I say something real fast? I want you to. Does anybody have anything to say to Mike real? And then I wanted to say something.
Yeah, I agree, Trigger Mike, but that is completely opposite to what we was just talking about pressuring people into marriage. I could have sworn that we just had this long convo drawn out about that.
Me and you?
No, I don't think nobody said that we was pressuring people into marriage.
Word pressure. Nobody used the word pressure.
Nobody ever said that.
So let me.
All we said was if you dating,
promoting
get
what
married,
and what you're standing on,
then get the fuck out the street. You know, that's what we were saying.
There's two ways to skin this cat though. You can either do it Trigger Mike's way.
Your microphone.
Or Tony Gaskins' way, right?
The second part was some bullshit. God,
no, he was gonna say Trigger Mike's way or Tony Gaskins' way. Literally nuance.
Because there used to be a period of time where government used to do things that kind of forced everybody's hand. They was like, no, we're not doing this. You're not gonna have access to this. We're gonna punish this aspect, and I'm gonna force y'all. So there's two ways to do it. You can either do it the Trigger Mike way, or we can go the other route and force you motherfuckers to act right.
Dog, but that I wish they would. So that is really why we got to force our hand. We can't be out here trying to make anybody do anything because of the incentives that people have to act crazy, right? Yeah. So they need to remove a lot of these laws because it's all fake. We live in a fake world that's propped up off of entitlements and things that don't exist in the natural world. So right now, I think like most women are acting up and leaving relationships as an incentive. And every time people say, oh, it's not incentivized, do you think women will leave a good man? Yes, women will leave a good man. We thought women only leave cheaters and abusers. Women leave niggas that are not doing anything wrong. So yes, it's incentivized for women to leave because they think they can do it on their own. Remove every single incentive. In fact, just do simple stuff. Don't even put it in a man's favor. Automatic 50-50 custody. If the child is up to 9 years old, the woman has custody, the man pays child support. After 9 years old, the man has custody, the woman pays child support. Start giving actual equal rights. Boy,
balance a whole lot of shit out.
Oh, shit. Start giving actual equal rights. They're gonna be like, I gotta pay him child support. 10% of child support will be paid by women.
Hey, that's what I meant by when I said force them. Because like there's ways to incentivize the masses to act right through different entitlements and different laws and all of that, and that's kind of what Trig was speaking to. But go ahead, Shan. My bad.
Hey, y'all know how upset women were when Mary J. Blige was summoned to pay her ex-husband spousal support or whatever.
Rare victory.
Do you know how upset women are even now with Tiana Marie? You know what I'm saying, having to pay Shumpert.
He got to
pay her. He lost that one.
But it was a lot of women
before the actual verdict.
Concept of it though.
Yeah, before the actual verdict, women were out the woodworks talking about some. Oh my God, I can't believe this. And I said this. I said personally, all is fair in love and war. If you got the laws that says that he has the opportunity to be able to do X, Y, and Z, then you can't.
Wait, Sweeney. No, Sweeney. People were mad because he got on a podcast and he said he didn't believe in 50-50, that he believed a man should be able to take care of a woman 100%. That's why people were saying he was full of shit, and now he eating his words now that he's actually going through a divorce, begging Tiana Taylor for alimony and to pay him.
Yeah.
That's why people were up in arms, not because they didn't feel like Tiana didn't owe him anything. They're saying he basically flip-flopped and saying that men you ain't nothing if you can't take care of your woman 100%, 50-50, you're not a man if you talking about 50-50 and all of that stuff.
But no,
That's
well,
why he was getting
specifically,
green.
well, I didn't catch that post, but specifically the post that I caught on it, the women were saying, look at this motherfucking man asking the woman for her assets. It was specifically
After he said you're not a man if you believe in 50-50.
Yeah, but that wasn't the context that was given on that post. They was just simply
That was every social media post that I saw. They were playing the clip of him talking on that podcast over
yeah,
and
this
over.
one didn't, I'm telling you, this post didn't even have a clip. All it had was them two pictures, and they had a title that says he's demanding half her royalties, and there were the person who posted it said, look at this man. As a man, you should not be asking no woman for no money or something like that. That makes you less of a man. That was the entire conversation underneath the post. So that's what I'm going on. I don't know anything about some podcast that motherfucker did, and that could have been it over there. I'm just saying that when I saw women upset, they were upset about the mere fact that this man was demanding to have money, to take money take her hard-earned money because they were married.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen that countless times, even with Kevin Federline or whatever his name is with Britney Spears. We've seen it multiple times where it's never the opposite. It's never accepted the opposite way. When it goes the opposite way, it's that's not right. But when it's the other way, it's that's expected, you know. And that's unfortunate.
It's good though, because these are things that need to happen. So, Sweeney, this goes back to what we were just talking about. When you retreat, like take your tribe and retreat. All the people that do marriage well, that are on one accord, that we go on retreats together, we make marriage look cool. We retreat into our own little silos and our own little groups, because these are the occurrences that need to happen for people to be like, all right, this single shit ain't it, or all of this crazy stuff. Because what happened with the Iman Shumpert, because I know what you're talking about, Casey. He did say that, and that's the problem. You simp for women when you said that, because you didn't actually believe it. 50-50 is a simple term for equality was what women were fighting for. So you see, women were fighting for equality. 50 plus 50 equals 100. So it contradicts all of these points, and at some point people are going to have to smarten up and be like, you know what, we're doing all of this the wrong way. Every time we come out and celebrate something like this, and even their relationship, to me, is sad. Every time a woman like Tiana Taylor rakes a man like Iman Shumpert over the coals and the women celebrate, those same women will be on podcasts saying, why these men ain't marry us? They don't trust you. And they don't trust you within the institution of marriage. They don't trust you in a commitment. They don't trust you to co-parent. So keep celebrating while all of us back here, like, just wait, like a ticking time bomb. So it's going to slowly move them back toward us and nudging us like, so how is it being married? You tell me, I'm thinking, because this shit ain't it. These women out here crazy, So that's what I mean. Like, it's all necessary. It needs to happen.
And then also, and I don't necessarily agree with Iman Shumpert, the whole aspect, because I always disagree with when a woman raked a man over the coals. So I disagree with it the other way around. However, when I was responding to the people in the comments, I said, all of y'all were celebrating when it was happening to a man. You can't then get mad when men start to use the very same laws we've been begging y'all to change. Men have been begging y'all ad nauseum to change these laws and say, hey, look, this is unfair in marriage. And then when you finally reap when the shoe is on the other foot, now you want to be upset and say, oh no, and then appeal to man's manhood as the reason why he should not take advantage of the very same laws that y'all take advantage of every single day. No, if it's wrong, then it's wrong across the board. Don't say, oh, it's okay for a woman to do it because she's a woman and she can take advantage of these laws, but these laws are also men have access to them, and then try to tell a man, but you're a man though, you shouldn't take advantage of these laws. That's not how this works. All is fair in love and war. I don't agree with the laws. How about if you don't agree with it, if you don't like women being raked over the coals, then maybe we should all come together and figure out how to make this shit fair for people so that y'all can walk into marriage with a little more security than you normally do.
I think that.
Go ahead, Shannon.
Yeah, you go ahead. Go ahead.
So for me, I don't know. I don't really know, and I don't know if they ever came out and said what's the whole reason why they're getting a divorce. But just knowing the information on certain, would you say, Shannon?
I think cheating.
But they had an open relationship. That's what I'm confused about. They were having threesomes and stuff together. Yeah, so I'm kind of, I don't know about the cheating aspect, but it's heartbreaking to me, right? Because I heard him say that she makes like $80,000 more a month or something than him, right? He's a retired NBA player who currently acts. He had a short stint in music, and she makes nearly almost, like $100,000 more per month than him. With the relationship that they portrayed to have, it's heartbreaking to know that you would want your child's father basically emptying his pockets to pour into a household that y'all are gonna share. I don't understand it, and I don't subscribe to it. I feel like if she was always the breadwinner in the situation, what is the reason that he needs to basically empty his pockets per month when she was the breadwinner the entire time? It makes no sense at all to me. It's very I don't want to use the word evil, but I don't see how you claim that you ever. I don't see how you claim that you ever love somebody, especially you have children with them. You got married to not have children with somebody. That's one thing, but to be married, to have this, we're soulmates, we're this and that. Y'all create children, and now it's like we're enemies, the death to you, but y'all still have children that are going to be in the middle of this back and forth. It makes no sense. I don't understand it. I really don't understand it.
Two things. One, I think they went off of their net worth, and he is worth way more money than she is. If you just go off of strictly their net worth, he's worth way more. But then two is because both of them motherfuckers were selling wolf tickets. He was selling wolf tickets about what you just said that he was talking about, that whole I believe a man should take care of his woman and all of that. And she was selling wolf tickets when she was saying, oh no, I'm okay with him sleeping with multiple women. I'm okay with all of this going on. It's Traja love over here. Both of them motherfuckers were selling wolf tickets and all that shit. When the divorce happened, the shit was on display. The first thing she mentioned that he was doing was he was out here cheating. Even though we just heard that y'all was sitting over there telling us that y'all was completely okay with him sleeping around on you, but the very first thing your ignorant ass mentioned is the fact that he cheated on you.
It makes no sense. She talked about him going out, but when they were married, actually going out without her and bringing back women to her. Like, she actually talked about that, and it was all like, I'm cool with it, I'm good with it. It wasn't never like, so it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, they both was full of shit. They both basically full of shit.
I don't think she had an issue with it. I think she just said that because in divorce filings they get messy, and you trying to find a way to get a win. I don't think she cared like that about that.
Which it makes it even more fucked
So
up.
why do you think they got divorced, Marcus? That's what I'm trying to understand. What was the divorce thing?
I don't think that was the issue. I don't know what it was per se, but I don't think that was it.
It's the switch up.
So, Kiki people think that when you bring the person back to the room, it's for both of them. But when you do it and nobody knows about it, that's cheating. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you had a whole relationship going that may be considered. I know it's not me, it's not us, but we were just saying that sometimes Kiki people do things like that, right? But I agree with what you were saying. I don't think that men should be basically taken advantage with in court. I agree with what you said, Mike. It should be 50-50. Whether it be what you said, half, or I like to do 1 week on, 1 week off. My child's with her dad right now. Ain't nothing more lovely than dropping her off. It's your turn now. For that break. You know what I'm saying? And she love her daddy. Woo, yay for me. So I think that, and no child support involved. For what? we half and half. You feel me? Just be on time for your time. But
Hey,
so
let's call it out as it is, man. Women tend to say one thing and then switch it up without sharing that they switched it up.
what you
There
talking
was
about?
I'm saying with the whole him bringing back women or whatnot, you know, and it being
Oh,
cool, and then it turned into a problem.
yeah. That's what
There, there was a movie that just recently came out, The Strangers. I don't know if anybody saw it, but in the movie, the chick, the couple, she had told the guy that she was dating that she didn't want to get married, right? And then she later in the story told him, you know, 5 years later, like, oh, I'm considering that I want to get married. And right at the end, while they were about to get murdered, unalived, she told him, oh, let's get married. And you know what I'm saying? And it was like this whole process of where she told him that she didn't want to get married. And then at the end of the movie, once they were about to get unalived, it was like, oh no, I do want to get married. And you know what I'm saying, without even telling him that she wants to get married now. So the fact that it was in a movie was extremely amusing to me,
it's
because this
funny.
is
I mean,
something
so let me finish my
that
story. Let me finish my
because this is something that literally happens all the time. Women would say one thing, tell and allow for men to think that this is what it is that they want, and then don't even tell them that this is really what they don't want. You know what I'm
You know
saying?
what
During
it
the
is though.
process.
You know what it is though.
Can I finish my when y'all
Oh,
get
please,
done, I
please
really
do.
want to finish my
It's almost your bedtime. We know how you do.
is. I just want to clarify something, but go ahead, Mike, if you want to add on to the movie.
Just really quick. Y'all know a lot of well-off people, I'm sure. So y'all know a lot of swingers and people in that type of
Sure.
lifestyle. Y'all have met them, right? Have y'all ever picked up on this? It's always one person pretending to be down, like the other
I
person's
have
down.
to say.
Yeah,
It's
the
it is
other
it's
person.
it is one person trying. It's never two people. Because think about it, two free-spirited people won't last with each other. They're free spirits. So it's like one of y'all are faking.
Yeah.
One of you
And what you're
motherfuckers
doing
is
is
fine.
trying to be cool. You love that person so much. You're trying to be cool. You're trying to be down. And why would you ever lie to this person? Because they love it. They love the freedom of being with you, but the autonomy to be with anybody else. And that other person is always faking it. And that's kind of where when she started to have a problem, if it was her, if that's what happened, he like, what? Of course he's gonna say, well, what's the issue now? And my ultimate point is that none of this stuff actually belongs in the institution of marriage.
I agree.
None of it.
Did anybody else have anything to add? Because I wanted to just clarify something real
Go
fast.
ahead, finish your story, Shane.
I want this to be first and foremost. When I get on men and I say stuff about the income, y'all, I'm an educator, right? I believe that we could be doing so much more. Why do we got to be at the bottom of everything? I think that we're the most talented people out here. We're the strongest, smartest. And I just feel like we don't be living up to, we so intrigued by who's sexing who. That same energy we could be putting in ourselves and be some great individuals.
Here goes Shane K. Williams.
And so what I'm saying, whenever I bring stuff up like that, it's always as a challenge. Just like I bring it up, y'all bring up single moms, and I'd be like, yep, that was me. Go for it. All, you know, that's all I be saying. I ain't never knocking nobody for their income. I'm just saying I know you can do better. I see better in you, and I want you to do better. Don't let that man take your job. You better than him. That's all I be saying. So I don't understand.
You know why they rebel, Chan?
Why?
I said this on like Lucky somebody's show. I was like, all of us on these podcasters, we have a terrible trait, terrible characteristic. We are expert problem identifiers.
Facts.
But really bad, at least on these platforms, we're really bad problem solvers. Most of y'all are like old enough to have worked in like management, upper management, all that type of stuff. You know damn well you can't really solve a problem till you identify it first, then you solve it, then the problem is solved. So what we do is we identify problems. This is the problem. And single mothers did this, and the government did this. We identify problems all day. Nobody institutes the steps on how to make the change. So even when we say this is what needs to happen,
anybody wants to hear the solution.
Exactly. That might be something too.
Yeah,
but
so to piggyback what I'm saying, so if I bring up that people are making average, the bigger problem is your kids are being raised without you in the household. It's more than that money that you're making, in my opinion. That is, to me, is not an excuse. Now, if you want to go into the logistics of it all, because of this, we need to change law. Okay, then let's do that. Because at the end of the day, our kids are suffering, and we keep bringing in these generations and the same stuff. It's going to keep on repeating itself until somebody stand up and get it right. So if the money is the issue, okay. So I'm going to knock the money. I'm like, it ain't enough to be an issue of your kids. That money that you make, that average money you make, should never be more than your kids. These are your kids. This is generations. When you leave, that money you made ain't going to be here, but your kids will. What are you leaving behind? That's your last name.
But
so what are we doing?
You gotta talk to the women, Shan.
But wait, yeah, because you conflating two things. You just heard me say when men make babies with women, they don't leave. So you need to be asking the women, why the hell are they leaving these men high and dry after they make these babies with them?
So what I said was my thing. What you mean leaving? You talking about when they just have babies? Talking about marriage or outside of marriage?
Either or. Men ain't leaving.
Listen, let me just let you in a little secret. Most women who have a kid like you want to be with you. I don't know if y'all know that or not.
So why the hell are they leaving?
She not. He don't want to.
That ain't true because most of them have been all these damn single parent homes.
She got the baby on her hip. Decide that the other chick called her like, "Yo, baby."
So why is she in the house by herself?
So Sweeney,
give him some grace, Sweeney.
Sweeney, let me ask you a question. Why do you think it's so bitter? Why do you think women get so bitter when he end up moving on with somebody else? You think it's just because, or do you think it's because she has for him and he didn't choose her?
Stay still.
Even if that was the case, if she gonna get so damn bitter about him getting somebody else, why the fuck did she leave in the first place?
She did. You're not. Okay, never mind.
Who walks? I can ask every woman on this panel. Whenever you broke up with somebody, who broke up with who?
I broke up with almost everybody except one person.
Shan, when you was in a relationship and everything broke down, who broke up with who?
Hey,
there wasn't no damn boat. There's always one person that said.
So there were some things that took place, multiple things that took place. I wouldn't even put his business out there like that, but there were multiple things that took place. I try to be a loyal lover. I try, but I already told y'all about the distance, but there were other things that took place that I'd rather not even speak about, which is not anybody.
So you broke up with him?
For good reason.
In all your relationships, how many relationships did you have in your adulthood? We can't hear you.
Not many.
Tia, we can't hear you.
Less than that.
None? You ain't had no relationships in your adulthood?
You said me?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
What was the question?
I said, how many relationships have you had in your adulthood?
In my adulthood, what age is my adulthood?
18 or 9.
Okay. Okay. I can count on
ballpark. You ain't got to get too like.
Yeah, I can count on 2 hands.
Okay. How many of them was it that the person broke up with you?
If he chose somebody else, that's
maybe
him.
1, 2.
What she could count on 2 hands at maybe 1 or 2. Casey, before you got married, when you had
ask her the reason though. Won't you ask her the general reasons?
It doesn't matter the reason.
It does.
It doesn't. Because the whole overarching point is that you can't tell me that
staying together and working it out. Right? So, we're talking about staying together.
So you can. So this is the thing. There are multiple reasons for people not getting. So when you're not married, it could be simple. Like, I've been sitting here waiting for you for 5 years, and you're never going to ask me to marry. Like, and that that's a goal of mine. And it's obviously that you don't want to marry me. That could be a reason for a woman to leave because you're wasting my time, my young years.
Fair enough, but do you do that before or after the baby?
What you talking about? From you? Is she?
All right, so say for instance, all right, I'll give you this. Say for instance,
So
you in a relationship.
I want
Let's
to
say,
marry my child's father. I want to marry.
no, fair enough. But if you have the baby, and he's only and there is no plans in sight of him marrying you, y'all. Basically, what's in your future is y'all about to spend the next 18 years together, no marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna break up with that man?
Probably not.
Hey, so if you're with a man for X amount of years and they don't marry you, does the thought process that of what am I not doing or what am I doing that's causing this man not to want to marry me?
Sure.
Are we never having discussions about
let me
marriage?
just
like what's going on? Why are we not
You want to
having
know?
discussions?
You want to know the reason why I said it doesn't matter? The reason why, Marcus?
Let me tell you this.
Hold on, Shane. Let me get this out real quick. You want to know the reason why I said it doesn't matter?
Get to say what you wanted to say. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna let her. The reason why I said it doesn't matter is because we know in relationships, all the things that we do is bilateral. We do to one another. Men still, even though women do to us, still tend to stay when shit is on the line, whether that's a baby or marriage. Men still tend to stay in the relationship, even if shit is happening to us. Even if there's a lack of sex, even if there's a lack of this, even if she's unhappy, or even if she's belittling him or whatever, they do still tend to stay. Women still initiate the end of relationships and divorces at a 70% clips.
Sure.
So with that being said, that's why I said the reason why doesn't matter. All I'm asking is, how often do you initiate the breakup?
So let me ask you a question. So you're right. It does matter. Let me tell you why. Because even if you say a man steps out of his relationship, he doesn't leave his wife, but he got an out, right? He got something to take his mind off of his issues. She doesn't get that out. She can't cheat like him because it's not socially accepted, right? So where's her out? So if he has
most men don't cheat.
So
just like most women don't cheat. Cheating ain't the thing that most people do. His out may be that he go into his man cave and beat his dick every day.
So some men don't. I would agree that some
men. He play video games now to get away from your ass.
Put your hand down, Trigger Mike.
I would
We
agree
didn't
that
you do every day.
But I do know that there are men. It comes up quite often when men, that there are some cheaters in the midst, right?
And women do as well. Women they have they out too. They cheat just as much as men do.
Okay, so
if not more.
That's part. But even if a woman is cheating, she don't feel right.
What the fuck does that have to do with the person?
What?
Oh,
What's that even
mean?
This is how they justify it to themselves, man.
We're going down a rabbit hole. Listen,
I didn't feel right.
Listen, we're going down a rabbit hole because people, we don't know. You have to look at a case by case situation on why people leave relationships, right? It's just a case by case situation. It could be that he's left the relationship. He just ain't left the relationship, meaning he ain't doing nothing. And don't nobody want to be at home with no lazy man either. You know what I'm saying? Just like you don't want to be at home with a lazy woman. It's the same situation.
Yeah, he's still there.
Relationships, but what I so.
Can I say something?
He's still there with that lazy ass woman.
So wait,
in the house ain't cooking no dinner.
Wait, Sweeney. So look, men seem to, on most cases, think about the long-term effects of things. Women do not.
They do.
Women are more impulsive to right now, what is going on, the current situation. They can't see they don't necessarily, as a group, we don't necessarily look at the long game and the long-term effects of our decisions, right?
True.
And men are always looking towards the future. So I think that is one of the main reasons why women make impulsive decisions and leave relationships, whether it's in the heat of a really serious issue, or it could be the heat of a situation where it actually could be worked out through therapy or, recalibrating the relationship and like figuring out another way to operate within the relationship. I really feel that that's where those numbers come from within that.
Sure.
That women are more impulsive and they look at their current situation, their current circumstance, and like, I gotta change it. I gotta change it. I gotta get out of it. I gotta do something different. That's why women are constantly going back to school, 30s, 40s. Like we're not thinking about okay, how is this gonna affect the family long term? How is this gonna affect, do I really need to do this? Is this the best decision? It's kind of like, I need to do something right now. I need to change my circumstance right now. And we really don't sit in things where we really need to be more virtuous and pray and be silent and really go back and forth over our decisions. As a whole, we're known to be more impulsive.
That's true. I can
You
agree
just
with that.
explain why daddies are important.
You said what now?
You just explain why daddies are important.
Oh, daddies are real important.
I mean, really what it is. And remember I said, like, we identify problems and we have to give the steps to people who are trying to change themselves. So here's a step. I've noticed that the wisest women I know, because of what Casey just dropped bars, and what she did was she didn't self-deprecate. You basically told the truth about yourself or about women in general. This is a character flaw that we have. Now, how do we fix it? The women who are the wisest adopt the logic of the men that they trust. That's it. You see what I'm saying? So if I know I'm prone to making bad decisions, impulsive decisions, especially when it comes to men, when it comes to career, if I don't think things through, let me not make the decision at all. Let me consult somebody who does use logic and foresight, right? That's the way I know women do things. So when women are looking at certain women like, oh, they always got it together, they do what they want. Man, ask that woman who she asking. She's gonna be like, man, I called my daddy and convened all my uncles together. I ain't making that decision. I done fucked that up about 35 times. That thing you said about school, you know, I work in higher education. I'm doing work right now, which is why I'm up. We started convening something called the Academic Review Board, and I'm kicking people out of my program because we have these things called professional students. And what's happening is the Department of Education is putting these people under review because what they're doing is enrolling and re-enrolling after I drop them so they can get a check. Like they're doing stuff like that. Like, but it's impulsive. I want to switch programs. I want to do this. And then I'll go do their evaluations and looking at the schooling they've done. Ma'am, how do you have 3 associate's degrees and 2 bachelor's degrees? What are you doing?
No, Trigger.
You're a professional student. So this is impulsive behavior to say, I want to do something new now. I want to do something new now.
Trigger. No, there's a deeper reason. I worked in student loan collections. I'm gonna tell you exactly the reason why most people keep going back and forth to school.
To defer them loans.
To defer your student loan.
No, bro, that's one reason they're doing it. Bro.
It's every single time I'm telling you, when that shit go back into repayment and they look and they staring down the barrel of a $900 a month bill, they like fuck that shit.
But it's both things though, y'all. Like, but women are also like we're quick to pivot out of situations and out of careers and out of things. Like we're very quick to do that, or if we're doing something one way, we're like, oh, I gotta do it differently. I'm gonna go over here. But I think to your point, Trigger Mike, like it's all, you also don't want to be a nuisance to your husband, right? You don't want to be a nuisance to your family and a nuisance to your child. So you need, as women, we got to learn how to redirect that energy, right? We have to learn how can we channel that in a different way, because you don't want to be an issue and a headache and a pain. You have to learn how to deal with that differently. You don't want to, oh, I make bad decisions. No, my husband chose me because I'm a good decision maker, right? And we agree and go along with his ideology, but I'm not a headache. I make his life easier. He's not problem solving to take care of me like I'm another child. I need to make things easier. So you have to, as women, we have to learn, okay, that energy, if I'm quick to do certain things, that's why it's good to be domesticated. Because if you're quick to do things and you're good at multitasking, that means you can take care of a household. You can pour into your children. You can homeschool if you need to. You can help with your in-laws. You can help with your parents. You can help with your siblings. You can help in the community. You can do different things outside of the home and in the home. So that energy, that quick, let's keep it moving, let's keep it going. You got to learn to channel it a different way and not always like ready to have a midlife crisis and change directions of your life.
So can I say something real fast? And this goes back to what Trigger Mike said, right? And I see it's kind of some of the things that you're saying, Casey. I think it's all about the type of woman that you're marrying. I think that the one thing that men love about women is the one thing that ends up messing the relationship up. You like that excitement in a woman, right? But that excitement.
That ass.
Listen what I'm saying. And the reason, no. What I'm saying, let me Mike, shut the.
That ass will get you every time.
And listen. So what I've noticed, and even I saw the psychologist, she brought this up, right? There are a lot of women, you know, just like the men, they talk about the NBA incels. There are a lot of women who you might find to be boring. You know, she doesn't give you the same excitement, but she's consistent. She's loyal. You feel me? And like Mike said, you may take a little advantage of her, right? Because you see something exciting and you go for the exciting because now you got it. You like you got that adrenaline rush. You're like, this is what I want to marry. But just like she came in exciting, she be leaving because she can't sit still. You feel me? She like this. And just like Casey said, now it would be great if you can get her to channel that energy to put it back into the household. But unfortunately, the way things are going in 2024, in this that ain't what's happening. It's too many ways out, right? It's like, oh, this come fine. I have to go live my life. I have to go travel. I gotta do all these things, right? And then you realize too late that she wasn't wifey material in the first place. She never could be held down, but you were so amped up in the chasing. Now, some of y'all did it right. You got a wife.
This is that shit I'm talking about.
You got a wife, and you had a good hit. But some men don't see it like some people don't learn that lesson real early. They don't learn that lesson before they go into a marriage, right? They saw it, it was exciting. They like, I got her, and now you don't.
This is that shit that I was just talking about earlier. We came to you with a concern, and you turned around and said, man, and you even agreed with the premise of it when Casey said the reason why we walking away from this shit is because most of us are impulsive decision makers. And you sat there and said, you are absolutely right, Casey. And men was like, yeah, y'all are very impulsive. That's why y'all be walking away from most of these situations. And then you go turn around and say, well, fellas, maybe it's the type of woman that you get. If it's all of y'all, goddamn it, what's the problem?
Sweetie, that's it. That's the problem. Just like all men aren't the same, all women aren't the same. What I'm saying is what we have an attraction to, both men and women. Women tend to go for the guy they should not be dating, right? And men do the same thing. Y'all so busy trying to turn a hoe into a housewife. Every day we talk about how to get an OnlyFans off the ledge. She's OnlyFans. Let her go.
Turning a hoe into a housewife.
Listen what I'm saying. Let her go be OnlyFans. You need to be dealing with people. He just talked about tribes. You need to be dealing with the person in your tribe who thinks the same. Stop trying to change people's minds.
Here's the difference.
And the problem, listen to what I'm saying, Sweeney. And the problem with both men and women is we always trying to change our people's mind. Women, you trying to change that bad boy's mind. We know we can get him. You know what I'm saying? He ain't good for us. He's toxic, but he keeps us on our toes. Same thing for men. Do that with women, right? And then you end up getting with these people, and it never works out for you in your favor because you were never supposed to be with each other in the first place.
Here's the difference. Hold on, wait, Vince. Here's the difference between what I said and what you just said. We wasn't up here talking about OnlyFans models. We know they are a minority. We wasn't up here talking about women of the night and prostitutes. We know they are a minority. Sure. We ain't talking about Instagram thighs. We know they are a minority. We talking about women that walk away from relationships for any old reason. That is a majority.
It's not majority because majority of people majority of black women ain't even married. So how is it the majority?
So I'm gonna say this.
The majority of black women not.
Are you kidding?
Oh, let me say this. Let me say this. So just about every book that I've read on relationships, on the men versus women, or men and women differences. Mm-hmm. Every book that I've read, they've always said how women, and just how Casey pointed out, how women tend to be extremely flip-flop. Most men, if not all men, are consistent. They look for women that are consistent in what it is that they give and deliver, so on and so forth. Every single book that I've read in relationships literally say and backs what Casey says. And that is a big problem. You know what I'm saying? Because most men are conflicted by that, because it's how they navigate, is understanding how to navigate through that whole process. So I think that's the bigger issue with it, of the miscommunication of how it is that we need to understand, okay, well, women navigate this way, men navigate this way, and coming to figure out that mutual ground.
I got a question for the guys. For the women that broke up, I'm assuming everybody's been broken up at least one time, right? With a woman. Yes.
Yeah.
How many times did you have a discussion with her about the issue before y'all broke up?
Every single time.
Like multiple, like how many times? Like, was it one time y'all had a discussion? Was it a reoccurring thing? Like,
I'm almost quite sure that it's consistent. The argument that most women have is that men don't communicate how it is that they feel. But the issue is that men communicate it all the time. But the fact that they continue to say it and it goes unnoticed and unheard, they then go into their defensive state of not saying anything anymore, because now there's no point of me saying it. It's me complaining about something that's being said and it's not being acknowledged. This is literally the common state across the nation. So the fact that that is a common state across the nation, that can't be by coincidence.
So to Shan's point into what you're saying, Biz, Shan, you just said how to Sweeney that most of Black women aren't married, right?
Mm-hmm.
I can think about 5 relationships that I knew after college that lasted the long haul. They were on their way to marriage. All 5 of those relationships, the women left. Half of those relationships, those guys, the next women that they dated, they're married now. And I can guess, I don't know all the inner workings, but it goes back to, yes, in marriage we'll leave, but then I think we don't even make it to marriage in a lot of situations because we leave those long-term relationships or those serious relationships that were meant to be marriages. You see what I'm saying?
Did those men have a substantial change from one relationship?
No children were involved in any of those relationships.
That's
What, Marcus?
Did they have a substantial change in who they were from one relationship to the next?
I really think it's those women. And I think a lot of times we didn't really touch on this tonight, but it's the standards that we believe that men and who men should be and exactly how they should be as far as being husbands and being in relationships. I really feel like a lot of our women feel that they're too good for certain men.
Oh yeah.
Even though they come from the same community,
and that's the
they
average.
make the same money. They're both successful. I think that going back to hypergamy, I think women think, okay, I got you, I can get better. Even though you are great, I got you. So that means, and I'm so good, and I look the way I look, and I work the way I work, and this is my career, and this and that. Then you know what? You don't do exactly what I want you to do. You don't act exactly how I want you to act. If I got you, then I know I can get better.
Well,
don't let them have went to an ace metaphor.
But the thing about it is, Casey, I would argue that them women wasn't for them. Like, why would you? I wouldn't even want them to be with those women. You know what I'm saying?
It's a majority now.
No, what I'm saying, I'm just saying we don't even. We're talking about leaving marriages, but I feel like we don't even make it to, as a whole, we don't make it to marriages because we also leave relationships in that same manner. We leave relationships that are people, like you're saying, these are good men and women that come from similar cut from the similar cloth. They're literally aligned and
they probably
in life with each other, right? But it's like social media, and I can get better, I can do more, I it's this more mentality. So it's like, you know what, instead of building with you, how about I just go over here because you're not doing, you know what I'm saying? It's that type of mentality. And I said 5 because 5 come to my mind like quickly. And I know, like, you know, we're friends with certain people all these years later. So I know like the type of men that these guys were. So I'm like, dang, they were husband material. like great guys, stand-up guys. And I just look at some of my particular, I don't really talk in too much abroad. I have touch points with a lot of people in a lot of different cities. And the going trend is that nobody's good enough to be their husband. Nobody's good enough. And I'm where does this come from? It comes from what I heard another podcast, women being taught that you don't have to settle down. Well, what is settling down?
Yeah.
What is that?
You have to settle.
I would think, and I would even argue, and I would even
settle,
and I would even argue that I don't even think it's conscious most of the time. Like it's not like they having a, because again, like I said, this is a problem across the board for women. Women are leaving by and large. This is a across the board issue for women. I think a lot of the time it's just that if something doesn't fit in that moment, they would rather leave than stay. Whether that's her dealing with it may be something that she's doing in the relationship and he may have a problem with it. And she's like, well, fuck it, I'll just walk away. Or it may be that he's doing something to her and she has an issue with it. And she like, fuck it, I'll walk away. Either way, men tend to, when shit is on the line, that's why I said, if there's nothing on the line, you do tend to see men walk away.
You know why I know it's a larger issue though? You know why I know it's a larger issue? I'll say this and I'll mute up. This is why it's a larger issue. We're all at the big old age, as they would say, of our careers and community events, social events, networking events, conferences, balls, dinners, all these types of things where you would bring or invite a guest, your mate, your significant other, your husband, your spouse, X, Y, and Z. It is a problem. It is a problem. To me, it's a big red flag on a woman's side, right? To be all this perfect on paper. You check all the boxes on paper, right? You supposedly are feminine, right? You present yourself that way. I know Ebony K. Williams is talking about that. Presenting as feminine. You carry yourself a certain way. You're a hard worker. You're in your career. You do all of this stuff. When you have all of these set events to attend and everybody's bringing their spouses and everybody, you don't have anybody. You don't have anybody.
But I would disagree with that.
And you're dating that is a significant other that you would stand next to be, X, Y, Z. Men do it all the time. Men don't have to be married, but I bet they have a phone. I bet they
don't look the same though. They don't look the same.
To me, at a certain age, if you're not married, why are you not actively dating or dating towards marriage if that's what you desire? Women, I think, are comfortable and are at this point closing themselves off completely from relationship. Complete, like it's no lifeline in sight. And that I see it because I have friends, a lot of other friends in other races. It's only us. It's not my white girlfriends. It's not my Hispanic girlfriends. They like, oh, I've been dating Hispanic dude. You have some, I see you got brothers. You got, they are actively looking. If they're over 30, 35, they're actively looking for a husband. They're like, you have somebody. I'm at this point, I'm willing to date outside my race. I'll date a black man. I'll date. They are putting it out there into the universe, as people say, that I want a mate. I want a husband. I want a spouse. We say, girl, I don't have time for no man. I ain't worried about that. I'm doing this. I'm doing. It's completely different energies, y'all.
It all because they don't value.
And
there's no value.
Listen, as a single
watch this.
That is not true at all.
What is not true?
Listen to
what
what
is
I
not
said.
true?
So for you, dear Casey, sometimes just because you look good on a resume don't mean that don't transfer into being a good wife. It could be
of course. No, I'm just saying from the outside looking in, of course.
But my thing is this: I'm dating somebody. I don't post it on social media. We don't get the same.
You're doing what? Hold on. You doing what?
I date somebody.
Is that your boyfriend?
I'll be here on every single podcast. He just let me have my moment. He let me have my moment.
You know what though? I'm gonna I'm gonna let you have your moment. I just want to give you some homework real quick, Shane.
Okay.
I gotta go. I'm about to give you some homework real quick. since you don't believe that this is widespread, you in a school. Hold on, wait. You in the school. I want you to gauge and go around the school and ask all those single women and all the single men if their relationship status and all of that. And then what you can do is ask
I
them,
do you one better, Sweeney. No, she a sorority girl like myself. We're both sorority girls. We're both sorority girls. Like, and that's a whole nother topic for a whole nother day.
Oh shoot.
We could look around. We could look around. Oh, I've been through that.
I want you to go and ask all the women around you.
We can see.
So
Let me
just
being
say
promoted.
Let me finish saying what I was saying. First of all my friends are married, right? I'm like the one who's stuck, you know. But the thing I've learned about one, I don't date many people. I'm very closed off on who. Even this guy right here, I knew him in college. It was like a person from college. It's very hard to get into my little shell. It just is. I don't know why. I'm working on myself. But the reason why is because I find that people are not as forgiving. Let's just say I post a guy, right? And that doesn't work out. And then I have to bring another guy. It's like, oh, you guys, look at all these relationships she's in. You know,
no, I get that, Shan. I'm not talking about social media. Yeah, I get that.
Dating, going to places. Now don't get it twisted. He goes to places with me, right? It's not like that, especially because we're, you know, anything we have a solid.
Oh, really?
But so my thing is this. I feel like if we're engaged and it's like that, I don't mind doing all of that. I just feel like people are judgmental. People get in your business, and it turns into this whole, you know. So I don't know what her situation is, but that could be one of them, right? And I also know that I live in a different place than everybody. Atlanta has its own set of rules. It ain't like every other place in the world. You feel me? Huh?
No different.
Atlanta got the same. What's different about it?
Atlanta got the same Negroes that's in every other major city. It ain't.
Did you just say there's nuance in dating?
No. What I'm saying is that this conversation, that line be wrapped around because people be understand. They be a part of that foolery. They understand it very, very well because there's a whole lot of foolery going on in Atlanta. You feel me?
Everybody makes the same claim about their city.
Y'all know how they say the ratio with men and women is probably double that in Atlanta. Way more women. And men just have a little fun right now. They like the candy in the candy shop. You feel me? But they always say, you want your husband, don't bring him here. Don't bring him here. You feel? And so I agree everything that what Casey says. I think that there are women do have a lot of work to do. You're never gonna hear me say I do not deny that. One, we don't, you know, we were raised by single parents too. We didn't get to see the some of us, not me, didn't grow up with a foundation. We lost souls too, so we all have a lot of work to do. Yeah. And that's even more reason why maybe those little, you know, I love the conversation, and they come here often because they know their crowd gonna be popping because we ain't talking to Atlanta crowd on that conversation. That line be like, y'all, that line be at the Marriott Marquis, be wrapped around the building. It'd be so many people in the yes, it'd be like that. And not a lot of Tonys. Like maybe if Tony came, it probably wouldn't be as, you know.
So to your point,
there's 250,000 women in Atlanta. There's 244,000 men in Atlanta. There ain't no damn.
Hey.
And are we talking about?
I was gonna say, Sweeney. At least half of them is.
Even when you break it down, by race, the ratio still falls. Even when you break it down by race,
I will say Atlanta is.
I think they're talking about sexuality.
Listen,
sexuality.
That's gonna take the.
Sexuality
in the back. Listen, I got a story. Sorry, y'all. I got a story about that in the back chat, right? Let me tell you, it's a gossip. I got a real good story about that in the back chat. But anyway,
estimated 4.2% of Atlanta's metro population is gay, lesbian, or bisexual.
Hey,
yeah,
that's 4.2%.
When the last time you been to Atlanta, Sweeney?
I don't disagree that the places that there's a lot of clubs.
No, never mind. They only outside when we go outside. Nah, you're right. 4.2%. What the hell? How do you even take that stat? Hey, you gay? All right.
Yeah,
Have a good
they
one.
ask
Yeah.
motherfuckers if they
Yeah.
gay or not. That's exactly what they do.
You're not ready.
Yeah,
But,
no,
No,
Nah.
most of the motherfuckers in Atlanta ain't gay. Most of it is half and half.
hey, Sweeney,
Y'all be trying to,
you living in a fantasy world, man.
man,
And
look, I'm
look,
going off the data. I ain't going off of
hey,
just because
look.
y'all see how they act at the club at these damn brunches and shit.
You know, my brother used to
somebody's
work
out
for
there
World AIDS, and he told me something that was very
boys.
scary, though. He told me something that was very scary. In the DC, you know, he lived in the DC area. So he was working for the World AIDS organization, and they have to go to all these different areas to do their seminars and stuff. And he started to realize like that stat would be like that because there's only a certain amount of people like define gay. Does a gay person define themselves as gay? There are literally dudes that have sex with other men
and
and
don't
say,
think they're gay.
I'm the one giving, so I'm not gay. Like, I was
Yeah.
like, excuse me?
Yes.
Hey,
I was like, what?
Y'all,
Hey,
I got a story.
Trick. That's what
I was going
trying
off
to
y'all
tell.
saying that these motherfuckers outside
Trick.
talking about some hey.
No,
I don't know
Trick.
about the closeted niggas.
If I get top from a dude, I'm not. I was like, what?
Trick.
I don't know about the closeted niggas.
That's-
I don't know about them.
One
But
of the biggest things that I be saying to Sweeney, you trying to validate these men out here
what is
not
not
being
validated?
you trying to validate these men out here not wanting to pursue women and talk to women and all this other stuff. I'm telling you now, in 10 years, it's gonna be normal for a lot of these dudes to be caked up with transmissions. It is gonna be the norm, bro. Because y'all validating.
That is not true, man.
Because y'all validating men.
That is not how that works.
The women.
They gonna marry his car? What you talking about? Oh.
What the hell is he talking about?
Y'all know what I'm
I
talking
was so
about.
lost for a second. I'm like, Transformers? Like, what
No,
am
I know what he's talking about. I know what he's talking about.
Decepticons.
Me and my car.
Y'all know
He's
what
talking
I'm
about
talking
Optimus.
got it
He's
now.
talking
I
about
got it
Optimus
now.
Prime.
I don't know.
Y'all
What was
keep
going on?
validating. You keep validating these men not being comfortable with talking to women and approaching women and all this other stuff. I'm telling you now, 10 years. I'm first to say it online. In 10 years, it's going to be the norm where men are legitimately walking around with transmissions and saying that they're not gay.
Oh, that's
I don't agree with that. I don't agree.
Man,
All right,
to
100%
Casey's
agree
point,
with
I
that.
wanted to make a
I
point
don't
on
agree with
Casey's
that.
point.
Just watch it happen.
So Casey, what I think is happening to your point with the women on our end, it's flawed ideology. We know it's deep seated because there are a lot of women. It's crazy when you do the math of it all. They're overvaluing themselves. All right, that balloon popping show is going to teach more than 1,000 podcasts will, because now you get to see it close up.
Man, we need to get rid of that shit.
But
That's the first
look
thing.
at this though. Look at this. So when we break it down, what it is that the what is it called? The over expansion of the college model, right? Did y'all not even understand that once women were able to get education, women will always go get more formal schooling than men will because y'all don't work in trades? We do. You see what I'm saying? So women will in order for women to equalize at all or economically advance, you work in more administrative roles. You like sitting down in that type of environment. Men like using their hands. You see what I'm saying? So women will always do more school. It's just, what are you doing in school? So what tends to happen with our women is that we have a bunch of associates and bachelor's degrees saying that they're too good for HVAC technicians when he makes 65 and she makes 50. But it's just because she got a degree on the wall from University of such and such, she thinks she's better than him. Now, that particular scenario I just gave you is a real life scenario. Two people I know. They went to go get a house, and guess whose college debt is weighing down their debt to income ratio, and they can't afford a house, and their price of her. So when you look at it and do the math, who's the detriment to our progress here? You got a psychology degree, which is great, but you didn't want to go get your master's and certify yourself. So now you work in a office job that's not even related to that. You changing jobs all the time. You working here, not working there. He actually ended up being a director of the HVAC program at the trade school. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, are you still too good for him or what? Right? So that's what's happening. We're looking at a bunch of women looking at pieces of paper saying this man doesn't qualify for me. He has less debt than you do, more than likely. he's been employed. These men have been employed for like 20 years. I know men that went in to work for the shipyard at 14 years old in the apprenticeship and been working for them for over 23, 25 years. You see what I'm saying? But you're too good for these men have hundreds of thousands of dollars in their 401k already in their retirement plans. So yeah, when you really do the math of it all, it's like, oh wow, no, this is why economically we will not advance. Shan, to your point about the kids, and we need to take better care of the kids. That's what two incomes can do. Divorce is financial ruin. Not living together is financial ruin. Let me tell you how. Even two people with like really good salaries, if we're paying one mortgage or one rent, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we got to pay two. That is what does that hurt? I'll tell you. Now we have
in this economy,
two separate food bills, two separate car insurance. We can't merge our car insurance.
Two separate electricity bills.
Divorce is expensive. When I'm like, look, the second and because it's our women leaving, I'm not blaming them but the second more women start believing it's cheaper to keep him, it's cheaper to keep him. Forget it's cheaper to keep her. It's cheaper to keep him. You will not economically advance without your male counterpart. It's impossible.
And on that note, we can call it
bingo. Shouts out to my
gotta read these.
my husband's homeboy who have 4 kids and they're going. Well, their divorce is finalized, and he said their divorce is breaking him big time. Shouts out to him for being a great father.
All right, let me get to these super chats real quick. JR Story to tell $20 says any result if marriage isn't the goal, then all the venues and platforms are hubs for women and men to clap and throw cheeks.
Exactly.
I'll go English. $10 says interesting dialogue. Jay again, $20 says it's always easiest to preach to the choir. Some of us have been anointed to go where the heathens are. Those who are further along have to almost be undercover cops. Gina, $40. Casey, Busy, formerly Baby Zaddy, $5 says $5 so Shan can say my man again. And lastly, Sir Shot, $2 says Shan on that point, looking fresh and fit. I think everybody has contributed to the platforms. I appreciate y'all sticking around. It's been an extra long show, man, but much needed.
Hours.
Yeah, it's probably about the longest. Kind of take us back in the day. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
With the White Brother family on the way out.
Cooking today.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah, everybody was cooking, man. Y'all make sure y'all support everybody on the platform, and we are out.